All right. All right. We're live. We have 17 current storms warned for tornadoes. That may be the highest amount I can personally recall. That's absolutely insane stuff going on right now. So this is a full-scale tornado outbreak, no doubt about it. Very, very active severe weather ongoing, and of course, we are certainly nowhere near done with what we're going to see tonight. So, like I said, last I counted, it was 17 individual storms, more than 17 tornado warnings, 17 individual storms currently warned for severe or for tornadoes. Again, that's just an absolutely insane amount. Our severe weather is really reaching its maximum potential right now. States that include some of the most warnings are Missouri, Arkansas at this moment, and Illinois. That's where we have the most active stuff right now. So a lot going on at this moment, and certainly it is just the start of what is likely to be a very active night ahead still. So I got us live here on YouTube, live on TikTok as well. I'm going to be answering your questions as best as possible, and we're going to be keeping an eye on all of these storms. But I wanted to give you a look at everything going on first so you can just orient yourself here, because there is a lot ongoing. We have one tornado warning, which is currently out there by northern Indiana. That's the only one in Indiana right now. We have, it appears, 3 individual segments of our line here, perhaps 2 warned for tornadoes in Illinois. We also have several tornado warnings clustered along the Missouri-Illinois border here. We have many, many tornado warnings right now in eastern Arkansas. That's where our tornado risk is highest at this moment. And of course, we still have some stragglers, one out here in southwestern Arkansas, and another one here moving into Jackson, Tennessee. So that is more or less, what is that? I got to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different clusters where we have tornado warnings that are currently active. So it is very, very busy. So let's get to your questions. I'm going to get to them as best I can. I see Amanda asking on YouTube, what's in store for southern Indiana? Great question. Let's talk about what we're seeing out here. And you can see we have this cluster of storms that's out here in south central Illinois. This is going to move into Indiana. It'll be more so central Indiana we'll need to watch. So Indianapolis, we're watching these storms that are currently ongoing in central Illinois. For southern Indiana, we're especially going to be watching some of the storms that are out here closer to Cape Girardeau and Carbondale, Illinois. There is a certain tornado risk, no doubt about that, in southern Indiana. That threat is going to be increasing as we get later on tonight. So that's one of the concerns with this too, is that these storms are going to be posing a threat into those overnight hours, and it's certainly not just going to be a one and done, type of thing. There may be a round or two of storms. So we're going to need to be on watch, not just through the evening, but at night. And if any of you guys at any point are going to go to sleep and the threat has not passed, you absolutely have to make sure that you have a way to get warning still, and something that can wake you up too. Because one of my biggest concerns with these nocturnal tornadoes is that people are unaware. They catch people unaware, and they can be, extra deadly for that reason. So you really got to make sure that you're able to stay aware. Every one of these red boxes you're seeing, that indicates a tornado warning. Let's see. What's up, Brittany? Welcome back. We got a few people who are coming back for live coverage. Good to see you guys again here. Hopefully you're all staying safe as we continue to track this event, of course. Again, we are streaming right now on YouTube and on TikTok. I'll say, if you're on TikTok, I'll probably see your questions a little quicker. What's up, Jackie? Welcome back. I'll probably see your questions a little quicker if you find me on YouTube, just because there's less people on there right now. But nonetheless, Clarksville, Tennessee. I want to get to that because I've been tracking a storm near Clarksville, and we're gonna break it down to our individual radar sites now. We'll get to the high resolution radar basically. So we got this storm that's moving in the direction of Clarksville right now. It's by Jackson, Tennessee. Definitely a dangerous storm. It is still a ways out of Clarksville. We can get an idea of how long it'll take to get there. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, so we can put a tracker on this too and really time that out for you. But I want to keep a close eye on this storm because it is moving through some more populated areas. So at 55 miles per hour, it would eventually reach Clarksville in, if we scroll to the end of this, likely about an hour and a half. So it's still a ways out, but Clarksville, there is a strong storm. And the thing with a lot of these storms is that there's not a lot stopping them here. So these have the potential to really keep on going for a while. And for that reason, we have the concerns that, these will be potentially long-lived tornadoes, and they'll be able to impact a significant number of people because they're just going to keep on going, more or less. So that's what we're looking at out there for Clarksville. Again, you have a severe storm moving in right now, actually, if you're in Clarksville. And I will say that storm is rotating as well. So what we're looking at here is you got this hook basically showing up. And if there's a tornado would be right in the end of that hook there. That is just to the west of Erin and moving in the direction of Clarksville. So this is one to watch really closely too. If we open up our velocity, there's some rotation, but it's not as obvious or apparent. But the storm is certainly spinning, so we'll be watching that closely for Clarksville. I want to get to some other places. Let's see what people are asking. I see Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. Some of these places you're going to need to give me some bigger cities because I don't know exactly where everything is in Tennessee. So give me something. I see Mount Pleasant actually. Mount Pleasant's right here. We got a severe storm right now. It is dropping quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're going to watch that one. It does not look like as big a tornado threat at the moment, but we'll need to watch. I do want to talk about Memphis because right now in Jonesboro as well. Jonesboro, the south side of Jonesboro, really very close to being hit by a potential tornado here. Gosh, guys, there is so much going on here. We got several potential tornadoes. On this one frame alone, we have 4 potential tornadoes right now. And you can see them. I'm circling those areas of rotation. That would include areas, again, just to the south of Jonesboro. Let me circle them again. Just south of Jonesboro here, just south of Harrisburg. We got another one not too far south of McCrory, and another one near Augusta. So each of those places that I've circled, that is an area where we're seeing a potential tornado right now. South side of Jonesboro, especially if you're on the east side of Jonesboro, you have to be in your safe place. Remember, guys, that's going to be the lowest floor of your house. In an interior room. If you got a basement, that's even better. A storm shelter, even better than that. But if you don't have it, just put as much space between you and the outside as possible because that's where you're going to be safest here. But we have several storms that may be producing tornadoes. And if we go to our velocity, oh my goodness, that is a big one out there moving into the east side of Jonesboro. At least that's what it appears to be on radar. That is one heck of a couplet, guys. Not a good look. These other storms certainly showing rotation as well. We got a few couplets here. Again, everything I'm circling, that is where I'm looking at areas of rotation. But this thing out here on the southeast side of Jonesboro, Arkansas right now is pretty intense. Right by Bay. That is a horrible look on radar. So this right here is, this could be a very strong tornado ongoing right now near Bay. Tornado is, of course, confirmed, no doubt. Unfortunately, I bet we do have some debris with this, too. Actually, not showing up right now, but let's hope that does not come to fruition. But basically, what we're seeing here is you're looking at the mesocyclone, the entire portion of the storm spinning, and if there is a tornado, it would be right in Bay, Arkansas. Right in the middle of that. Looks like a smaller area, but it would be right there. This storm continues to move to the north and east in the direction of Lake City, Arkansas. So if you're east of Jonesboro, you really don't have time to wait. You got to get to your safe place now. That is an intense storm right there. Let's see. Seeing some questions closer to Indiana and Ohio. So let's talk about some of the storms I'm tracking out there. And we do have one tornado. Actually, we got a tornado warning in Wisconsin now even. But let's get to this tornado warning first in Indiana. We're going to open up our reflectivity. And what I'm seeing here is certainly some rotation in this storm, but it's not as intense as it may have been earlier. So if you're near Kankakee or Knox or even getting pretty close to South Bend, Indiana, Walkerton included in this, and well, you do have a tornado warning. You do need to head to your safe place. I also want to mention, and then we're going to get to Ohio, but I want to mention we do have a new tornado warning actually out here in Wisconsin. And this one is not far north of Madison. We're talking just north of DeForest and approaching Fall River as well. So this storm certainly not as intense as some of the storms we were just looking at, but it is tornado warned. There is rotation. You can see those red and green colors side by side. That's our couplet. That's where we see the spinning motion inside the storm thanks to radar. And that is why this storm is tornado warned, and you definitely need to head to your safe place. If you're near Leeds, Arlington, Lowville, Otsego, I know I butchered that one right there, but that is our tornado warning ongoing in Wisconsin right now. If you're in Ohio, right now we do not have any active warnings, but that said, there is going to be severe weather ongoing a little bit later on tonight. And it's more so going to be closer to the overnight hours. But my goodness gracious, guys, it's crazy seeing how much activity there is on radar right now. I mean, this is turning out to be, a high-end tornado outbreak without a doubt here. Let me see if I can get our Storm Prediction Center outlook overlaid on this too, by the way. So bear with me for a second so I can give you some more information. I'm using a different radar app, so I'm still getting the hang of some of this. But nonetheless, we're going to put this together so that you can get an idea. There we go. Better of what is ongoing. So that was actually really easy. So basically, what I'm going to show you here is where our Storm Prediction Center outlook is right now. It basically tells us where the storms are most likely to be severe. It's the forecast from NOAA, more or less. And I've been looking at this myself too. And basically, anything you're seeing outlined in this sort of brighter yellow color, that's your level 3 risk. You can kind of see it here. That's your level 3. There's your level 4. Level 4 is a pretty darn high risk. We actually had the level 5, the maxed out risk, down where all those tornado warnings are. And this level 2 risk a little bit farther east. So what we're seeing more or less is through central Indiana, we have that level 4 risk. So these storms are going to stay very strong over the next several hours as they pursue through Indiana. And then once they get to Ohio, they'll begin to weaken. The western side of Ohio, though, we certainly have to be on high alert because that's still a pretty high risk level. The eastern side of Indiana, I would not be uncomfortable going to sleep if I was on the eastern half of Ohio, but you should have something to wake you up just in case a warning is issued where you are. So, make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone or something of that sort, and make sure the ringer is on as well. That'll wake you up if there is a warning. Let's take a look at this storm out here. We didn't look at it before, but this is another storm that we're seeing. It is in the southwestern corner of Arkansas. You can see we have quite the hook on this thing as well. There is where our hail core would be. That's where all the heavy rain, the hail is. And then we have our rotation right here. So if you got a tornado, it's going to be right where I just colored in that circle right there. Again, you can kind of see on radar, this is where you have your air flowing into the storm. This is where you have your air flowing out of the storm. And it's, again, right in the middle where you get that tornado to form. So that's what we're looking at here in Arkansas. And there's your rotation. When you get those green and red colors side by side, the thing is rotating. So it's near Odessa, which is actually in Louisiana, but moving in the direction of Bradley, Arkansas. So we're watching that closely too. I do want to keep watching this storm, by the way. I mean, guys, this is crazy. So basically what we're seeing right now, I mean, every single storm in this line is rotating. You can see all the hooks. You can see all the hooks on each of these storm cells. This is perhaps one of the most active nights. I've tracked a lot of severe weather, especially those of you guys who are watching the lives last year, especially on TikTok. We tracked a lot of severe weather, but this is another level. This is one of the busiest nights I can ever remember of severe weather. So especially as we're getting close to the Mississippi River near Memphis, near Jonesboro, Blytheville, this is the area that we are seeing the most active severe weather. There's a very, very high chance you're going to end up in a tornado warning if you live anywhere along the Mississippi there. All right, let me get to more of the questions here on TikTok. By the way, happy to have you guys here on YouTube and on TikTok. I'll get to your question there on YouTube there in a second, Rachel. Let me see here. Happy to help you guys out, of course. Yeah, Lafayette, Indiana, that's a spot where we are certainly going to be watching as storms are moving through that area right now. Although what I'll say about Lafayette is that severe weather threat is already beginning to decrease. But we'll need to keep an eye on storms that are approaching Terre Haute, just in case they graze Lafayette. But Lafayette, that severe weather threat is slowly decreasing there already. Cincinnati, I'm expecting that threat to increase later on. And a question from Rachel on YouTube. What are the best conditions for tornadoes? That's a great question. So tornadoes, more or less, what we're seeing here, and then we're going to get to this because we just got a tornado emergency on that storm we were talking about before. But what we're looking for with tornadoes is instability. You need that warm and humid air to get storms going, and then you need a lot of wind, and especially wind that changes direction as you go higher in the sky. We call it wind shear. So when you have a lot of wind energy, and that doesn't necessarily need to be windy conditions at the ground, although often it is. When you have wind that gets a lot stronger and changes direction when you go higher up into the atmosphere, that provides the spin that tornadoes basically use, and that is what we're looking for. Wind energy, especially in the middle levels of the atmosphere, and instability near the ground. Yeah, we got a Tor E, as mentioned out there, by Stone Johnson in TikTok. Yeah, so this is a tornado emergency, confirmed large and destructive tornado. That is their typical verbiage there. This is the storm we were talking about before, guys. This is moving in the direction of Lake City, Arkansas. So if you happen to be, does anyone happen to be near Lake City, Arkansas? I would really hope that is, I'd really hope that's a no from people. But do we have anybody in this area? Bay, Lake City, Leachville, even. All right. So if you're anywhere in one of those spots, I see Braden on there. If you're anywhere in one of these spots, Bay, Lake City, Leachville, Arkansas, you have to get down to your safe place now. I mean, now. There's no time to wait on this. Tornado emergencies are not issued often, and when they are, it's for some of the strongest tornadoes that are being produced. And what we're waiting for here is a scan on our velocity. But what we certainly have going on here is a very powerful storm. And again, we're waiting for our velocity scan here, since my radar just seemed to bug out on me. But what we're seeing is a very powerful storm, one that is likely producing a tornado right now, and it has plenty of room to continue to go. Again, inconvenient timing to lose the radar data for us. But you can see the areas being impacted by this. I'll just call out some of the towns. Lake City, Caraway, Leachville, Manila, Gosnell, Blytheville. Those are all areas being impacted by this dangerous storm at this moment right now. So again, waiting for radar to get back up. That has never happened to me on this radar app. If necessary, we will switch to another one. But this is where we're looking at the tornado emergency. We have tornado warnings extending all the way from southern Missouri, basically as far south as Forest City, Arkansas. Looks like we're getting some new data now. There we go. All right, there is a lot of data coming in here, so I think a lot of these sites are a little overwhelmed. Here's our storm moving into Lake City, Arkansas. Again, there's the hook. You can see it clear as day. See that little notch at the end? See this little guy here? That's where a tornado would be and is right now. It's been confirmed by the National Weather Service that there is a tornado on the ground. Again, let's see. Oh, thanks for the update, Cal. Cal's saying that there is it's a multi. Well, oh, no, sorry. It's a wedge with horizontal vortices. So when you get these horizontal vortices, that's when you have some very, very powerful rotation. You have some very, very powerful winds within a storm. I mean, this is basically, so our velocity here is basically maxed out. So basically the radar is measuring the wind speeds in this, and the wind is going so fast it can't even get an accurate reading. So that says an awful lot about what we're up against here. Again, this would be passing just to the west of Lake City. Likely a large tornado, a very dangerous tornado with a lot of room to go. And I mean, not even likely. This is a dangerous tornado. And what you can see here, this is our debris signature between Lake City and Bowman, Arkansas. So we know a tornado's on the ground. We know it's doing significant damage. And this is an extremely dangerous situation. I mean, this is a very powerful tornado. So I'm gonna draw this out. We're gonna get an idea. I believe it's moving 40 miles per hour. Let's double check that. 40 northeast. So I'm gonna give you an idea of where this thing is headed, and we're gonna call out some towns in the path of this. Make sure you guys are, if you happen to be near this, you know how much time you got before it approaches you. So let's get a tracker on this one. Give me one moment. There we go. All right. So I can tell you it's moving near Leachville, Arkansas. Putting our 40 miles per hour. So Monet or Monette, however you guys pronounce it out there. Monette, Macy, Delphore, Wisp, Carmi, Leachville. All in the next 10 to 15 minutes, it will impact those places. If I call out any of your towns, you got to head to the basement now. And then I'll get to your questions about Indy and Ohio. I just want to get on this storm here until we get an update. We also got Clearwater, Boynton. We have Garson, Arkmo. These are crazy names, guys. Buckeye, Paulding, Hollywood, Hornersville, Stark City, Gilbert, Cotton Plant. So those are areas that are going to be impacted by this very dangerous tornado. And while we wait for some new data, let me get to some of your questions about Indiana and Ohio, of course, because I know we got a lot of viewers out there. And thanks for hopping on here. Brittany and Marissa, thanks for hopping on to the YouTube stream. By the way, guys, if you're just tuning in on TikTok or on YouTube, a lot of you guys know this already, but I am a meteorologist, so consider following because you're going to get good weather information here. I don't hype things up. Obviously, I'm talking a lot of big stuff about today because it is a very big day, but this is information I guarantee you can trust, and I'd love to be a go-to source for you guys if you need it. So feel free to ask your questions in the comments. Like I said, there's a lot of people on right now. So if you head over to Tucker Weather on YouTube, I'll probably see your questions a little quicker. Otherwise, if there's any questions I don't get to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather as well, and just shoot me a DM. I'll see that as well. But anyway, Indiana right now, we are seeing storms approach Indiana. So here's the deal with Indiana. We actually do have a tornado warning. It's approaching South Bend right now. I was looking at that storm earlier. I wasn't super impressed with what I saw. That said, it's a dangerous storm, but it's not at the level where I believe we're seeing a tornado or anything ongoing right now. But we do have a tornado warning near South Bend. So if you're in South Bend, or if you live south of South Bend, Indiana, you should be in your safe place right now. I do want to mention we do have a cluster of tornado warnings. They are in Illinois, just to the west of Terre Haute. So if you're in Terre Haute, you should get ready to go to your safe place, okay? That's our second cluster of storms here. I'll also mention Indianapolis. No storms actually near Indianapolis right now, but those storms that are near Terre Haute are likely to get into Indianapolis as well, likely within about the next 60 to 90 minutes. So that's where you need to be on watch out there. And I also want to say, for those of you guys in Ohio, all right, so I got a lot of people asking about Ohio. If you're on the western side of Ohio out here, so I'm thinking like Dayton, for example, Cincinnati, even Toledo, you have that level 3 severe weather risk. And I'm going to pull it up again here so you can see what I'm talking about as I talk about it. But we have our level 3 severe weather risk, and what you're going to see as I pull up the risk is that extends, pretty far through Ohio. So there it is. Basically, that yellow color you're seeing here, that's your level 3 risk. So that's Western Ohio. That risk is going to extend basically through, through the next several hours because storms are still approaching you. So if you're in the central part of Ohio, the western part of Ohio, there is a certain tornado threat, absolutely. Damaging wind is a high concern too. Hail's less of a concern, but you do need to at least make note of it. But if you're in that area, you need to make sure you have emergency alerts turned on. You got to keep your ringer on your phone too in case you go to sleep and there's a warning. But if I was in Columbus or farther west, I would stay awake for a while longer just because these storms, they're going to be strong enough. I would stay awake to be safe. If you're on the eastern side of Ohio, closer to Parkersburg, Canton, Cleveland, that threat for severe weather, it's a bit lower. I'd be okay going to sleep. Just make sure, again, you have those emergency alerts turned on your phone and stuff in case there is a warning where you are. So let's see. Questions. I see Kentucky. A lot of people asking questions about Kentucky. What we're watching for in Kentucky is same line of storms. Paducah's in a tough spot right now. I'll say that much. Paducah's in a spot where we're seeing a lot of these tornado warnings approach that area right now. So if you're out by Paducah, or in the western edge of Kentucky, you are going to be in for a rough ride here over the next hour. You need to do everything you can to take care of yourself. Make sure you have a way to get warnings. We'll be live streaming through this. So if you're in the Paducah area, Hopkinsville, Madison, Owensboro, even Evansville, Indiana, or Vincennes, we're watching here. But you need to be thinking about right now. You need to know where that safe place you're going to go is. It's one of those situations, honestly, if you're in Paducah right now, what I would even be doing, this is only because I don't see any storms approaching Paducah at this moment. But if you have a neighbor who has a basement, I'd give him a call and be like, hey, can we come over? Because these are some tornadoes that I would really feel a lot more comfortable if you had a basement. If you don't, just remember, go to the lowest floor of your house in an interior room. Grab a mattress, grab a helmet, even if it's a bike helmet, if there's a warning where you are. Because some of these tornadoes really mean business tonight. I'm going to get back to our storm that's out here, just passed through the Lake City area. This is the one we have a tornado emergency for. That is not issued lightly. Tornado emergencies are rarely issued and only for some of these strongest tornadoes. And what we have is here near Monette or Monet, however you guys pronounce it. I'm going to say Monet, but if I'm pronouncing it wrong, that's my bad. This storm right here in Arkansas, this is a very powerful tornado we're seeing. And this storm is continuing to move in the direction of Leachville, Arkansas. I'll also show you, you're going to see a debris signature. This is one of the worst things that we can see on radar. It means the storm is creating debris. It's lofting, splinters, dust, dirt, stuff like that into the storm. So you know there's a tornado ongoing. And basically what you're seeing here, you have that sea of sort of red and grayish colors. That's the radar looking at a storm cloud, seeing two raindrops in a storm and saying, all right, these look very, very similar. They're well correlated. When you get that blue bullseye, that's the radar sampling a part of the storm, and instead of seeing two raindrops side by side, it's instead seeing raindrops and, like I said, splinters or bugs even, or dirt, and saying, okay, this piece of dirt does not look like this raindrop that I'm scanning. They are not well correlated, and we're seeing that in that blue bullseye on here, and that would indicate where the tornado is. Again, moving in the direction of Monet, and that does not look good at all. Leachville, Arkansas also seems like a more populated area. Really bad spot right now. You got to head to your safe place. Hornersville and Reeves also. You have to be in your safe place. This is a very, very dangerous storm ongoing. All right, let's see. Questions about Michigan. I'm seeing a lot of questions about Michigan. You get some severe storms moving into Michigan right now. We're pulling up that tornado warning storm near South Bend, Indiana. And what I will say is that for storms that are moving into Michigan at this moment, I'm not seeing anything that is particularly concerning besides this one tornado warning storm near South Bend. So if you're between, basically, if you're near, what is that, Three Rivers or Niles, that's an area where you may need to be on alert for some strong storms. Waiting for our radar to load. Yeah, so you can see this cluster of storms moving into southern Michigan, but this cluster of storms is weakening. So while you should be on alert in Michigan, mainly southern Michigan, the good news is that things do seem to be trending favorably for you, and that storms are weakening. By the way, I'm trying to get some of those questions here on YouTube as well. Hi Marissa. I'm getting to Marissa's question now. Thanks for subscribing. And Jazzy as well. So Owensboro, Kentucky, and Knoxville, Tennessee. Two areas that are going to be in some tough spots. I mentioned Owensboro before. You can see all of our storms moving around Owensboro, mainly to the east of Owensboro right now. But what's going to happen is these storms will eventually reach Owensboro, and the tornado threat in Owensboro is reasonably high. So again, you should be thinking about that safe place. Make sure you have a way to get warnings and stuff. Again, we'll be live here for a while, so I'll be able to provide you those warnings. But Owensboro, we'll be watching those storms that are currently in Tennessee and Arkansas as those approach the area. As far as Knoxville, Tennessee, Knoxville a bit farther to the east, of course. Storms will be weakening as they reach Knoxville, but they are likely to arrive closer to, 11, midnight. So if you're in Knoxville, again, one of those scenarios, make sure you have emergency alerts on your phone turned on, and make sure your ringer's turned up too. So if there's a warning, it'll wake you up and you'll be able to be alerted. One of those nights, if you're in Knoxville and you can, I would just sleep, maybe find a couch, or if you have a guest room, something on the lowest floor of your house, if you have just a regular one-story house, then, if you have an area in your house and a room that's in the middle and you can sleep in it, I would just take extra precautions. Find a safe place to lay your head down tonight, wherever you are. That's going to be your safest bet. Because again, guys, sometimes we get these tornado outbreaks and they're kind of like, there's a tornado here and there. This is one of those nights where these tornadoes really mean business. And we're talking about many strong tornadoes. So this is one of those nights that when you talk about preparing for worst case scenarios, this is one of those nights, and that doesn't go for everybody. Like Knoxville, you're certainly not seeing the same level of threat that we're seeing from, say, Cape Girardeau down through Memphis. But you are still in an area that will be impacted by these storms, and the atmosphere is clearly producing tonight. So just take those extra precautions is what I would say for anybody who's going to be impacted by these severe storms. All right. We're going to take a look at trying to get some of your questions. Yeah, St. Louis, you're in the clear tonight. You made it through St. Louis. I might actually be in St. Louis next week. Also, in northern Kentucky, that question let's see, from Brittany. Northern Kentucky, similar to Western Ohio, like I was saying before, those storms come through a bit later at night tonight, so closer to like, 9, 10 o'clock. And the tornado threat is certainly moderate at least. So we'll be watching that closely. Rachel asks, where is Tornado Alley considered? Is it true that it's shifting? That's sort of a way to... Yeah. So there's always... Quick note on this, then we're going to jump into some of those Arkansas storms. Quick note, Tornado Alley, honestly, traditional Tornado Alley is, I'm circling it for you, it's really right out here that I circled. The plains, the Midwest, there's really two tornado alleys, if you will. The second one is sometimes referred to as Dixie Alley. It's in the southeastern U.S. There are two hotspots for tornadoes. This one in the southeastern U.S. gets going mainly in March, April. That's when our low-level jet is, our subtropical jet is still very active in the southern U.S. And then the jet migrates north as we get later into the year, and traditional Tornado Alley takes over. The southeastern U.S. sees just as many tornadoes a lot of times, but Tornado Alley is more known for tornadoes because you get more of those photogenic tornadoes out there. So that's sometimes where they draw that line. Hey, Hoosier Alley was a thing in 2023 when we had that outbreak. I was on TV. I was on Fox 59 then, covering those storms. Let's see. All right, so we're going to jump into these Arkansas storms. By the way, I've seen a bunch of people jump on YouTube and on TikTok as well. A lot of you guys know this. In case you don't, I am a degreed meteorologist. I work professionally as a meteorologist, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Consider following because, again, you're going to get good weather information from an actual expert in this, and you're not going to get that fluff or random stuff that you get from other people who don't really know what they're talking about. So consider following here. If you have any questions too, by the way, this goes for you guys who are watching on YouTube and on TikTok. If you have any questions I don't get to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. I will do my best to get back to each and every one of you. But if you have questions I don't get to here, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. Follow me there. Send me your DMs, your questions, whatever it is about weather, and I'll do my best to get back to you guys as soon as I can on there too. All right, so we're going to jump back into Arkansas. I'm seeing questions about Kentucky, Indiana, all those places. We are going to get to those questions in just a couple minutes here. But our most active area I do want to jump into is here in Arkansas. And you're seeing a lot of different colors on our map here. That probably looks like a lot, and it is a lot because we have many tornado warnings currently active. Our storm out by Leachville I'm looking for, and we're going to find that debris signature. So we've been talking about this storm that passed through Lake City, Arkansas, Monet, and it's now approaching Leachville, Arkansas. You see that blue bullseye here on our radar? That's a sign that our storm, we just got an update, and boy, that still does not look good. That's a sign that our storm is lifting debris, our tornado, rather, is lifting debris into the storm. So Leachville, Arkansas, you have to be in your safe place right now, and I'm going to tell you right now, this looks like it's going to be on the ground for a while, moving towards Hornersville and Reeves or Rives, however you pronounce that. If any of you guys are out there, you gotta be in your safe place. I see that note about the warnings or the sirens going off in Indiana. We're gonna get to Indiana in a second, and yes, Delaware is safe. A couple other areas. I'm just looking for debris signatures just to make sure I'm not missing anything here because that would tell us that a tornado is on the ground. And it looks like we may have a tornado on the ground here by Morrow. It is, in fact, confirmed by the National Weather Center. So Morrow, Arkansas, and then this is moving in the direction of Haines, Arkansas as well. You can see that debris signature right here off to the side of your screen. This is another very dangerous storm. So if you're near Haines, Arkansas, and this is going to pass just to the south of Forest City and Madison, Arkansas as well, you have to be in your safe place out there too. Let me see what else we got here. There's literally, we have over a dozen active tornado warnings right now, so a lot ongoing at this moment. Taking my radar a little bit of time to load because there's literally so much activity going on. I'll also mention we have places like Mount Vernon, Illinois, Carbondale, Illinois, Cape Girardeau, Missouri are all in tornado warnings at this moment too. So we're going to actually take a look at those. A lot of areas in the vicinity of Paducah, of course, included in these warnings, and you can see them indicated by those red boxes here. I'm going to open up our reflectivity. That's what you're used to seeing, the classic radar. I'll answer your questions as best I can here as well. And I mentioned for you guys on TikTok, you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube as well. There's less people watching on YouTube, so if those of you guys on TikTok move over to YouTube, I will see your questions sooner. I'm just letting you know. I'll get to those questions sooner just because there's less clutter on there. So Tucker Weather on YouTube. Let's see. So those of you guys in Indianapolis, again, waiting for our radar to load here. It's been a little slow at times tonight. There we go. Those of you guys who are in Indianapolis or have family in Indianapolis, we are watching as that threat increases over the next, hour here. So there's still some time before it gets bad in Indy, and we'll be watching once it does, but there's still about an hour before it really picks up. I do want to talk about this storm that is moving into Cape Girardeau right now. Cape Girardeau actually about to be directly impacted by a potential tornado. That's where the tornado would be, where I just circled. Actually, you know what? This is confirmed by the National Weather Service, so let's take a look here. Cape Girardeau, obviously a pretty populated area. I'm hoping we don't have any debris. Does not look like we do have any debris signatures. But if you're in the Cape Girardeau area, this is really getting right on top of you right now, so you do have to head to your safe place at this moment. In fact, this storm is right on top of Cape Girardeau. Not a great look. If there is a tornado, gosh, guys, if there's a tornado, this would be going right through Cape Girardeau at this exact moment. So I hope everyone is in their safe place there. This is approaching Jonesboro, Illinois now, actually. And also going to be moving in the direction of Reynoldsville and just south of Egypt Mills. This is right in the border of Missouri and Illinois. We also have a tornado warning for Carbondale, although this storm seems to be passing through the Carbondale area at this moment. It does not look like it's producing a tornado right now, but we're going to be watching that closely. This is going to be approaching places like McLeansboro, Illinois as well. Mount Vernon, Illinois, you're in the clear now for this warning, but what I will say is that this line of storms is not going to slow down. So if you're near, really anywhere near Evansville, Indiana, Mount Vernon, Indiana, Mount Carmel, I believe Mount Carmel is also Indiana. It's right in the border there. Vincennes, those of you guys who are in southwestern Indiana, you need to be heading to your safe place right now. Seeing some questions too. Sandusky, Ohio, a couple questions about that. A lot of questions about Ohio here. Sandusky, Ohio, the threat's going to increase later tonight a little bit closer to like 11 p.m. So the tornado threat's going to be low to moderate out there. It will decrease. So those of you guys who are in Ohio, that tornado threat's going to begin to decrease, but you do need to be on alert. And if you're in Sandusky, again, make sure those emergency alerts are turned on and your ringers turned up too. If there's a tornado warning, and if you guys are in Tornado Alley or really are used to tornadoes, you probably know what I'm talking about here. If there's a warning, your phone's gonna start to beep. It's gonna blow up a bit, and that's hopefully gonna wake you up. That's why you need to have emergency alerts turned on, or weather radio works too. It's old fashioned, but it works just as well. Mahoning County, Niles, Ohio. Again, two spots where we're looking at a medium level tornado threat. But basically, the way this is going to work is if you are in the western half of Ohio, I would stay up and wait for this threat to pass. If you live east of Columbus, Ohio, you can go to sleep. Just make sure those emergency alerts are turned on. So it just depends on which side of Ohio you're in. This will be worse for western Ohio than eastern Ohio, but both sides of the state will be impacted. Let me see. You got midterms tonight, Kiana, and you're in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, so Columbus, Columbus, there is a tornado threat. I would, again, do the emergency alerts thing I was talking about, and you'll be okay. Just make sure you're thinking of, and this goes for everybody, make sure you're thinking of a safe place to go. Think about where that safe place is going to be. You just want to put as much space between you and the outside walls as possible. Northeast Ohio, you can go to sleep tonight. Just keep those emergency alerts on. Seeing a bunch of people jump on, and we're going to talk more about Indiana here in a second. Seeing a bunch of people jump on here on YouTube and on TikTok, so welcome in, guys. Just want to introduce myself again. I'm Tucker Antico. I'm a meteorologist. I have a degree in meteorology. I work on TV in Boston as a meteorologist professionally. So again, consider following. I was saying that before. You're going to get good information here, information you can trust. I'm doing my best to get to all your questions. There's a lot of people in here, and I'm happy I can provide good weather information for all you guys. But if you have questions I don't get to, there's two ways that you can bother me even more till I see them. You can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you follow me there, send me a DM. I'll do my best to respond to each and every one of you there. And also, if you find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, if you guys use YouTube, at Tucker Weather on YouTube, not as many people watching on there right now, so there's less clutter. And if you have questions, I'll see them pop up on YouTube a lot faster than I'll see them pop up on Instagram. On TikTok. So just two little notes there. I do want to talk about Indiana. I've had a lot of questions about Indiana and what's going on here. We do have a tornado warning at this moment for, which county is this? Kosciuszko and Marshall counties near Bourbon, Indiana. What I'm looking at is not a particularly strong storm, but there is some rotation right here. So if you're near Bourbon, Indiana, that's north central Indiana, you do need to be on watch as there is the potential for a tornado to be ongoing out there right now. It'd be just north of Bourbon. If there's a tornado, it would be just north of Bourbon. Bourbon looks like a small place in Indiana, but that's where it'd be. That little spot I just circled for you. That is where your tornado would be. Some other places, Michigan doing all right. Like I said, the trend is your friend in Michigan. Those storms are weakening a bit, though we do have we do have a severe storm warning near Saginaw and Bay City, Michigan at this moment. Most of our activity, we just got a new warning near Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is sort of separate from our other storms. And one of the other things that we're looking at here are storms that will develop. I mean, you can see, obviously, the main line of storms. But the storms that develop outside of this main line, like you can see out here, those are all going to have tornado potential because they don't have to compete for resources like what you're seeing along the Mississippi River there. So we're watching these areas very closely. This includes Middle Tennessee and South Central Kentucky are in this area where we may see some supercells emerge. So this is something that we're looking at this moment. And I'm going to get to more of your questions. I'm seeing them drop in YouTube right now, too. So thanks for asking, guys. Let me get to you in a sec. Bowling Green, Kentucky, though, included in this warning. This storm, you could probably tell yourself, doesn't look as pretty. We don't have as much organization, but clearly there is some rotation. I was just taking a look to see if there's any debris. I'm not seeing debris, but we do have a bit of a hook right here. So the storm's rotating. May or may not be producing a tornado right now, but of course you should be treating it as if it is. So if you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky, or you live just south of Bowling Green, head to that safe place right now. Lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one, an interior room is going to keep you safest. You want to put as much space between you and the outside as possible. I just want to check back in on this tornado warning that's near Clarksburg, Tennessee, not Clarksville, Clarksburg, just south of Huntington, moving towards Brewston, Camden, Holiday. This is, again, a tornado warning storm in the, it's sort of like western middle Tennessee, if that is a place you Tennessee folks probably know if that counts, if that's fair to say. What we're looking at out here is, again, waiting for my radar to refresh, but we do have a storm. You can clearly see there's a bit of a hook here, but there's not a ton of organization on this one, so I'm not convinced they're going to extend this warning at this moment, but we're going to wait and watch this one. So Clarksburg, Brewston, Holiday, Huntington, Camden, you're in that warning. You got to head to your safe place. We do not have tornado warnings on these storms I'm going to mention right now, but I am watching them very closely. So you can see, like I was saying, there any storms that form ahead of that main line. You got this one that's just to the west of Humboldt, Dyersburg, Tennessee, Covington, Tennessee. These are three storms, and I would expect some of these will end up getting tornado warned. Those of you guys who are near Mayfield, these storms will be moving in your direction, and it is the Mayfield, Kentucky, the home of the infamous tornado just a few years ago. Not saying you're going to face anything like that, but I believe it's likely you're going to find yourself in a tornado warning in about the next 45 minutes, so I can give you a heads up. Hopefully you're thinking about where you're going to go right now, because Mayfield does look like it's in a spot that will be facing tornado warnings. Memphis, you're in a spot too that will be facing tornado warnings as well here. At least it appears very likely, and if you do not end up in a warning, there will be warnings just to the west of Memphis, just across the river. So that's an area that we're watching very closely as well. Let's see what else we got here. I'm trying to get to all your questions. Safe. If you're in Indianapolis, to be completely honest, I would stay awake a bit longer. I'm not saying you can't go to sleep, but if you're going to go to sleep, if you're in Indy, go to sleep the lowest floor of your house, just for extra precaution, and make sure those emergency alerts are turned on your phone too. Evansville, Indiana, we're looking at that threat. It's going to increase pretty quickly here as storms move in. If you're in Memphis, we just talked about that. Folk, Arkansas, tell me which part of Arkansas that's in, and I will look that up for you, Nathan. And we're going to take a look at Arkansas right now, basically. So Arkansas is where we have most of the activity at this moment. I'm going to call out some areas that are going to be impacted. We got a very strong storm here near Forest City. This is a confirmed tornado. It is a particularly dangerous situation. this is where our tornado would be, right here. So I just circled that. So just south of Forest City, Arkansas. This is a very dangerous situation. Let's see if we got debris. I would not be surprised. There's a lot of hail. There's a lot of hail. That is all hail right there, those green colors in the storm. So if you are near Palestine, the tornado would be just to your south, but you're getting crushed by hail. But between Haines and Forest City, Arkansas, we have what is a tornado and will continue to be a tornado passing between Madison and Widener. We need to watch very closely in Arkansas. So that's one area being impacted. We got another tornado warning here, not confirmed, but near Hazen and DeFalls Bluff, Arkansas. So these cells right here are rotating and have the potential to produce a tornado right now as well. So you do need to be on alert there. It appears we have a stronger storm, and this one maybe, it's not confirmed actually. I thought it may be, but we have a stronger storm. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right here. Again, I'm circling those areas of the storms where there would be tornadoes. If you are near Cotton Plant, in or around Cotton Plant, Arkansas, you have to head your safe place right now, because if there is a tornado, it would be moving your direction at this moment. We also have another tornado warning, and this one is near Marked Tree and Lepanto, Arkansas. Harder to say exactly where the tornado would be, but I believe we're looking at likely an area of rotation right there. That's sort of in the middle of nowhere, but moving towards Marked Tree, Arkansas, and the area I just circled seems to be accurate. No strong signs of rotation, but it is at least spinning weakly and has the potential to produce. We have another potential tornado. It is moving south of Caraway, Arkansas. If there is a tornado, it would be right here to the southeast of Caraway, moving in the direction of Dell, Arkansas. So if you're between Caraway and Dell, near Atoa, Floodway, Lost Cane, that's also a spot you need to be on alert. I mean, guys, there is so much ongoing right now. Every single piece of this line of storms is rotating at this moment. Let's see what else we got. We have a confirmed tornado, and this may be the Caraway storm I was just mentioning. If you're near Manila, Gosnell, Blytheville, those are areas that you need to be heading down to your safe place right now too. You're in that warning. We were talking about a previously very dangerous tornado that was moving near Leachville. The good news with that storm is that I don't see as much. So that storm appears to have weakened a bit, and we can kind of see what it did. So you can see that hook. You see that near Lake City? It's right around here by Lake City. If you can see me moving my mouse around. It passed just north of Lake City, just north of Leachville, and since then it is losing some steam. So good news on that one, our tornado emergency. We still have a PDS warning near Kennett, Arkansas, and Senath. Again, usually we focus in on one storm a little closer, but tonight, guys, is a very exceptional night in that we have so many warnings and so many areas at risk. Downtown Jonesboro also in a tornado warning right now, too. I'm not seeing any particularly strong rotation, but we may have an area of rotation there, and we definitely at least have a mesocyclone around here. So Jonesboro, you should be in your safe place, too. Again, lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one. I don't see anything imminent in Jonesboro, but you don't want to play around with these storms, not tonight. So head to those safe places. Let's get you an update. I see a lot of people asking about Ohio and Indiana. So let's get to Ohio, Indiana for you guys. And we're going to talk about Indiana first and then get to Ohio. Because Ohio, guys, you still have a little bit of time before those tornado warnings reach you. But we're going to talk about what you need to be ready for later tonight. So first, let's start with Indiana. Like I said, and we're taking a look at some more tornado warned storms. We have the border of Indiana. I'm going to highlight it for you. I'm just going to kind of go over it. The border of Indiana is right here. Okay, so you can kind of see it's on the right side of your screen. We did have a tornado warning near Shawneetown, and that is in Illinois. That is no longer warned. But if this storm gets warned again near Shawneetown, if you're in Mount Vernon, that would be impacting you. So if you're in Mount Vernon, you don't need to be in the safe place at this moment, but you should be prepared to go there. So just be ready if you're in Mount Vernon. We also got Mount Carmel, Indiana. Mount Carmel's in a spot that is in a tornado warning, and this actually does look like a tornado. I'm telling you, just looking at radar right here. So important note, if you're in Vincennes, I'm going to put this in motion. This storm is likely moving your direction. I'm going to switch this to 14 frames too so we can load them a bit quicker. So let's see. If you're in Vincennes, you know what? This storm looks like it may just miss Vincennes. But if you're in Vincennes, this is too close for comfort. If you're anywhere near Vincennes, you know what? You're not in a tornado warning right now, but I would be heading down to your safe place. I would be right now grabbing all the stuff you need to head to your safe place. Because I would not be surprised if they do extend this warning. Not seeing any debris signatures, but you can see a pretty nasty hook. I mean, this is our storm right here. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there. And you can see we get that flying V shape. So that's our storm. That's our supercell. And you can see, again, your supercells, when they make this sort of flying V shape, that tells you that your updraft is very strong. And, you know, it's basically your updraft is going to be right around here. And it's forcing the precipitation to go around it like a stone would in a brook. So that's a powerful storm. If you're in Vincennes, you should be thinking about going to your safe place right now. Got a couple warnings, by the way, in Louisville, Flora, Fairfield, Wayne City. Those are all in Illinois. And when you have a new tornado warning that was just issued for Terre Haute. I haven't forgotten you, Ohio people. I haven't forgotten my Ohio people yet, but I do need to get to this Indiana stuff first because this is more imminent. Terre Haute, of course, more populated area. We have a tornado warning in effect out here. Not seeing strong rotation. Not seeing strong rotation near Terre Haute. Good news on that front. But you know what? I'm actually not seeing a lot on this Terre Haute storm in terms of tornado production as it is right now. It looks like this was warned because there was a bit of a notch. So I'm not seeing much here, but actually, you know, Terre Haute, if there was a tornado, it looks like it would most likely be to the north of you. And I'm looking at what we're looking at here when you have these segments. You're looking for little notches. So like right here, that's a little notch just south of Clinton. You know, there is the potential for something between Harrison and Terre Haute. Those are our two little notches where you have your inflow and outflow sort of meeting each other. So just south of Clinton, Indiana, and between Harrison and Terre Haute, Indiana, that's where we could have tornadoes trying to be produced. If you're in any of those places, you should be in your safe place already. But I do want to let you know, Mecca, Rosedale, Fontaine, Sealyville, and Burnett, all places in Indiana, you should be heading to your safe place. That warning is near you. We're about to get to Ohio, but I do want to mention we still have this other tornado warning. It is moving towards, it's sort of on the northern end of Indiana near Syracuse, Legionnaire. It's, again, a line of storms here, and I haven't seen anything that shouts tornado to me. But you're at least going to get some very strong wind. There could be wind damage with wind gusts that are as strong as 70 miles per hour here. So, North Webster also just to the south of this warning. But this isn't a spot, North Webster. If you're anywhere in that area, basically if you're anywhere in far northeastern Indiana, you're at least going to be facing some strong to damaging winds out there. All right, so we've covered all our active warnings now. You guys in Ohio, you've been patient, so let's get to your questions as well. And I'm going to pull up our wide-scale radar. I'm going to put this in motion, and I'm going to put the Storm Prediction Center outlook over this so you can see what we're looking at in terms of where that risk is right now. So let's again set this up so you can see it a little better. All right. So what we're looking at right here, this is our outlook now, and our Storm Prediction Center outlook. You guys in Ohio have been asking what to expect. So you can see that sort of tan color, that's your level 3 risk. The level 4 risk is a bit higher in Indiana. We even have a level 5 risk where all the tornado warnings are right now. In eastern Ohio, level 2 risk. So we have a bit of a spread here. So basically what I'm looking at right now, if you are in the western half of Ohio, guys, the threat for severe weather in the western half of Ohio is certainly not as high as what we're looking at with storms ongoing right now in Indiana and Kentucky and Arkansas, but it's still high enough that I would stay awake until the threat passes. You may need to wait until something like 11, even midnight tonight, okay? But you'll be safest if you wait. If you have to go to sleep, if you got a job that forces you to be up early, you can go to sleep, but what I'm going to tell you is you got to make sure you have those emergency alerts turned on. And if it makes you feel better, might make me feel better. Wouldn't be a bad idea to sleep on the lowest floor of your house if you live in like a 2-story home or something. Eastern Ohio, you're in that level 2 risk for severe weather. So the risk is not quite as high. But what I do want to say is that it is high enough that you should be aware and prepared in case a warning is issued where you are. So you can go to sleep, but that includes making sure emergency alerts are turned on, and you may need to wait till midnight, 1 a.m., even 2 a.m. for those storms to get out of eastern Ohio. So these are our threat levels right now. And, of course, we're seeing the main event ongoing at this moment as these storms proceed through Arkansas and Tennessee. Let me get to some of your questions here. I'm getting to the YouTube questions, and I'm going to get to your TikTok questions as well. By the way, for those of you guys just tuning in, I am a meteorologist. You're going to get good weather information here, as I am an actual expert. I work on TV as a meteorologist. I have my degree from Penn State. So consider following if you're watching on TikTok, or subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. If you have any weather questions I haven't gotten to yet, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. I'm happy to answer your questions there. And if you have any questions, whether it's now, some of you guys have been following me for a while, you can ask me questions whenever you want. If you follow me on Instagram, you can send me a DM if you have any questions ever about weather. It's not just like a one-time thing. So happy to be a resource for you guys. All right, I'm going to do my best to get to all your questions now. I'm looking through chat, so I'm not going to get to all of them. I'm going to do my best, but like I said, that's what Instagram's there for. I'm Tucker Weather on YouTube, by the way, guys. If you guys are watching on TikTok, if I'm not getting to your questions, there's less people watching on YouTube, so I'll see them a lot more if you jump on the YouTube at Tucker Weather. All right, so let's get to questions. I saw Chattanooga, Tennessee come up a couple times. Lucky for Chattanooga, that threat's going to increase more so tomorrow morning, not so much tonight. So you're going to be all right out there in Chattanooga tonight. But the threat will increase again once we get to, as early as 8, 9, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's when that threat begins to increase. Let's see here. Akron, Ohio. If you're in Akron, you're in a spot where that threat is going to be a bit lower than some areas farther west. So you can go to sleep. Just make sure you have a way, make sure those warnings, they can wake you up. So make sure emergency alerts are turned on and all that stuff. Mount Washington, Kentucky. Tell me which side of the state that's in, and I can give you a better answer. I'll say it this way: if you're in the Louisville area, or you're farther to the west, Louisville or west in Kentucky, that's where you really need to be watching closely, as this threat is moderate to high for tornadoes in Louisville and farther west. Don't go to sleep if you're in Louisville, Bowling Green, or farther west until the threat has passed. Let's see. If you are in Lexington or Maysville or Cincinnati, I would still stay awake until the threat passes, but the threat is notably lower. And if you are to the east of Lexington, you can go to sleep. You'll be okay. Just make sure you have those warnings in case something is issued. See, Detroit, that question about Detroit. There's going to be some strong wind out there in Detroit. I'll say that the tornado threat appears to be getting quite low in Detroit. So could still be a strong storm out there in southern Michigan, but the trend is your friend right now. Could be some damaging wind gusts out there, but I don't see much. I don't see anything that's out of the ordinary for a powerful storm. A garden variety, tornado warning, if you will. Severe storm warning, if you will. So still strong storm, but not anything you haven't seen before. Northern Mississippi, I'm watching storms as they approach northern Mississippi right now. We're looking at northern Mississippi to be impacted in the next hour or two here. So if something happens, it'll happen pretty soon, and I'm watching that closely. And by the way, guys, we just got a tornado warning for Evansville. So if you've been on here for like 5 minutes, you heard me say 5 minutes ago, if you're in Evansville, that area, Vincennes area, you should be heading down to your safe place. We did just get that warning extended into Evansville. So we're gonna jump on that here in 30 seconds. What's up, GG? Westfield, Indiana. Westfield, you're in a spot where that threat is reasonably high for tornadoes and is going to be increasing over the next hour or so. So for Westfield, we're going to be tracking that right here, but you should be prepared. Think about where that safe place is going to be. Just be ready to go down to the basement or wherever it is. We're going to jump on all the storms in Arkansas in a second, but most of Arkansas, if you are north and or west of Little Rock, you're in the clear now. If you're north and or west of Little Rock, it's mainly south and east of Little Rock that we got to watch now. Mississippi, the greatest risk is going to be the northern side of the state. Indianapolis, we see that threat increasing in the next 60 minutes. Let's let's see, Madisonville, Kentucky. That is in a spot where we are going to be watching that threat increase as well over the next few hours here. Let me see. Toledo, your threat is level 3 out of 5, so we are going to be watching. I would stay awake till the storms pass. They'll be there in about the next hour or so. So I see a lot of you guys asking your questions. Again, do my best to get to all of you guys. And like I said, if you're just tuning in, we're going to take a look at that storm near Evansville right now. But if you're just tuning in, again, consider following on TikTok or following here on or subscribing on YouTube. Like I said, I am a meteorologist, so I can promise you there's a lot of people out there on the internet, guys, who genuinely don't know what they're talking about and kind of spread some stupid information, to say the very least. To put it nicely, we'll say. I'm not one of those people. This is information you can trust, and I'm going to do my best to give you the best and answer all your questions. Again, I definitely can't answer all of them because there's a lot of you, and I'm very appreciative of you guys being here, and hopefully I can help you. But that's what, like I said, if I'm not getting to your questions, find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube and ask there, or find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. Send me a DM on Instagram, and I will get to all your questions there. Just like I said, Instagram's a good spot. If you follow and ask me your questions, I'll get to all of them after I wrap up the live, if I don't see them in the live. All right, so now we're going to get to that storm near Evansville. Remember, we were talking about this guy near Shawneetown. If there's a tornado, we're going to get a little closer to this guy. If there's a tornado, it would be moving just south of Shawneetown, right here. Actually, there's 2 spots that we could have some rotation. But I expect that it's that one spot just south of Shawneetown. And as we switch to our velocity, you're seeing a lot of a jumble of colors, but we certainly have some rotation here where you have those blue and green colors side by side. So we are watching this for the potential at a tornado. Not seeing any debris, but there is a lot of hail in here. Those green colors indicating a strong hail core. So we are likely seeing, I'd say at least severe hail, probably like an inch, if not greater. But Shawneetown is downstream, or rather upstream of some other places like Uniontown. This is Kentucky. And then we got Mount Vernon, Indiana, and Evansville, Indiana, which are going to be in the path of this as well. So if you are in any of those places I just mentioned, including Evansville, you do need to head down to your safe place right now. So with Evansville, here, I'll zoom out a bit. With Evansville, you're still, a ways away from this. Gonna need to get a drink of water soon. You're still a ways away from this, but this storm is moving your direction reasonably quickly, and it would reach Evansville sometime in the next 45 to 60 minutes. So you still have time out there, but it's moving your direction, and it's in an environment where it's likely able to stay strong and keep producing. Let's see. Take a look at some. I'm looking at some of your questions as well about Indiana. More about Indiana and Ohio. Southeastern Ohio, you can go to sleep tonight. Just make sure you have your alerts turned on. I'm going to jump into some of these storms near. I'm going to jump into some of these storms that are near the Tennessee and Arkansas border, because that is where we're seeing some of the most impactful weather at this moment. We have a storm right now that's actually going to be passing to the north side of Memphis, it appears, and is producing baseball-sized hail. So that's a concern just for property damage. Of course, we're more concerned about loss of life and stuff like that. But Memphis right here, circled on your screen, it is this storm right here that is producing baseball-sized hail, and it is also tornado warned. This storm likely passing just north of Memphis. I'm looking at just north of Marion. So just north of the Memphis area. If you live north or to the north and west of Memphis, you should be in your safe place, as there is a tornado warning out there. Got another storm moving towards Wilson, Arkansas, right on the border. It's this guy here. If there is a tornado, it would be right that area I circled right there where you're seeing that hook. That would be moving towards Wilson, right in the border of Tennessee and Arkansas once again. A lot of these storms that were in Arkansas are now reaching the border of Arkansas and Tennessee. So good news if you're in Arkansas. Not good news if you're in Tennessee, because these storms are still very strong. Blytheville, Gosnell. This is also a spot where we may have a tornado being produced somewhere in that area I circled. We can use our wind velocity to see where the rotation is. This is likely not producing right now, but it has the potential to produce. So we're going to be watching that closely as well. Let me see what else we got here. Mound City, Cairo, that's the border of Illinois. Basically right in the border of, Mound City we're talking about, on the border of Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri. right by Sykes-Town as well. This is where we have another warning in effect, and that's going to be passing again. If there's a tornado, it looks like it'd be near Sykes-Town right now, passing just north of Charleston. That's in Missouri, and into the direction of Cairo, Mountain City in Illinois. I want to keep a close eye on that storm closing in on Evansville. Still some time out there. We do have a tornado warning near Mount Carmel. The one that we were talking about near Vincennes, it's not holding together as well, but we still have some activity out here on radar. If you're in Vincennes, like I said, I said you should head to your safe place before. I'd hang out there a little longer, but things are trending better for you at this moment. Our tornado warning that is moving into central Indiana was extended, by the way. So we're going to talk about this. Let me just zoom out, make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I'm not. All right, so this storm that passed near Terre Haute, this warning is in effect still for portions of west central Indiana. We have a couple cells in this warning, and while I'm not seeing anything in particular stand out, we are looking at what maybe two areas that could produce a tornado. This is south of Rockville and moving south of Russellville, Indiana. So we're going to be watching this one as these storms continue to move to the north and east in the direction of Rochdale. And eventually they'll reach some places like Lebanon, New Ross, New Brunswick, Liston, Indiana. So these storms we're watching closely. They're tornado warned right now. I don't see anything that suggests there's a tornado being produced at this moment, but we do need to keep an eye on it. I also don't want to leave out the fact that we do have a strong storm that's been tornado warned for quite some time. It's a confirmed tornado. It is in the southwestern edge of Arkansas, approaching Waldo. So if you're wondering where Waldo is, I think I just found Waldo. It's right here. Not good to be Waldo right now because we're looking at what is real tornado potential in this area, and that is not good for Waldo, Arkansas. You can see very clearly here our area of rotation, and basically that area right there is where we have our rotation in the storm right now. That's where we have our couplet. So basically what you have is wind that is inbound in the green side, you have wind that's outbound on the red side, and right in the middle of those two things, that's where our rotation is. That's where a tornado would be being produced. And most certainly, we have real tornado potential ongoing right now. It's been confirmed by the National Weather Service. And let me just make sure we don't have any debris here. Let's see. I'm not seeing any debris, luckily, but there is a lot of hail in that storm. So we'll keep an eye on that storm, too, as it moves north and east in the direction of Waldo. All right, let's get to more of your questions now, since we did a nice run-through of all our tornado warnings. Let's put this in motion. Let's see. Thanks, Julie. I appreciate you. So that Jonesboro, I'll say Jonesboro is no longer in a tornado warning, which is good. That tornado warning for Jonesboro has expired. Don't let your guard down yet, but Jonesboro is almost in the clear after making it through that line of intense storms. Evansville is in a tornado warning, Amanda, so just make sure that you are in your safe place now. It's still about 45 minutes away, but we're watching that one. Getting some more of the questions on TikTok as well, by the way, here. I'm going to blow my nose in a second, by the way. But, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. I was just looking at Elizabethtown, too, because that was an area that was impacted earlier. Elizabethtown, luckily, not in any warnings, but we do have another warning that is near Sykes-Town in Missouri. So that if this storm near Sykes-Town continues on its current trajectory, that would make its way into Elizabethtown. So, again, this storm in Sykes-Town, Missouri, that is moving in the direction of Elizabethtown and eventually Morganfield, Kentucky. So we'll be watching that one too. Evansville is in that tornado warning in that area as well, by the way. All right, let's see. Trying to get to all your questions. Yeah, so Ohio. I always get a lot of Ohio people. Drop an OH in the TikTok chat if you're in Ohio, because Ohio people show out in these lives. I respect it. I'm a Penn Stater, though, so I have a little bias against the school out there in Columbus. But Ohio, if you, like I've been saying before, dang, look at those Ohio numbers. For those of you guys watching on YouTube, we got a lot of Ohio people in TikTok chat. Those of you guys on TikTok, by the way, if you're not already aware, I am also live streaming on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I will say I do very regular weather updates on YouTube. I mean, like every other day at least. And I was talking about this potential tornado outbreak, like about a week ago. So if you're looking for a place to get some more in-depth weather information, also I'll see your questions come across my YouTube live a lot more clearly than I will on TikTok. Just find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube. That's a really good resource. But Ohio, let's get to what you guys are going to be facing. I'm going to pull open our risk map again here, and you'll see once more where we're looking at our greatest risks for severe weather. I'll again highlight the categorical levels. We get that level 5 out of 5 risk where we have most of our storms right now. We have that level 4 risk in Indiana. We have a level 3 risk for most of western Ohio, basically Columbus and farther west, level 3. And if you're in eastern Ohio, we're looking at a level 2 risk out there. So if you're in western Ohio, we're looking at storms that are beginning to approach you. What I'll say is they are weakening a bit already as they move into Indiana. They are still dangerous storms, but they are slowly weakening. So if you're in Ohio, western Ohio, I would stay awake until these storms move through. And they're still at least 2, 3, even 4, about 2 or 3 hours out from western Ohio. If you're in eastern Ohio, you can go to sleep. Just make sure you get emergency alerts turned on. Indiana's still in that level 4 risk. I would definitely stay awake if you're in Indiana, or basically if you're in Middle Tennessee, at least we'll say if you are in Nashville or farther west, I would stay awake till these storms get through that area too. So doing my best to get to all your questions, but that is at a glance what I would be doing here. Let's see. Got some questions about Michigan. So if you're in Michigan, I was talking about Michigan earlier. Great news for you guys. That threat in Michigan is on the lower side right here, luckily. And in Michigan, I would expect there to be the potential for some damaging wind, but the tornado potential seems to be getting pretty low in Michigan. So good news on that front. Let's see what else we got. Toledo, Ohio. Yeah, again, I'm looking at what maybe some damaging wind potential, but tornado potential is decreasing. Stay on alert in Toledo. You still got about an hour and a half before the storms get in there. Mayfield, Kentucky. I was saying before, you're in a spot where we have the potential to see some damaging storms. The tornado potential is still on the moderate to high side there. So be on alert. I'm watching them closely as they approach you guys out there in Mayfield. I'm watching close. I don't expect anything like you saw a few years ago, but it can't completely be ruled out. Topeka, Kansas, you're all good in Topeka. You're all good in Topeka. No tornadoes out there. Great question from Lauren on the YouTube chat here at Tucker Weather again. Which is a better safe room? A bathroom that's an exterior room or a room under the stairs that's all interior walls? That's a great question. So a lot of people talk about going into a bathroom as a safe place, but to be honest, there's nothing specific that makes a bathroom safer than any other room. So in Lauren's case, where you have a bathroom that has an exterior wall, meaning it faces the outside, versus a little room under the stairs that's all interior walls, you want to go for that room that has all interior walls. Name of the game is put as much space between you and the outside as possible and get as low to the ground or underground if you can. So it's a great question. Definitely pick that interior room. Bathroom just happens to be the interior of a lot of homes, but it's all about an interior room, whether it's a bathroom or not. Jackson, Tennessee, you're all good out, or excuse me, Jackson, Tennessee, rather. I was looking at Mississippi. Jackson, Tennessee, we have to watch closely. That threat is ramping up right now, and if there is going to be a tornado in Jackson, it would likely be in about the next hour to hour and a half. So stick around here as we continue to watch this, or pop back on as we continue to watch. Give me like 1 second because I am going to blow my nose. We've been going for a little while here, but what you're looking at is our current radar, and on top of that, you have our Storm Prediction Center risk levels right now. So give me 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. And we are already back. All right, so I'm gonna flip this. Actually, let's do this. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're just looking at some of these. Yeah, you're good in Topeka. Tay, you're good in Topeka. Getting to your questions as best I can here. Let me flip my TikTok around here just really briefly, so I can talk to you guys. There we go. Sorry for the shadows. So I'm looking. I'm on YouTube here. I'm on TikTok here. Our severe weather threat for those of you guys who are in Ohio. I'll say this: it's going to be more or less picking up in the next few hours. So if you're in Ohio, you still got some time before that threat really reaches a dangerous level. But you need to be on watch as there is certainly a tornado risk out there in Ohio. Indiana, that threat is increasing right now, so you got to head to your safe place. And then the other thing that we're watching is if you're in the western half of Tennessee, if you're in the western half of Kentucky, that threat's going to be high for the next few hours, so you got to head to your safe place. And by the way, for those of you guys who are just jumping on, I said it before, but I am a meteorologist, so consider following here. I'm going to give you the best weather information I can. I have a degree in this. I work as a meteorologist professionally, so I got you guys. And if you have any questions I'm not getting to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, and more importantly, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. If you send me if you follow me there on Instagram, send me a DM. I'll do my best to get back to each and every one of you. And it's not just for tonight. If you ever have any weather questions, guys, you can always send me your questions on Instagram or on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I'll get to all you guys there. But I just wanted to say hi on TikTok. I know you guys on YouTube are probably like, where do you go? I want to say hi to you guys on TikTok so you know it's a real person giving you weather information here. I'm going to flip you, though. You guys probably want to see the weather data. I'm going to flip you back to our live here. So there we go. I know you're watching for the radar, not my face. And those of you guys on YouTube, again, I'm right here still. Just wanted to flip back on this. All right. So let's reset here. I'll give you guys a closer look. If you're watching on TikTok, try to get a drink of water, blow my nose, keep things going. We've been going for a little while, but we still got more to do. And there we go. That should be framed up pretty good. Okay, so let's answer more of your questions. Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington is in that level 3 risk, and that risk is going to, you still got a few hours before it really picks up, but that is something that we are watching closely. Does lightning really strike the same place twice? Tyler asks in the YouTube chat. The answer is yeah. Lightning, of course, it can strike the same place twice. That is a real thing. We got lightning rods on tall buildings that attract lightning and actually can cause some upwards lightning too. So lightning does do that, in fact. Thanks, Alyssa, for the lightning bolts, by the way, on TikTok. I love those things. Let's see. What other question we got here? I see a lot of Central Indiana questions. Central Indiana, that threat's going to be increasing here over the next few hours, but especially, really over the next 30 to 60 minutes. So Bloomington, Indiana, we're going to get to here as well. Those storms that I'm watching near Evansville, those will eventually move into the Bloomington area. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on that for you guys. Cadiz, Kentucky, and Louisville, Kentucky, both places, there is at least a moderate tornado threat. So if you are going to go to sleep, and if you're in Louisville especially, I wouldn't go to sleep until this threat's over. But just make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone. I'd even go to sleep in the lowest floor of your house just to add an extra level of safety. Let's see here. We're gonna get into some of the warnings that are ongoing now that we've kind of given you an overview. And like I said, for those of you guys who are watching on TikTok, consider moving over to YouTube as well at Tucker Weather. I got a lot of room for you guys to answer questions there. I won't miss them as easily if you answer questions. No problem if you don't. I'm just saying I'll see them a lot quicker on there. And also just in general, if you guys are on TikTok and you do watch stuff on YouTube, I am working on building a weather community on YouTube. And like I said, you treat me as like your personal meteorologist, like you got a guy, all right? I'm happy to answer all your questions whenever you need them. Happy to do that always. Let's see. Michigan, the good news is that your threat for severe weather actually appears to be somewhat low based on everything I'm seeing. So Michigan certainly trending the right way. We're going to jump into, though, our tornado warning that is moving in the direction of Evansville now, because Evansville, a largely populated area, and we still have this warning in effect. So let's see. Let's talk about what we're seeing here. And I see a bunch of people asking questions in the YouTube chat, so we're going to get to those in just a moment. But circling the portion of this storm, this is just south of Mount Vernon. where we would have a potential tornado. You can see that hook there. If we switch to our wind velocity, not seeing as much rotation, which is a good sign, but this storm is still rotating. So if you're in the Evansville area, you need to be in your safe place right now. Mount Vernon, you should be in your safe place too, but you're likely getting pummeled more by hail than a tornado. Seeing some of those questions in the YouTube chat, by the way. So those of you guys on YouTube, I'm going to get to your questions now too, since I got everyone on TikTok there a second ago. Muncie, Indiana, that threat out in Muncie is going to be increasing in the short term here, but it looks like primarily a damaging wind threat right now in Muncie. Let's see, northeastern Mississippi, you should be ready. That threat's going to be greatest where you are around 9 to 10 o'clock. So we'll be watching as we get towards the 9 to 10 o'clock out there. I said out there twice. My bad for that. South Bend, Indiana. That threat out there in South Bend, you did have that storm warning earlier. That threat in South Bend is really decreasing, though. You're almost in the clear in South Bend. The worst of it is certainly over. Almost in the clear entirely. Gallatin County, Kentucky. I don't know exactly where that county is, but if you are basically to the west of Louisville or the west of Bowling Green, that's where the threat's greatest. If you're to the east of those places, you do need to be on watch for a tornado threat, but it's comparably lower. So just make sure you have emergency alerts or something turned on your phone. Blytheville we were looking at before. And so let me take a look at Blytheville. I assume we're talking Blytheville, Arkansas. If there is a tornado, it would be right around Blytheville right now. But from the last time I looked, I didn't see anything to suggest that it was on the ground. But Blytheville, you're in it right now. If there's something going on, it would be in the area right now. I don't see anything that says there is something going on, but there is the potential. So stay put. Hopefully in your safe place. Stay in your safe place. If you're near Dryersburg, Tennessee, by the way, that storm is moving your direction as well. And we also just got a new tornado warning we're going to talk about here in a moment. Seeing some Buffalo, New York. You're all good out there in Buffalo, Emma. You're all good out there in Buffalo. 30 minutes west of Columbus, you do have a tornado threat. It's a medium level threat, and that threat's going to increase in about the next 2 hours out there. So stay on watch. Harrisburg, Illinois. Good news for most of Illinois. Most of Illinois is in the clear now, but Harrisburg, that's a great question. We're getting to Harrisburg now too. Harrisburg, I'm going to circle on the map for you. You can see it right here, circled in black. There is a tornado warned storm moving in. We would likely have a tornado right here if it's on the ground, and it would be moving in the direction of Harrisburg. But let's see. Actually, give me one moment. It looks as though if we did have a tornado, it might actually be behind the area I just circled, so right around here. Harrisburg, you need to be ready to go down to your safe place. This storm would be moving in the direction of Harrisburg. Actually, I'll give you a little trajectory here. Harrisburg is certainly in the realm of possibility for this storm, and it would likely get there in about the next 30 minutes. So Harrisburg, just grab some stuff, grab some food, grab some water in case you got to camp out in the basement for a little while, but you should be thinking about that safe place you're going to go. Remember, guys, if there is a tornado warning, you want to go to the lowest floor of your house in an interior room, all right? A basement, if you got one, that's always ideal. We're going to take a look at some of these storms near Memphis here, too, by the way. Let's see what we got here. Macon County, Tennessee. If you tell me which side of the state that's in, I can give you a better update on that. Let's see. I got Murray, Kentucky as well. So we're going to get to Murray, Kentucky first. I'll say this about Murray. I'll circle Murray in black out here. You can see that on the edge of your screen. If you're on TikTok, you can see it more clearly here on YouTube. This severe storm near Martin, which of course isn't too far to your south and west, that's a strong storm. It's not tornado warned. It does look like it is going to pass you and miss you. But if you're in Murray, Kentucky, you still got a bunch of storms that are moving along the Mississippi River. And basically what we're looking at are all these storms out here in this line that still have to make their way east. And Murray, you still have a lot of activity that you still got to get through out there. Warren, Ohio, I just want you to be on watch tonight. Make sure you have your emergency alerts on your phone. The tornado threat's medium to medium low, so it's lower out there. Paducah, we're watching very closely. So Paducah right now, that's one of the areas I was going to touch on a moment ago. There was a tornado warning. It was just extended to areas just to the west of Paducah. Paducah, I'm circling. It is on your screen right there, sort of on the edge. Paducah's in a spot where there is no warning right now, but this storm out here, it's got a lot of room to run, and it is approaching Paducah. So you still likely have about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes in Paducah before this storm reaches you. But again, you should be preparing to go down to that safe place. If you want to be safe, grab a helmet, grab some water, grab some food. Just get ready to hang out kind of in a safe place. You don't need to head down there yet, but you should be prepared in Paducah. I'm just giving you an early warning. Thanks for that clearing that up for me. Next, by the way, above Nashville. So basically, that's enough for me to work with here. So if you live north of Nashville and a lot of Middle Tennessee out here, especially in the Nashville area or a little farther north, you can see radar is pretty quiet out closer to Nashville at this moment. But what I'll say about Nashville is, again, we still have this strong line of storms that has not come through yet. All of this is moving north and east. So Nashville, you still got a few hours, but that doesn't mean there's no threat there. That threat just hasn't reached you yet. And so we're watching Nashville closely as those storms approach a bit later tonight. I'm going to jump back into this Evansville storm. The good news is that if there is a tornado being produced, it looks as though it would be passing just north of Evansville if a tornado is being produced here. It would likely be just south of Mount Vernon right now. Ooh, that's not a good frame update right there, guys. So you can see very clearly this hook, right? You see what I'm talking about here? You guys know what a hook is? Let me highlight it for you guys, because I've been talking about hooks a lot. That piece of the storm that extends out. You have your main glob out here, if you will, and then you get that piece that extends out. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here in this area I am drawing all those pointer arrows at. That is where your tornado would be. If we look at our velocity, there is certainly some rotation in there right now. And if we look at our debris tracker, I'm not seeing debris, luckily. But this looks more concerning. There may be a tornado trying to drop just south of Mount Vernon. And this thing will be passing just to the north of Evansville, just to the north and west near Highland, Indiana. So we're watching this one closely now. If you're near Highland, you absolutely have to head to your safe place right now. I also want to mention, we were talking about Mount Carmel earlier for tornado potential. I'm watching this area too, and there's a lot of stuff on radar right now. It's making it hard to discern. But Mount Carmel, you are in a tornado warning. Vincennes, I was talking about before too. I'm looking at this storm here. That's a hook right there. If you are near Vincennes, this storm is sort of moving your direction as well. So Vincennes, Indiana, you're not in a tornado warning right now, but that storm I do want to keep a close eye on, and I said it had to be like almost a half hour ago now. In Vincennes, you should be thinking about your safe place. We also got Bicknell, Indiana, and this is a storm that will eventually be moving in the direction of Bloomington. This storm right here, clearly a strong storm. There's your supercell, and it is moving. If this storm continues, it will be making a close pass to Bloomfield, Ellettsville, and Bloomington, Indiana. This storm out by Bicknell. It's not tornado warned, but it's got that look, guys. So I would not be surprised if that does end up getting tornado warned at some point here. Those of you guys in central Indiana, I've seen a lot of questions about central Indiana here. Lebanon, Plainfield, Brownsburg, even Indianapolis. We got areas farther south like, Southport, Greenwood, Whiteland, Bargersville, Franklin. For those of you guys who don't know, I actually was a meteorologist on TV in Indianapolis for a little while too. I covered the big outbreak of March 31st, 2023. What we have right now, though, less so tornado potential, but look at this, guys. Look at this. This is actually really big. You see this bowing segment? You see how the storms are bowing out like that? Look at that on radar. I mean, that is a picture-perfect look. When you see that on radar, that tells us you have some very powerful winds. The air in the mid-levels of the atmosphere is being driven down to the ground by these storms, and when storms bow out like that, that's when you can get some really strong and damaging wind gusts. So while I do not see as much tornado potential at this moment in central Indiana, that is an intense bowing segment of storms. The warning is currently for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but based on what we're seeing, I would not be shocked. Based on the trend we're seeing, I would not be shocked if we do end up seeing an even higher level wind speed than that. So that is something that we will be watching very closely. And you can see clearly here on our wind velocity, especially right here where you see those dark blue colors. Right by Greencastle and moving into Stylesville, Clayton, Plainfield, Mooresville. This is where we really have some strong wind gusts. That is where near Greencastle where we could have some of those wind gusts that may be approaching up to 80 miles per hour out here. So Greencastle, and again, that's getting close to Danville, Plainfield. That could pass through downtown Indy. Beech Grove, Southport also, some spots that could be impacted. And those winds, you get winds that are up to 80 miles per hour, that's going to do just as much damage as a weak tornado, by the way. So definitely not to be discounted are those winds. We're going to move a little farther south, back down towards Evansville. Tornado is still not confirmed here, but we do have reason to be concerned about this storm. Let me see some of these questions out here, too. Let's see. Still a little bit of time before storms get bad near Cincinnati and Dayton, Ohio as well. Dayton, Ohio, you got at least an hour out in Dayton. You got closer to about 75 minutes in Cincinnati. Osceola, we're watching as well for that wind and tornado potential. And especially near Evansville right now, we are tracking this storm, which does have the potential to produce a tornado as well. So if you're in Evansville, we've been talking about you guys for a little while here. We're going back as we get new data. You do need to be in your safe place in Evansville. Again, lowest floor of your house, basement if you have one. Get away from exterior walls, windows, stuff like that. Waiting for our radar to update as we are bringing in, ingesting a lot more new data. So in this moment, I'll say again, if you guys are just tuning in, I am a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston. I have a degree in meteorology from Penn State. So you're going to get legitimate weather information from an expert on this. So consider following here on TikTok and subscribing, especially if you're watching on YouTube at Tucker Weather, because you're going to get good weather information you can trust. And if you ever have any questions, and I'm not getting to them, I'm doing my best to get to all your questions. But if I don't get to your questions, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. If you follow me on Instagram, you can shoot me a DM. I'll answer your questions there. And as always, I'll say this again, I am always open to answering your questions. It doesn't just have to be about tonight. It could be a year from now if you're like, oh, hey, I got a weather question and it's 2029. I'm just going to DM this meteorologist. You can do that. I'm here to be a resource for you guys. And like I said, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather on YouTube. There are less people in our YouTube chat, so if you're asking questions and I'm not seeing them, it's more likely I will see them in the YouTube chat. But I'm still looking through TikTok as best I can to answer your questions. All right, we're talking about Indiana here. We mentioned Evansville. We're going to come back to this when we get a radar update. But what I will say is if you live near Highland especially, that is where we have the potential for a tornado on the north side of Evansville out there. Indianapolis, we're getting back to here. Actually, we did just get a new tornado warning. Then we're going to talk about Indianapolis. And in fact, if you guys have been watching for the last 5-10 minutes, it might have been 5 or 10 minutes ago, I said that storm near Bicknell. Who remembers that? I said the storm near Bicknell might be warned for a tornado. Well, it was just, in fact, warned for a tornado. And as I mentioned before as well, this is moving in the direction of Bloomfield, Indiana, and eventually will reach Bloomington. So again, hopefully I was able to give you that early warning if you've been watching here for the last few minutes. This is a tornado-warned storm north of Bicknell, moving through more rural areas, but moving in the direction of Bloomfield. Indianapolis, seeing some questions. People live in big buildings in Indianapolis. Are you all right out there? And then I'll get to your Ohio questions, like Cincinnati. You're going to be okay. If you're in a high-rise, you all right? When I was living in downtown Indianapolis, I lived at Cityway. I did not live in a big building out there, but I was out there during some big storms, and everything worked out all right. You really need some very, very powerful winds to make there be issues in those big buildings. But yeah, Indianapolis is going to be okay. Just the wind is going to be very strong. There could be some minor damage. I'm thinking there could be some minor roof damage due to wind to some homes. You can see that Boeing segment in our line of storms. And that Boeing segment tells us that there is a lot of strong wind being driven to the ground out of the middle level of the atmosphere. These storms are continuing to move east, Ghost, for your question there. Fort Wayne, Indiana, we can get to that now too. What I will say is that in Fort Wayne, the main event has not reached you yet, but storms are appearing much weaker on the north side of Indiana. So northern Indiana storms are not looking quite as put together. So good news for Fort Wayne, but you still may be in for some, strong to potentially damaging wind gusts out there too. The strongest wind, though, right now looks like it is, like I said before, moving in the direction of Clayton, Indiana, Plainfield, Indiana, especially this segment right here near Stylesville. This is where we could have some wind gusts that are up to 80 miles per hour. So that's strong enough to do as much damage as a weak tornado might. Let's see. We got Florence, Kentucky, Shepherdsville, Kentucky. We got a lot of Kentucky questions here too. So I'm going to do Kentucky here for you guys real quick. What I'm looking at for Kentucky, I'm gonna open up our Storm Prediction Center Outlook here. If you're in Kentucky, I'm gonna broad brush this. If you're in, so here's Louisville, here's Bowling Green. If you are to the west of Louisville or Bowling Green, do not go to sleep until these storms pass you. You're going to be seeing that threat increase between now and about the next 90 minutes. If you're east of those places, closer to like, say, Lexington, or if you're in Cincinnati, I know that's Ohio, that's where you can go to sleep. Just make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone before you do. If you're in Lexington or Cincinnati, personally, I'd stay up and I'd wait for this threat to pass. But those are areas where the threat is a bit lower. Hey, Brianna, welcome back in. Hey, those of you guys watching on YouTube, by the way, be sure to subscribe because this is peak tornado season, and you better believe we'll be doing a lot more coverage. And by the way, if you guys are watching on YouTube too, feel free to comment on any of my old or recent videos. If you want to learn about anything, I do a lot of more longer form teaching videos on YouTube as well. And anyone on TikTok who's interested, that's at Tucker Weather. All right, let's see. We're moving back south a little bit. I want to talk about some storms that are in the Memphis area. We do have some strong storms that are moving just north of Memphis. We were talking about these before. And we almost got to 1,000 people on TikTok watching at once here. We were over 50 on YouTube. We're still working on YouTube. That's a work in progress. Let's get to this storm, though, right here that is north of Memphis. You can see Memphis towards the bottom of your screen here. I'll box it so you can see it. This storm is tornado warned. This looks like it is producing a tornado. It is moving in the direction of Munford and Brighton. That is just across the border in Tennessee. You can see very clearly here that hook we're looking at. So here's our storm, and here's the hook. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there where that circle is. We can zoom in a little closer right now because this is not a great situation. Moving in the direction of Dixonville, Shake Rag, Wilkinsville, Tipton, Atoka. Those are all locations here in Tennessee. We open up our wind velocity. You can kind of see a jumble of colors there, but there is certainly a rotation. We open up our debris tracker. Not seeing any debris right now, luckily. But we still have a couple of impactful storms aside from that one that are moving north. So we got one near Osceola we were talking about before. In Osceola, you are in a tornado warning. If there is a tornado, Osceola, it would most likely be, well, at this point we have a pretty big jumble of storms, but it would likely be a bit to your west right now. So you still have a bit of time, but you need to be in your safe place now. You got to head down there if you're not there already. We also have a tornado warning storm a little farther north. This one is right on the border of the Boot Hill, Missouri, and north and eastern Tennessee near Caruthersville, Ridgely, New Bern. So if you're in those areas, you got to be in your safe place right now too. Got another tornado warning in Arkansas, by the way. This one near Stuttgart and Clarendon, Arkansas. If we open up our wind velocity, you can see more clearly here that rotation. No sign. There is definitely a tornado on the ground here, but there is a sign of rotation without a doubt there too. Let's see. Hey, Sydney, welcome to YouTube. Happy you found me here. I see questions about Ohio. We're going to get to Ohio too. If you live in the White House, you're good. No tornadoes out by the White House, luckily. We're going to get back to that tornado warning storm near Evansville, since this is really, really getting close to a more populated area. And what we're seeing here is a lot of wind, first off. I'm not seeing as much in the order of rotation, but that's a lot of wind. That's wind that may be gusting up to 70 miles per hour out there. That's a lot of hail, too. This is a very strong storm. passing just to the north and west of Evansville right now. If you're near Armstrong, Indiana, you're about to get hailed on hard, and there's going to be a lot of winds too. So you're about to hear this storm. You're going to be hearing that thunder. You're going to be hearing that lightning. If there is a tornado, it is likely that it would be to the south of you, however, and you can see our entire supercell, as we call it here, our storm cloud. It's right where I put that circle there. That's where a tornado would be if one is being produced. So right now, that if one is being produced, that would be passing near Highland and eventually close to Elliott. You do need to be in your safe place. Darmstadt as well. You should be in your safe place too. I do expect this warning will be extended. So while there is no warning where you guys are, I'm going to call out some towns. Elberfeld, Hobstadt, Mackey, Somerville, Spurgeon, Linville. Those are places I believe you're going to find yourself in a tornado warning pretty soon here. I want to check back in on these storms in central Indiana too. And then I'll talk about Ohio a bit more in detail. Our storm that was near Bicknell continues to move to the north and east. There is still rotation on that storm. And Bloomfield, if you're near Bloomfield, that's sort of the next spot it's going to reach. So if you're in Bloomfield, you should be in your safe place right now. Central Indiana, we're still tracking that very powerful line of storms. And actually, you know what? They may issue a tornado warning here for central Indiana. And you know what? You know what I was saying about that wind potential? They did just upgrade their warning to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I mentioned that's what I was expecting. If I was in the hot seat, I'd say 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's what they just did. I also want to mention they may end up tornado warning a segment of this line. So if you're near Brownsburg, to be completely honest, if you're in Brownsburg right now, I'd be heading to your safe place. You're not in a tornado warning, but Brownsburg, I worked at Fox 59. This would impact the TV station right out here too, if this continues. But Brownsburg, I'd be heading to your safe place right now. Zionsville as well. We'll be watching for Carmel, but the northwest side of the city, you see this notch in the line right here? This is where you can sometimes spin up a tornado. And so that's why I do have some concern right there that there could be a tornado that gets produced. So no tornado warning right now, but at the very least we have this warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And like I was saying before, I would be heading to your safe place. But I do want to watch this spot, especially if I was in the hot seat. I would tornado warn this right now. Brownsburg, I want you to be heading to your safe place. And I'm including Zionsville in this too. So that's it. The northwest side of the city, Brownsburg and Zionsville included. Just as importantly, we have a very powerful wall of wind approaching Plainfield, Indiana. This is going to impact the airport as well. This could impact downtown Indianapolis and much of the south side as well, down to about Whiteland. This is a very powerful wall of wind. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts will do just as much damage as a weak tornado, and that is going to hit the city hard. So be prepared for some minor damage at least out of that, even though it's not a tornado. But we're watching central Indiana closely right here. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take a look at that threat a little farther south. That one near Ellettsville. Actually, we're jumping into this storm. Just give me 1 second as I reorient myself. We got that one storm that was near moving it. So the places you got to watch out for right now, like I said, Indianapolis metro area. We have to keep an eye on storms moving towards Mount Carmel, Indiana. And like I said before, near Bloomfield, Indiana as well. Those are the spots you really need to be watching out for storms right now. Those are our main threats. Ellettsville, you still got some time before this storm reaches you. Here's our storm. Here's Ellettsville. You still got about 30 minutes. 30 to 40 minutes, we'll say. We're watching that storm. We'll get you an update once we get more information. This storm that is near... Oh, we just got that upgraded tornado warning on that storm north of Evansville. Like I said, I was expecting they'd extend that. They just did. So that's where we'd have a tornado right now passing between Armstrong and Highland. That is just north of Evansville, Indiana. And this storm continues to move to the north and east. It will eventually... Let me put a tracker on this so you guys can actually get an idea of what we're looking at here. It's currently moving at 50 miles per hour. So if we put a tracker on this, we can get an idea of who's going to be impacted next. Oh, that is not what we were going for. Our tracker right here. Okay, there we go. So There we go. All right, we put a tracker on this one. 50 miles per hour is how fast this is moving. Places like Earl, Daylight, Elliott, Warrenton, Elberfeld, Wheatonville, Stanley, Mackey, Linville. These are all areas that will be impacted within the next 15 to 30 minutes. Those are all towns in Indiana. So we're watching those ones closely right now. All right, you guys in Ohio have been patient. So let's get to your questions out there in Ohio. I know we got a bunch of Ohio people on here. Drop me an OH and TikTok chat if you're in Ohio, because I know we got a bunch of you. We always got a lot of Ohio out here. So here's our level 5 risk where we have those tornado warnings right now. We got our level 4 risk for the storms so they move into Indiana. Level 3 if you're in the western side of Ohio, and a level 2 risk if you're in the eastern side of Ohio here. So that is currently our orientation for our severe weather potential. I'll do that again. Level 5, level 4, 3, and 2. For Ohio, the threat decreases with eastward extent. So if you're in eastern Ohio, you can go to sleep. But just make sure you have your emergency alerts turned on your phone. You can find them in settings. And make sure your ringer is turned on so that if there's a warning, it'll wake you up. That'll keep you safe. Guys, I'm going to get back to central Indiana because we just got that tornado warning. Remember I said if I was in the hot seat, I would drop a tornado warning on this? Well, guess what? They just did. So let's get into this right now. I'm going to switch off our background there. All right, so remember that spot I was talking about there, Brownsburg? They just warned that because that is an area where we had rotation. I'm surprised they didn't do it earlier. Now you can even see a hook forming here. So like I said, hopefully if you're on the live and you live in those areas I called out before, and anyone live on the northwest side of Indiana, I hope I was able to give you an early warning. But Brownsburg, Royalton, Zionsville, Claremont even, these are places that will be impacted by this potential tornado. Again, you can see that hook on our radar here, and that really looks like there may be something on the ground just south of Maplewood. So we're taking a very close look at this. Brownsburg, Tilden, you absolutely need to be in your safe place. We're looking at, again, that sort of random triangle of highways. If you're in the northwestern side of Indiana, you know what I'm talking about. You got to be heading to your safe place. Zionsville, even Carmel. Honestly, you're not in this tornado warning, but Carmel, I would be heading to your safe place too. And that very powerful wall of wind is becoming more broad. So really, this could be a really damaging scenario as these storms get into downtown Indianapolis. I mean, this really looks like a serious threat. Wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour are a certain possibility. I mentioned that before. You almost wonder if you could get something even over 80 miles per hour. And that will do just as much damage as a weak tornado will. So really something to be really taking seriously. So even though you're not in a tornado warning, Plainfield getting impacted by this right now. If you live anywhere near the airports, we're looking at the southwest side of the city. If you're near Mooresville or Southport even, Beech Grove, if you live in B-Rip up there, these are all areas you should be heading down to your safe place right now. Even though you're not all under a tornado warning, these wind gusts are strong enough. It makes me worry. You could have a tree come down on the house or something like that. So downtown Indianapolis really being impacted by some of the worst of the weather we've seen so far. This is your wind threat right here, and your tornado threat is right here, where you have that little notch in the line, and that's going to continue to move in the direction of Zionsville and Carmel, and Brownsburg about to be hit by this too. Do we have anyone in these areas I'm talking about right now? I'm just kind of curious what you guys are hearing. Yeah, Newburgh, Indiana, that makes sense that you got the sirens going off. Make sure you head down to your safe place. Nashville, you got a few hours before you get hit. What's up, Madison? Welcome to YouTube from TikTok. Yeah, Greenwood, Indiana. I was looking at Greenwood, Indiana earlier. The good news is that the worst of the wind looks like it's going to stay just outside of Greenwood, just to the north. But Greenwood is still in a spot where I do expect severe wind gusts. There could be some minor damage out there at the least. And I would be heading, I would be in the lowest floor of your house out there if you're in Greenwood, Indiana. Because these wind gusts are still going to be very strong. It could take down a tree. Columbus, Indiana, we're going to be watching closely because you still have, this portion of our line is still moving into the area. So Seymour, Columbus included in this as well. Bloomington also, Anderson and Muncie as well. These are areas that have not been impacted yet, but are still in the line of these storms. So we have to watch these all very closely. And by the way, I'm seeing a bunch of people jump in right now. If you guys are just tuning in, whether it's on TikTok or here on YouTube, Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to follow. I'm a meteorologist, so I can guarantee you're getting good weather information you can trust. That's why a lot of people follow me here, I would assume. And I'm not going to give you any hype. I'm going to give it to you straight how it is. I work professionally as a meteorologist. I have a degree in meteorology. And like I said, consider following here on TikTok and subscribing on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure to check out my YouTube channel at Tucker Weather. I do regular weather updates on there. You're going to get information well before you see it on TV or anywhere else. And of course, we do lives here on YouTube. Also, less people watch me on YouTube for the time being, so I'll see your questions a lot quicker. And I'm just trying to build a weather community on YouTube too. So if you ever want to learn about weather, or YouTube's a great place if you want more weather information from a trusted source at Tucker Weather. So consider subscribing there. But I don't want to go on too long about that. I do want to talk about this storm we've been tracking north of Evansville. And by the way, guys, I am doing my best to get to all your questions. I'm seeing a bunch of them come in. I mentioned this before, but you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. If I don't get to your questions on the TikTok Live or the YouTube Live, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. Follow me there. Send me your weather questions in a DM, and I will do my best to get back to each and every one of you when we wrap up the live. So a bunch of places you can find me. And heck, if any of you guys use Twitter or Facebook, you can find me there too. I'm at Tucker Weather everywhere. I'm pretty easy to find. All right, so we got this storm that is tornado warned north of Evansville. What I will say is I'm not seeing as much of a hook right now, but still an important storm to be watching as this thing continues to progress north and eastward. So Oakland City we're watching, Winslow we're watching in Indiana out there. We're going to get back to our storm in the Indianapolis metro area. I do want to provide you an update, though, because Paducah, now in a tornado warning as well. Paducah, Kentucky, a reasonably populated area. And I know we got some Kentucky watchers on here right now. But there's Paducah. I'm circling it for you. And here's our storm right here. So you can kind of see that shape, that hook shape at the bottom. If there is a tornado, it would be right in this area here. And this is passing... This is going to pass awfully close to Brookport and Paducah, Kentucky. So that's something that we are watching really closely right now. I'm going to get to more of your questions here in a moment. Not seeing a ton of rotation on velocity in terms of, well, there is rotation. I'm not seeing enough to suggest that there is definitely a tornado or anything like that. But this storm is rotating, and if you're in Brookport or Paducah, or even Gage or Cerrado or Future City or Camellia, these are areas you need to head to your safe place at this moment right now. We also have tornado warnings for storms that are crossing into Tennessee at this moment too. We're going to work our way south. We got one storm near Dryersburg, Tennessee. New Bern. This storm's tornado warned. You guys have to be in your safe place right now. The radar is not super close to this, but there is some rotation. Dryersburg, if there is a tornado, it would be very, very close to Dryersburg right now. So you guys got to be in your safe place. If you live anywhere near Dryersburg, definitely be heading to your safe place. I'm gonna get to all your questions again, guys, but there's a lot of tornado warnings to cover here. I want to mention this storm here. It is north of Memphis. Memphis, luckily, so far has been relatively unscathed, but we do have this storm right here approaching Randolph, Tennessee, Burleson, Covington, Tennessee included in this as well. And we're going to open up our velocity. Bit of a messy look here, but we certainly have rotation in this storm. We got really two areas of rotation here. So if you're anywhere near Covington, Gilt Edge, Brighton, and Munford, Tennessee, you got to be heading to your safe place. They actually just updated this warning. There's also the potential for golf ball-sized hail. Two separate warnings here. Osceola also included in a tornado warning, and you should be in your safe place. But if there is a tornado, it would likely be south of Osceola. Forest City, Arkansas, and Morrow. We also have tornado warnings out here. It looks like that storm in Forest City, it is moving away. But Forest City, there's a second storm out by Morrow. You could get two potential tornadoes in the Forest City area. We got these two storms here, kind of following one after another. So if you're in that portion of Arkansas, you got to be in your safe place. This will approach West Memphis as well. So Memphis, you're not in the clear yet, but we've been all right so far. And a quick update on our storm near Camden, Arkansas, because we haven't talked about this in a while. If you're in Camden, you have to be in your safe place. Doesn't look like there's a lot of populated areas out here, but this is where if there is a tornado, it would be impacting Camden, Arkansas. So that's not a great look. You got to be in your safe place out there too. All right. Let's get back to Indianapolis because we have some big stuff going on right now in the city. Indianapolis, Indiana, being impacted by a very dangerous storm. We have that tornado warning, which is now well into the northeast side of the metro. We're talking about this getting into 465 right now. If there is a tornado on the ground at this moment, it would be right by Eagle Creek Park. It would be just getting into 465, like right into that loop and passing just south of Zionsville. If we have a tornado on the ground, that is where it would be. In fact, I actually do not like what I'm seeing on radar because it looks like we may. Refining that a little bit, this would be, I mean, goodness, guys, this is not a great look because of how populated this is. Eagle Creek Golf Club. It is very possible we will have a tornado impact Eagle Creek Golf Club, if you know where that is. This continues to move in the direction of, this will be passing right along more or less between 62nd and 79th Streets on the northwest side of Indianapolis, right, 62nd and 79th Streets on the northwest side of Indianapolis. I've been talking about this storm before it was even tornado warned, how this has a bad look. I still don't like its look. I cannot confirm that there's anything on the ground right now. Oh, actually, I can. The National Weather Service just confirmed. So this is a really, really serious situation now, guys. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground moving through the Indianapolis metro area, and boy, that looks like that is a debris signature. So it looks like we do have a tornado. Not a good situation, guys. On the ground, moving through Eagle Creek Park. Gosh, this is going to hit my old workplace, Fox 59 and CBS 4, right there where I put that black X. This looks like it's going to run right over the TV station. Or it'll be very close. That's crazy. I worked at Fox 59 and CBS 4 in Indianapolis for 2 years. Gosh, they really could be impacted by a tornado imminently. And oh my goodness, this really does not look great here. So that's a strong couplet. And this thing continues to move to the north and east here. So St. Vincent in Indianapolis, we're looking at, this will continue towards Chesterton, Home Place, Echo Crest. This is a really serious situation here, guys. If you're in Carmel or Fishers, what is the park? Castleton Mall area. The Castleton Mall area looks like it may be impacted by this tornado if it stays on the ground long enough. You're not in a tornado warning right now, but if you're in the Castleton area, even Meridian Hills area, I'd be heading down to the basement right now. Carmel and Fishers, you're not in the warning, and hopefully this thing weakens before it gets to you, but out of an abundance of caution, I'd be heading down to your safe place right now as well. In the meantime, we have some very, very strong wind that is blowing right into downtown Indianapolis, and in fact, they just did extend that tornado warning, which I've been talking about here. So Carmel and Fishers in the warning now too, and you can see this very powerful surge of wind that is blasting through downtown Indianapolis. It will be as far south as Greenwood, this likely damaging wind, and as far north as Carmel. So even if there isn't a tornado, the entire Indianapolis metro area is about to be hammered by wind gusts as strong as 80 miles per hour. And it is possible you could have a wind gust even above 80. That is immense, guys. We have some really, really significant weather ongoing in the Indianapolis metro area right now. I'm glad we were able to call this out, hopefully well ahead of time. So if you've been watching this live for a while, we were on this storm talking about where a tornado would be, how strong the winds would get well ahead of these warnings from the National Weather Service. And I'm always hoping that I'm just speaking out of abundance of caution, but this is legit, and this does not look great. And we're going to continue to watch this very closely. An update, if there is a tornado on the ground, this is literally where I worked. Let me see. Yeah. Oh my goodness, guys, that's crazy. So if there's a tornado on the ground right now, you can see my building's actually marked on this my former workplace is actually marked on here. WXIN WTTV. That is literally right in the couplet. That is absolutely insane. So it's very possible that anyone in Indianapolis watching Fox 59 or CBS 4 right now or have them on TV, I'm really curious if they're still on air what they just did, because if I was there, honestly, I don't know where I would have gone. I'm trying to think in that building. I would have maybe taken cover under a desk, because that is Dallas. You're all good, by the way, Dallas, Texas. That literally is. I don't know where I would have gone in that building if there was a tornado warning. I probably would have gone under a desk, because that is as close as it gets right there. We can look at our debris tracker. The good news is I'm not seeing as much debris here. Looks like there may have been, like I said before, some debris near Eagle Creek Park. But I'm not seeing as much of a signature now, which is good. But boy, oh boy, what a crazy situation. Wow. This tornado could still be on the ground, though. It is a confirmed tornado. Hopefully everyone at CBS4, Fox 59 is all right. I'm looking for what some of you guys are saying in... yeah, this would be near Meridian Hills. I'm curious. Yeah, you guys, if you guys have... Let's see. There's definitely a tornado that was at least on the ground for a part-time in Indianapolis. I'm just reading through your comments on TikTok just to see if there was a tornado that did end up hitting the TV station. Anyone know what they did? If you guys are watching Fox 59, CBS 4, just let me know what happened there. I'm really curious. Continuing to watch this, how's the wind out there downtown Indianapolis? I mean, this is producing some very powerful wind, even if you're not being impacted by a tornado. Downtown, in the midst of the wind right now, that wind is now reaching places like Beech Grove, Lawrence, Indiana, being impacted by that really powerful wind. The south side of Carmel is being impacted too, and Fisher's about to be hit by that strong wind. A tornado, if it is still on the ground, would be moving in, like you guys are hearing, in the Meridian Hills area right now and continuing to progress, reaching the Fishers area in the next few minutes, although it looks as though the wind is beginning to overrun it. So that threat for a tornado is quickly decreasing, but that wind is still very powerful, and we are watching a dangerous storm move through downtown Indianapolis. Actually, if we zoom in really closely here, you can see right where those bright pink colors show up. That is the edge of our strong wind. So cutting straight through the Indianapolis metro area. Pretty wild that the strongest wind happens to be basically perfectly from the north side of 465 to a little farther south of the south side here. So hitting the worst possible area, this widespread wind, hitting a very populated area that'll definitely do damage. And the tornado warning, of course, not good either. So pretty crazy to see exactly where this happens to be occurring. I also do want to mention we have a storm that's forming out ahead of the line here. I want to keep a close eye on this. It looks like it's moving towards Greenfield. It doesn't look like anything that'll be warned yet, but it is something to watch. All right, going to jump down a little farther south now. We're taking a look closer to Paducah. We're going to get back to that storm in Indianapolis in just a moment. We need to wait for more data to come in. Near Paducah, we have a tornado warning. This is like right on top of the radar site. Paducah, that warning has been extended. Brookport, of course, included in this as well. If there is a tornado, it would likely be literally right where we're looking at the radar. Hopefully it doesn't take the radar out. But Brookport, you got to be in your safe place. That is certainly not a great look out in Brookport, Kentucky. We got a new tornado warning. This is moving towards Hardin, Kentucky. Hardin, Kentucky, we have what would be a tornado moving into your area in the next few minutes. So head down to your safe place right now if you're not there already. Those of you guys in Ohio, I see your Ohio questions. That threat's going to increase in the next couple of hours. If you're on the western side of Ohio, that threat's reasonably, it's moderate. It's moderate. If you're on the east side of Ohio, that threat is going to be, the threat on the east side is going to be more so, lower to moderate. So if you're in Ohio, that threat's going to be greatest on the west side. Brian, make sure Evan, I'm going to tell you this once and stop spamming the chat for me. Bryan, Ohio. There's nothing in Bryan, Ohio right now, but make sure that you have your emergency alerts turned on your phone, and we're going to be watching this because that threat will increase in the next hour or so. But there's nothing to see in Bryan right now. You're okay. Evansville, we're going to take a look at in a second, although that storm has passed Evansville, luckily. We still have a tornado warning in the Covington area, Henning, Kentucky, Ripley, Tennessee as well. That's Covington, Henning, and Ripley, Tennessee. Forest City, Arkansas, in that tornado warning. Got to head to your safe place out there, too. And West Memphis, we're watching West Memphis for potential of another tornado warning as well. We got to keep a close eye on that. And Camden, Arkansas, if you live north or east of that, we're seeing that threat increase right now for a tornado. That storm that passed by Evansville, we're taking a look now. The greatest threat at this moment is around Linville or a little bit farther north. So basically between Linville and Oakland City, Indiana, is where this potential tornado would be going. I do not see as much of a signature as I did before, but if you're in Linville or Spurgeon or Velpen, Pikeville, Stendal, you got to be on watch on this one, as this is still a strong storm, still tornado warned. The storm that was moving in the direction of Bloomington, no longer tornado warned. So Bloomington, Ellettsville doesn't look like quite as big a threat, but you are still going to be in for some strong wind and some hail. So be prepared for some damage possibly due to wind and hail. Checking back in on our storm in Indianapolis. Let's see if we still have any sign of a tornado. Like I said, I do not expect we do. It looks like this storm has become outflow dominant. And what happens when these storms become outflow dominant is the cold, rain-cooled air, it gets blasted out ahead of the tornado. And the tornado, it basically gets chopped off at the bottom. So you're not able to get that strong updraft, originating from the ground. It gets cut off by that rain-cooled air instead, which is rushing out in front of it. That said, that is also where we see some of the highest damage potential due to wind. And we're now seeing the damaging wind reach places like Lawrence, Carmel, Fishers is next. Anyone watching in Lawrence or Carmel or Fishers or Beech Grove, I'm curious, downtown Indianapolis. Who's in downtown Indianapolis out here? I'm really curious what kind of wind you guys just saw. Because downtown Indianapolis just got blasted. So what are you guys seeing out there in downtown Indy? Because that wind had to be crazy. Yeah, what are you guys seeing? Yeah, really windy right now, I bet. Crazy wind in Carmel. Any damage out there in Indianapolis? Any reports of damage? We're talking about 80 mile per hour wind gusts possibly here. Yeah, makes sense. So that tornado warned portion of the storm near Carmel, Noblesville. If you're in Carmel, Noblesville, Fishers, you should be in your safe place. But I expect that that tornado potential is near zero now. Luckily. Let's see. Yeah, I bet the wind is very strong in Carmel. Muncie, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Carmel, Carmel-ish. Yeah, I bet it's windy. Those wind gusts there got to be at least 60 miles per hour. Those are strong gusts. Let's see. Kansas, you're all right, by the way. Louisville, Kansas, and Dallas. I'm seeing some random questions in chat. Yeah, you're okay out there. Louisville, we're going to keep an eye on. I expect Louisville will be facing the potential for a tornado. At least that tornado threat's going to increase over the next 60 minutes. So the next 60 minutes, we're seeing that threat increase. Let's see. What else we got? I'm trying to get some of your questions here. Yeah, Murray where? Braylon, let me know which Murray. All right. The red boxes are tornado warnings for those of you guys who are asking. Whew. All right, let me stretch, catch my breath. That's a lot. We got a lot of weather going on right now. All right, let's reset. If you guys are new to these streams, if you're just tuning in, just to introduce myself again, I'm Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston. I have a degree in meteorology from Penn State. So bottom line, you're getting good weather information here. I'm not one of those fakers who's spreading misinformation on social media. You're going to get the best weather information from a real expert. So consider following if you're watching on TikTok. Consider subscribing if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're watching on TikTok, consider heading over to YouTube and subscribing there too. Because I'm doing a lot of weather coverage on YouTube these days. And especially now that we're getting into the peak of tornado season, I think you might find it useful. I'm doing my best to answer all of your questions, all right? There's a lot of you on, and I'm happy I can help a lot of you. But I won't be able to answer all of them. So if you have questions that I have not gotten to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. If you follow me there, you can send me a DM on Instagram, and I'll respond to you there as well. And that is at Tucker Weather on YouTube too. So do my best to get to all you guys. And I hope I'm able to help because really, I love covering all kinds of weather. Severe weather is not a good thing, but I enjoy being able to cover it because it fascinates me and I know I can make a difference. So that's really why I'm doing this. But I also, obviously, I'm doing it to help you guys too. So we want to keep people safe and make sure you stay prepared and just, hopefully this makes a difference. Actually, last year, I don't know if she's on right now, but someone was on here last year And I was warning about potential for a tornado, and it actually, the tornado hit their house, and that was pretty crazy that, hopefully I was able to give them an advance warning. But regardless, I'm going to do my best to answer your questions. Like I said, I'm a meteorologist, so consider following if you're watching on TikTok. Consider subscribing if you're on YouTube. Consider checking out both places, and you can also find me on Instagram and Twitter, of course, and Facebook, everything at Tucker Weather. If you have any storm damage pictures, thanks Leroy, by the way. If you have any storm damage pictures or reports, you can send those to me on Instagram, but especially if you send them to me on Twitter, I will be sure to retweet you there and all that stuff. But let's, now that we've reset, get back to coverage and talk about what we are seeing right now. Let me take a look at Kentucky, by the way. I'm looking at Murray, getting some questions about Murray, Kentucky. I got you, Braylon. So Murray, you're in the clear for now. So here's Murray. I'm going to circle on the map. This is Murray, Kentucky. So Murray in a situation right now. You can see they're in that red box. You're in that tornado warning if you're in Murray. But here's our storm. It's actually out here closer to Benton. And if you have a tornado, it's going to be to the north of Murray, and it's moving away. So you can come out of that safe place if you're in Murray. You're okay now. But what I want you to be aware of, if you're in Murray, is that you still have another line of storms coming through. So you may be in another tornado warning very soon. You can actually see right here, guys, we have 3, 4, we really have like 5 tornado warnings, even 6 if you count that one farther south in Arkansas. We have like 5 tornado warnings in a line right here. These tornado warnings are going to be continuing to move northeast. So as we look at places downstream that will be that will be impacted by these storms, I'm considering places like Clarksville, Tennessee, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Owensboro, Kentucky. Paducah's in a tornado warning right now, which we were talking about. We're just going to take a close look at this. But these are places that will be impacted next by severe weather. This is interesting. There could be a tornado on the ground on the north side of Paducah. I can't confirm. Oh, actually, it looks like the National Weather Service did just confirm this, in fact. So this is an unfolding situation. Looks as though we may have a confirmed tornado moving into the north side of Paducah, Kentucky. This is developing quickly near Rollinton. So again, I've been saying for a while, if you're in Brookport or Paducah, you have to be in your safe place. I hope you guys have taken my advice, because it looks as though there may be a tornado warning on the north side of Paducah, and this will impact Shady Grove next as this storm continues to move to the northeast. This storm, if it continues outside of the warning, will impact places like Salem and Marion and eventually Sturgis, all out there in Kentucky. So we are watching this storm very closely right now as well. The west side of Memphis, we are watching closely too. Been keeping an eye on some of these tornado warned storms that are moving across Arkansas. You can see right around the edges of these storms, all those black spots I circled, those are areas of rotation where you could have a tornado. Memphis being right here where I just boxed it, and these are following one by one. I mean, this is a really dangerous situation, because you could have some towns that are impacted by more than one tornado tonight, because all these storms are sort of following one after another. That is creating some dangerous situations in West Memphis, and for a lot of areas that have already been impacted too, so Covington, Henning, Gilt Edge, I mean, these are places, Gilt Edge, GILT, these are all places that could be impacted by more severe weather, and you really need to be on watch for that. All right, let's get you back to some of our storms out here. We got a new tornado warning. It is pretty close to Mount Vernon in Indiana. Mount Vernon, this is not your first tornado warning tonight. You were just in one, but this storm out here most certainly has the potential to produce a tornado. That's continuing to move in the direction of New Harmony, Johnson, and Princeton, Indiana as well. Oakland City, you are in the clear at this point, but Winslow, Otwell, White Oak, there is a tornado warning out there for you guys. We're looking at the south and western portion of Indiana. I want to jump back on some of the wind that we are seeing out here. As this powerful storm has just moved through the Indianapolis metro area, damaging wind gusts as high as up to 80 miles per hour have occurred out here. And we still have the potential for wind gusts to be as high as 80 miles per hour as they now move into some of the more outerlying areas like Anderson, Pendleton, Greenfield, Shelbyville, Indiana, included in this as well. And in fact, the National Weather Service in Indianapolis has just extended the tornado warning. if there is a tornado on the ground right now, it would be very close to Noblesville and Clarksville. I don't believe a tornado is on the ground right now, but the potential is certainly there. This is still actually a confirmed tornado, though, so I do not want to take this lightly. Again, if there is a tornado on the ground right now, which it is confirmed by the National Weather Service in Indiana, this would be between Noblesville and Clarksville. Noblesville, of course, the bigger town here, moving in the direction of LaPel and Hamilton and eventually Frankton and Aroma. So if you live in any of those areas, you got to be heading down to your safe place right now. Alexandria would be impacted by this storm as well. So some very active severe weather here. Shelbyville, Greenfield, Newcastle, all places that are likely to be impacted by damaging wind gusts here right now too. So boy, oh boy, is it active tonight. And we do not have any signs of this stopping. Not yet, at least. So we're keeping this active. Let me zoom out and give you an overview of everything that we're tracking right now. And then in a minute, I might run out and grab a snack, which I will not end the live here, but you may need to bear with me. So here's our overall threat. The Storm Prediction Center has just updated this. We still have that level 5 risk here. The level 4 risk for severe weather in Indiana, especially central and southern Indiana. Level 3 if you're on the western side of Ohio. Level 2 if you're on the eastern side of Ohio. That's where our storm threats are right now. So, basically, what we're seeing here is the risk for severe weather obviously is decreasing the farther north, well, really just the farther east you go. So the later and later we go into tonight, we're probably looking at the peak of our severe weather in this moment right now. So basically what that means is that things are going to slowly begin to get better. That said, it's going to take time for this to wind down. This is a very powerful system, and we're going to be watching severe weather continue for still hours to come. And we're still talking, I believe we still got a good 4 hours of severe weather to go here. So if you are in anywhere in Indiana, if you are if you are in Louisville or down towards Bowling Green or Clarksville, Tennessee, Memphis, of course, Tennessee, you guys have to be on high alert for at least the next hour and a half or until the storms pass you. Those are areas that are going to be impacted. And so you really need to be paying close attention as these storms are going to stay very strong and dangerous, and it will take time, like I said, for them to slow down. Let's see. I'm trying to get to some of your questions that you guys have asked earlier that I just haven't gotten to yet. Will storms avoid the Fort Wayne area? That's a good question. The good news with Fort Wayne is that I do expect Fort Wayne largely here is going to be, it should not be affected by severe weather. Fort Wayne looks like it's going to get out of this with just some strong wind and heavy rain. I do not expect Fort Wayne is going to be facing any kind of significant severe weather threat. Northeast Ohio, Medina, Ohio, I'm looking at, there is going to be some tornado potential, although the greatest threat out there is likely to be damaging wind. The farther north you are in Ohio, the lower this threat is right now. So closer to Toledo, you're in that level 3 risk from the Storm Prediction Center, but from what I'm seeing, that could really be more like a level 2 risk. So you're doing okay. Lexington, Kentucky, level 3 risk. You do need to be on alert out in Lexington. There is certainly a tornado threat out there, without a doubt. Let's see. Goshen, those storms are moving in right now. So in Goshen, be prepared for some bad weather right now. And you want to stay on alert over the next, at least the next hour. I'll be watching that closely, so stay tuned. I'm watching that for you. But definitely be watching out there. Seymour as well. These storms are getting to Seymour in the next half hour, so be on high alert out there. Southern Michigan, I got you, Brandy. Southern Michigan looks like you have the potential for some damaging wind gusts out there. But the tornado threat in southern Michigan appears to be quite low at this moment. So good news on that front. I am not super concerned about tornadoes in southern Michigan. There may be some strong wind, but you'll get through okay out there. All right? You'll be all right out there in southern Michigan. Again, I'm just highlighting once more those threat levels. And you can see, like I said, the farther east you go, the lower that threat becomes. And that's just the result of storms weakening as they continue overnight. That said, tomorrow we still have a severe weather risk, so don't let your guard down tomorrow either. Portions of Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, all included, Alabama, Mississippi, all included in that risk tomorrow as well. Let's see. Cincinnati area, you're in the level 3 risk. Cincinnati, the threat's going to increase there over the next 2 hours, so be on alert. If you're in Cincinnati, I just want you to be prepared for at least damaging wind gusts, but there is a tornado threat too. I'd say that damaging wind and tornado threat are pretty equal, as I'm seeing the tornado threat already begin to decrease. And that's southern Indiana. You certainly need to be on watch for tornadoes, but that threat is already beginning to decrease out there for you. Bowling Green, Ohio. Again, actually, I think you're going to be all right in Bowling Green without more than potentially some damaging wind gusts. Let's see. Sydney, I'm very happy to hear that. That's the goal. The goal is always to get you guys prepared before the storms hit, and even before the National Weather Service warns them. And I think that's the value I provide as a meteorologist, especially someone, if I may, who's well-versed on covering severe weather and has a lot of experience. I can call out some warnings and some threats that are going to happen before even the National Weather Service will warn them. So that, again, if you're looking for reasons to follow a meteorologist, if you think, oh, why do I need to follow one? I'm giving you reasons right here. You're going to get some answers before even the warnings come across your phone. So doing my best, at least. Sandusky, Ohio. Yeah, I do think Sandusky has the potential for some strong to damaging wind gusts. The tornado threat in Sandusky appears to be lower. Although, guys, we just got 2 more tornado warnings in Indiana. I'm going to jump into those in about 60 seconds. We're going to jump into those new warnings. Huntertown, Indiana. Stay hunkered down where you are. You got another hour before that really begins to clear up. So we're watching that closely for you. Just make sure you have those ways to get warnings. Columbus, Ohio. Threat right now. If you're in Columbus, it looks like we got a lot of people out there in Columbus. The threat in Columbus looks like it'll be more so damaging wind than tornadoes. That threat's going to increase in about the next 2 hours. But I got you guys. If you're in Columbus, I'm watching closely for you all. My biggest concern, like I said, is the damaging wind. Tornadoes are still possible, so I want you to stay on alert. If you can, stay awake until the storms pass. But in Columbus, looks like damaging wind will be the greatest risk. But I'm watching closely for all you guys, so I will be. I got you guys. I got friends in Columbus too. So you guys, I'm always watching for you. If those of you guys just tuning in right now, then we're going to jump into these new tornado warnings. If you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on TikTok, consider subscribing or following wherever you are. Like I said, I am a meteorologist. Those of you guys have been watching for a hot sec here know that. But you're going to get the best weather information here, or at least very, very good information. And if you have any questions I don't get to, I do my best to get to all of them, but if you have questions I don't get to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you follow me there and send me a DM, I'll answer your weather questions there. Of course, if you're watching on TikTok, you are one of 1,500. If you're watching on YouTube, you're one of about 50 to 60. So if you guys are on TikTok and you're not having your questions answered, you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, and you can go over there and ask me your questions because it'll be a lot easier for me to see your questions if you find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube. So a little note for all you TikTok people, and consider subscribing too because I do a lot of cool stuff. Like I do weather, like teaching weather stuff, and I do regular weather updates on YouTube as well. So you stay ahead of storms, and I mean by ahead of storms, like I was talking about this outbreak like a week before it happens. So it can make a difference. But anyway, let's get into what we were looking at before, our severe weather threat in the central part of Indiana. And I do want to jump into this now because we have 2 new tornado warnings, one of them in the area that we were watching before. This new warning is for places like Elwood, Frankton, and Alexandria here in Indiana. Anderson, Indiana, also in a tornado warning, although I expect that's going to expire here. These are warned as there are some areas of rotation in that line we were looking at. Actually, you can see right here why they warned it. If there is a tornado, we were talking about Aroma before, it would be just to the north and west of Aroma, moving into New Lancaster and Elwood. Those are areas, if there is a tornado, you have to be in your safe place. That's where it would be. Also, Anderson, right by Edgewood, Indiana, and right near Anderson. We could have a tornado on the ground right now, although I believe that may just be some strong rotation, at least some very strong wind out there. Oh, no, they just extended the warning, in fact. So Muncie, Indiana. If anyone's in Muncie, we do have that tornado warning out there for you guys too. I'm getting to your questions here in the YouTube chat as well. Simpsonia, Kentucky. Make sure you're in your safe place because, or at least know where you're going to go because that threat is not over yet. If you're the only areas in Kentucky where the threat is over, Paducah, the threat is over. That's it though. Mayfield, you still got to be watching closely as we have that threat for severe weather out there too right now. Michigan, you're looking okay. Michigan, I do believe you're okay. Let's see. Mayfield, you're in the storm right now. If there was a tornado, it would have already happened, but you could still get some damaging wind and hail where you are. I do believe there could be big wind. Not so much hail in Ohio, but definitely big wind. Crestwood, Kentucky, we're watching mainly a damaging wind threat here. Hamilton, Ohio, actually Crestwood, Kentucky, definitely a tornado threat too. Hamilton, Ohio, that's where the wind threat is going to dominate. Same with Wilmington. Dayton, Ohio, that threat's increasing over the next hour or so. It is a tornado and damaging wind threat in Dayton. So we're watching that closely. Kentucky, Gallatin, basically for the way Kentucky works, if you are if you're near Louisville or Bowling Green or live to the west, that threat is going to increase in the next hour here. If you live to the east, you got more than an hour before it increases. We do have a new tornado warning, Muncie, Indiana included in it, Alexandria, Indiana, and Eaton, Indiana included. It's just, this is a very general tornado warning because they're saying anything in this line of storms here, this Boeing segment, could spawn a tornado. They don't know exactly where one would occur, so it's just a broad brush. If you're in any of those areas, Muncie, Yorktown, Alexandria, Eaton, Anderson, Indiana, these are all places where you should just be ready for a potential tornado in that line of storms. And still watching a damaging wind threat continue to move eastwards as it approaches places like Newcastle, Knightstown, Shelbyville included in this as well, Franklin, Indiana as well in that warning. Got some new tornado warnings in southern Indiana here too. I'm doing my best to answer your questions here in the YouTube and TikTok chats. Bear with me as we take a look at this new warning. Jasper, Indiana will be next in this warning. If there is a tornado, it's likely to be south of Otwell. We're going to be watching this storm here, although I don't see anything. Actually, that is an interesting look. It looks like the National Weather Service has confirmed this tornado right near Pikeville, Indiana. So this is a really serious situation for Jasper, Indiana, which is where this tornado would be moving if it stays on the ground. So worth noting that is actually a confirmed tornado near Pikeville, Indiana right now, moving through south central Indiana. So if you're out there, you got to head to that safe place. And a reminder, guys, a safe place is going to be the lowest floor of whatever building you're in, and you want to get to an interior room. That's a really important thing. To put as much space between you and the outside walls as possible, and just to get as low as you can. Evansville, Indiana, that tornado threat has ended, but we have, like we saw in Indianapolis, that very powerful Boeing segment. That is where we have some very powerful wind gusts, at least 70, if not up to 80 miles per hour. So if you're in Henderson, that looks like Kentucky, or Evansville, Indiana, Highland, Indiana, even farther down the line, Newburgh, Chandler, Boonville, these are places that may be impacted by some very powerful wind and likely damaging wind here right now. So if you're in Evansville, I'd actually get to the lowest floor of your house in case a tree comes down or something, because this could certainly do that kind of damage. Out into the western portion of Tennessee and Kentucky, we have a big uptick in activity here. We're seeing a lot more tornado activity. We have a potential tornado moving into the Eddyville area in Kentucky. You can see that hook on the storm. We have another potential tornado that would be moving into the Salem and Crane portions of Kentucky. So 2 areas of rotation there to watch very closely. These will eventually approach places like Madisonville, Earlington, Providence, Nebo, and Manitou in Kentucky. So we got to watch those places very closely, as this is a very dangerous line of storms, and eventually this will become a very strong damaging wind threat too. Mayfield, like I said, if there was a tornado, it would have gone south of Mayfield. Mayfield, you are just about in the clear. Just about. Give it about 30 more minutes at most. What I will say is this is not a good look south of Mayfield. That south of Mayfield may be a tornado, and we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but that is a good-looking hook, and we certainly have some rotation showing up here too. So if you're near Golo or Benton, especially, that's a more populated area, Farmington, These are all areas in Kentucky. You got to be heading to your safe place right now. This is a very dangerous storm, a strong one, and it does have the potential to produce a tornado. A little bit just south of that, near Martin, and I believe we're looking at Tennessee now. Martin, Tennessee. If you're in Martin, you got to head down to the basement. You're in a tornado warning. I don't see any sign of a tornado on the ground right now, but if there was one, it would be moving right through the Martin area and approaching Latham and Austin Springs as well. Farther south of that, guys, gosh, we have a lot of tornado warnings still active. We're looking at this warning, which has just moved through Ripley, Tennessee, moving in the direction of Gates, Tennessee, Friendship, and Maury City. So more activity out here. I don't see, again, anything that would suggest a tornado is on the ground right now. Actually, that's a decent couplet. There's decent rotation here. So Folks, Friendship as well, Dyer. These are all in Tennessee. Like I said, even New Bern, you should be in that safe place. Heading down to the lowest floor of your house, a basement, if you got one. All right, let me keep going on here. Let me take a look at some of our other storms. I see a lot of people asking what radar I'm using. Please don't spam the chat. But if you're curious, this is called Radar Omega. Radar Omega is what I'm using. We're looking at professional level radar here, though. So it's complex. But if you're looking for something like that, that is what I'm using. We got another tornado warning closer to DeWitt, Arkansas. So we're seeing these warnings all the way into Arkansas. This is moving towards Marvel, Arkansas. So if you live in any of those places, there will at least be damaging wind gusts, if not potential tornadoes. And this is important. The context with this is that this line of storms is moving into the Memphis area. So Memphis, Tennessee has been on the outside of a lot of potential tornadoes, but they've mainly passed to the west. This one may pass through the Memphis area. This is one that we do need to watch more closely. Because if this does spawn a tornado, it would impact Memphis, obviously a very populated area. I'm looking at two areas right here, actually. I'm mainly looking at this guy here north of Hughes, Arkansas, and this guy here north of Mariana, Arkansas. These would have the potential to move through the Memphis area in the next half hour. They're not tornado warned, but they are producing strong to damaging wind gusts. Memphis, if there's anyone here, anyone in chat live in Memphis? Anyone in chat live in Memphis? If you're in Memphis, I would be prepared to head to your safe place. Grab a bike helmet if you want, but especially grab some food, grab some water in case you got to be downstairs for a little bit. I don't see any imminent tornado threat in Memphis, but I do see the potential that a tornado could be produced here. Let's see. We're going to get back to Indiana here in a moment as well. We also have Fordyce. I assume that's how you pronounce it. Fordyce, Arkansas, which is getting pummeled by hail, it looks like right now. Also in a tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place out there. This does appear to be in a pretty rural area, but if you're in Thornton, Fordyce, Kingsland, or Rison, Arkansas, you're at least going to get hail and a potential for a tornado. So keep an eye out. If you get placed in that tornado warning, make sure you're heading down to your safe place. This eventually will be moving. We'll be moving into the Memphis area, about an hour from now. So a lot of activity here. All right, let's see. We got to look back here at Indiana again. Continuing to see storms produce at least a damaging wind. There is tornado potential, but for now, that tornado potential seems to be temporarily decreasing in Indiana. It's still very real, and there are still tornado warnings, but it's not as significant as it looked like it was perhaps 15 minutes ago even. Fort Wayne, you know what? I believe in Fort Wayne, you are just about in the clear. Some wind, but I don't believe any more severe weather out in Fort Wayne. Covington, Kentucky. Let's take a look at here. You may need to give me a reminder where exactly Covington is in Kentucky. Just tell me what city it's near. I'll give you a better answer. Because I've been looking at a lot of places tonight. Let's see. Ellettsville. Let's see, near Florence. All right, that helps. Ellettsville, let's see. You are still in that severe storm warning, but you are just about in the clear. Give it another 30 minutes, Ellettsville. You may be in the clear already, but to be safe, just give it a little longer. You're almost there. All right. Let's see. We're looking at basically what's the nearest major city that Covington is near. because I don't know where Florence is either. I should know actually where that one is. That's on me. But just let me know. Let's see. Well, I know there's a Covington in Cincy as well. There's a lot of Covingtons out there. It's like Chillicothe or however you pronounce that one. Let's see. Columbus, Ohio, your threat's going to increase in about the next 90 minutes. So you still have some time. West Virginia, I don't think there's much to worry about in West Virginia tonight. There will be a damaging wind threat, but you should be okay out there. That said, never let your guard down. Always be prepared in case there is a tornado. But I don't believe that threat in West Virginia is as significant as anything that we're seeing in Ohio or Kentucky or Indiana. Nothing like that. Things will weaken as they move in. Okay, I got you, Abby. So that area you're talking about, that threat's going to increase in about the next about 60 minutes. And it will be a tornado threat and damaging wind threat. Pretty 50-50 out there. The biggest threat for tornadoes in Columbus is going to be, the biggest threat's going to be west of Columbus. I believe the severe weather threat in Columbus it's more and more looking like a damaging wind threat. There is still a low to medium tornado threat in Columbus, though. We'll call it low to medium, but damaging wind is definitely the biggest concern in Columbus. I'll stay on live here for a little while, guys. I'm going to tell you, though, I will take a break here in just a minute. I am really hungry, to be honest. So if I do leave the live, I'm just taking a pause for like 5 minutes for those of you guys on TikTok and here on YouTube as well. But let me see some of those questions. I see Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, you should be all right out there. You should be all right out there tonight. Things are going to stay worst to the west of you. Dayton, we've been talking about here. Dayton, it does look like you're going to be facing a damaging wind threat in about 30 minutes. Does not look like a massive tornado threat at this moment, luckily, though. So you're doing okay out there in Dayton. Let's see what else we got here. If you're in Fort Smith, Arkansas, that threat is quickly... you're okay, actually. That is decreased. You're in the clear in Fort Smith, Arkansas now. Louisville, Kentucky, that's a spot you really need to watch closely. I do think there is a medium to high tornado risk in the general Louisville area. And by that, I mean there's likely to be a tornado warning somewhere out there. Let's see. Yes, Ohio will still be impacted by some severe weather. Indianapolis, like downtown Indianapolis, should be in the clear now. The south side of Indianapolis, not quite in the clear yet. Let's see. Columbus, Indiana, not quite in the clear yet. It looks like you will be facing damaging wind gusts in Columbus, Indiana. Does not look like a big tornado threat at the moment, but damaging wind gusts are quite likely in Columbus. And I mean, looks more like minor to moderate damage. Yes, I will still be on live when the storms reach Columbus. I'll still be on live when the storms get into Ohio too. I might take a quick break here in a moment is the only thing. All right, let's see. Seen a lot of questions about places like Cincinnati, for example. Cincinnati's in a spot where there is going to be a tornado threat and a damaging wind threat, but that's going to pick up in about an hour or so. Bloomington you are just about in the clear. Give it like 20 more minutes. You may already be in the clear, but give it like 20 more minutes and you should be okay. Or at least we'll know for sure if there's anything else that would come through. Lexington will be impacted by storms, likely in about the next 2 hours or so. So still some time before Lexington gets into it. I see a couple people talking about Lexington. Let's see what else we got here. I will take a break. I'm going to get some food in a minute. We've been going for a little over 2 hours now. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. Trying to see all your questions. Actually, this may be a good time to take a break since we don't have any new warnings. So, hey guys, if you're watching now on YouTube, if you're watching on TikTok, I am going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to grab a bite of food. So hang on here for a minute, or if you're going to pop off, I'll be back on here in, like I said, about 5 minutes. Here, I'll put it on my screen too. I'm taking a 5-minute break. I will be back though, so don't worry. We still got more storms to cover tonight. It is not my bedtime yet, so we are going to continue to cover the severe weather. But your boy needs some food here. So we are going to be taking a quick break so I can get some munch because, like I said, I am darn hungry. And talking this much makes me hungry. I did the news today too, so I'm hungry from that already. But let me put this on your screen so you can see. 5-minute break. There we go. All right, guys. I will be back. Like I said, 5 minutes. Those of you guys on TikTok, those of you on YouTube, hang around. We're going to continue to do coverage here. I just need 5 minutes. So stay tuned. I will be back very briefly. Well, I'll keep the storms up, though, so you can continue to watch them. So you can see radar still on there behind my 5-minute break sign. So if you're curious, here, actually, you know what? I'm going to make it a little smaller. I'm going to set this up so you guys can continue to watch the storms on radar as I take this break. And you can see where the warnings are there as well. But I will put this right here. Again, 5-minute break so that anyone new jumping on, you know. But I will be right back. So in the meantime, keep an eye on radar for me. Let me know if I miss anything. And I will be right back with you guys here. So stay tuned. Hang on. Hang tight. That might have been a little more than 5 minutes. I am back. Thanks for hanging tight, everybody. A little cold outside of my... NWS already confirmed the tornado north of Muncie. Wow. Oh, I see the warning. Okay. All right. What have I missed? Fill me in, guys. What have I missed? Yes, I did. I had a quick snack. No, didn't have to do that. No, it wouldn't take me that long. It was not a bathroom break. I promise you, it was a food break. Yeah, tornado confirmed in Muncie. Okay, thank you for that, Forrest. Thanks for everyone in the chat. 5 new tornado warnings. Okay, guys, I am very proud of you all for watching so closely. Man, that's awesome. I'm serious. If you guys like weather this much, like whenever I make a weather video and post it on YouTube, just like comment on it or something. Like I'm looking for people to talk weather with all the time. So, yeah. So if you guys are, if you guys are on TikTok, like I said, find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather, and just like you can make posts on YouTube these days. So just chat weather with me, man. Any of you guys, seriously, I love talking weather. So, hey, yeah, no, I like being able to do this because I can say things that are like different than you'd hear on the news. Although I'll let you in on a little secret, I actually work on the news. So, I'm kind of contradicting myself with that statement too. But 10:02 confirmed north of Muncie. Looks like a lot of people seeing that one. Sorry, Alyssa. Didn't mean to scare you out there. Alyssa K. There's a lot of Alyssa, so Alyssa K is what you'll be. Let's see. All right. Let's get down to tracking again. Delaware, you're okay. Let's see. Yeah. Hey, I totally understand. Sorry for scaring you guys on YouTube. Thanks for bearing with me, by the way. And you guys here on TikTok too. Let's get back down to coverage. Let's get down to business here. Good question. Holly with a good question there. Should you sleep through it? Should you stay awake? Out by Medina. I'd say Medina. You can go to sleep out there. You can go to sleep. Just again, make sure emergency alerts are turned on, and you got to weigh. You get your ringer on too. That's what's going to keep you safe. By the way, there was some. I saw some footage. I don't think I'm allowed to show the footage on these lives because of copyright stuff. But there have been some big tornadoes tonight. I'll say that much. But of course, we're tracking them, making sure you know about what's going to happen before it all happens. So we're keeping you updated. Thanks for that, Linda. All right, Lima, Ohio. I got a friend who worked out in Lima, Ohio on TV. Lima's in a spot that you are about to get into some strong wind. I'll say that much. Louisville, don't go to sleep just yet. Don't just go to sleep just yet. Sorry while I sniffle for a second. There we go. Okay, down to business. Let's get down to what we've missed and what is still happening and what, of course, is going to happen next. So, as you guys mentioned, we have that tornado warning near Muncie. Actually, because everyone seems to be talking about this, I do want to investigate. So let's take a look. Let's see what we got in my Muncie. Looks like the storm's moved on, actually, but we can go back and see. Let's see what we missed out here. And, north of Muncie, you guys said, right? Because there's 2 spots I'm looking at here where I would think there might have been something. Let's see. Okay, so if it was in the Muncie area, yeah, see that there's a little notch on that line there. You can see right here. That notch is where you get a tornado. So that would have been, if there was a tornado in Muncie, that makes a lot of sense. Looks like it would have been south side of Muncie. If a tornado hit Muncie, looks like it would have been the south side there. Let's see. All right, Indiana. Really, the biggest areas of Indiana that are going to be impacted from this point. You may need to remind me exactly where Mitchell is. I see your question there. I know I've covered it before when I worked on TV in Indianapolis, but I can't remember exactly where it is. But basically, Indiana at this point, it's just going to be, we're watching storms cross from Indiana into Ohio now. So Salina, Ohio, Greenville, Ohio, that's where we're seeing those threats for damaging wind increase. Lima also going to see that threat for damaging wind increase here too. If you guys are out towards, seeing a lot of Bloomington out there. I see you, Bloomington people. I see you, Meg. That is an area where we are seeing the worst of this move on now. So those of you guys out in Bloomington, whether you live out there, whether you go to school out there, you can see our line more so moving on to the east. So if you're in Bloomington, you're still got a lot of rain to go in Bloomington, but that severe weather threat's really beginning to decrease out there for you. So you're in much better shape now if you're in Bloomington. Just got to deal with the rain moving forward here. Now, we got a flash flood warning in Marion County, though. So downtown Indianapolis, those roads that don't drain very well, I expect that we are probably going to be seeing some flooding out there. Let's get to some of these warnings, though. What's going on here? Evansville, back in another warning. We talked about that before, how it could be in a warning. Looks like it was. And more than anything, this is a real... I mean, we got tornado warnings galore here in the southern portion of Indiana. And, well, it's really just all southern Indiana. So southern Indiana really getting into these tornado warnings. Jasper in another warning. Dale in a warning. What I'm noticing here personally is that, again, we have this really impressive bowing segment. And so even if there are not tornadoes, this could do just as much damage as a weak tornado, just the wind here. And that's why, you're seeing that U shape. Looks like a bow. Someone pulling a bow back. That is a sign of damaging wind. And I'm guessing these are more broad-brushed tornado warnings. I'm guessing none of these are confirmed. So the National Weather Service is basically saying that there is a chance that a weak to kind of, I don't want to call it weak, but a tornado could spin up briefly in this line of storms. That's why they have a bunch of tornado warnings out. And then there's this guy right here. Oh, I see Mitchell, Indiana now too, by the way. If you're in Mitchell, what I'm looking at is the tornado threat likely passing just to your south. Mitchell itself should be okay, but you're going to get in on some heavy rain out there. We also have a lot of activity here in Kentucky. Boy, oh boy, that is a lot in the western end of Kentucky here. That is a lot of tornado warnings overlapped on top of each other. So it looks like right here, we got the potential for a tornado that's moving just south of Madisonville. Though if you're in Madisonville, Kentucky, you should be in your safe place because you're in a tornado warning. Arlington and Nortonville, you're not in tornado warnings, but I would be heading down to that safe place right now because I can tell you, you are almost definitely going to be placed in one. If I was in the hot seat, I would probably be putting you in a warning right now. Although this does look like it is primarily a damaging wind-dominant threat, but a tornado spinning up briefly is still definitely a possibility. Lake Barley, that probably is. This area here looks pretty rural, but there is the potential for, Lake Barkley. By Lake Barkley, there could be a tornado out there. That's not a lot to look at on that one, but, well, actually, you can see the rotation here. Those green and red colors, that's our couplet, so we know there's rotation in the storm. That, to me, doesn't say a tornado is happening. That tells me the storm is rotating pretty vigorously, but I'd need to see more to say, okay, there's got to be a tornado on this. It's radar indicated, so you should still be down in your safe place if you're, well, there's not a lot out here, but if you're near Hobson, Blackhawk, Dryden Estates, those are areas you should be heading down to that safe place. Let's see, we were in Kentucky still, Murray, Kentucky. I think I said it before that you have a chance to be in another tornado warning. Murray, Kentucky is now in another tornado warning, and that is an interesting look on radar right here. That's your couplet. That looks like a tornado to me, actually, and this is a confirmed tornado, so no surprise there. If you were in Murray, who's in Murray? I know we had someone on here who's in Murray still. I'll take a look for you, Chloe, too, in a second. Murray, you need to be in your safe place because Murray right now is in a tornado warning. And this is a tornado right here, where I just pointed the arrow at. That's a tornado, and okay, we got Aiden's in Murray. All right, so if you're in Murray, you got to be down in your safe place. And I'll take a look at that storm for you again, Chloe. And if you're Yeah, as long as you're in an interior room, you're in the lowest floor of your house, that you'll be okay. Bell City. That's where we have our confirmed tornado. You can see debris on this storm as it moves into Murray, Kentucky. So Murray, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is actually a really serious situation as this is a tornado on the ground moving in your direction. It does not get more intense than that. So make sure you're heading down to that safe place right now. All right, south of Bloomington, I'm looking at, Bedford and Mitchell. I see the tornado warning was just extended. This is now back in Indiana. South of Bloomington, we're looking at Bedford and Mitchell. I've actually storm chased in both Bedford and Mitchell myself in the past. Not good storm chasing terrain. Bedford looks okay to me, but this is becoming a much stronger area of rotation near Orangeville in Indiana. And you can see just how clearly that bright green and bright sort of orange and pink are side by side. That's our rotation right there. That's the radar saying, all right, this storm is definitely spinning. If we open up our debris tracker, that's no debris, but definitely hail in the storm. But Orangeville, if there was a tornado, it would be moving in the direction of Orangeville and Orleans, Indiana. Mitchell is a little close for comfort here too. So if you're in Mitchell, if you're in Orleans, if you're in Orangeville especially, you have to be in your safe place right now. Those are areas that may be impacted by a tornado here. I believe especially Mitchell right now is where we have the highest risk for a tornado at this minute, in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. Bedford looks to be a little far north, but Bedford could still get hit pretty hard by hail and wind. No change for Northern Ohio, although what I'll say about Northern Ohio is that the severe weather threat looks to be mainly damaging wind, and that severe weather threat has decreased a lot. Actually, we just got a new tornado warning. This just popped up on the south side of Indianapolis, Greenwood, Indiana, included in this. Did we miss something here? I don't think so, but we do have a tornado warning. Greenwood, Indiana would have just been impacted by this tornado warning, by this possible tornado, and it is moving in the direction of New Pal. It's New Palestine right there. So let me take a look at our wind velocity here, see if we missed something. I didn't see anything when I looked here earlier. Yeah, it looks really borderline, that warning they put out there in the Greenwood area, but nonetheless, there was some rotation out by Greenwood. If there was a tornado in Greenwood, Indiana, it would have impacted around the airport. So that's pretty close to like County Line Road. That is, so if there was a tornado in Greenwood, it would have been right by County Line Road. It looks like by the airport. And eventually that system, that at least rotation has really weakened a lot. But that was a brief tornado possibly in the Greenwood, Indiana area just now. There is still a tornado warning in effect, but that storm is not featuring so much rotation. Again, if there was a tornado, it was likely sort of weak too. Let's see here. Trying to get some of your questions. Evansville, Indiana. At this point, Evansville is you're just about in the clear. It looks like the tornado threat is over in Evansville, luckily. We still have several clusters of tornado warnings, though. Of course, we have a big cluster of tornado warnings out here in the western portion of Kentucky. And we have another cluster here in the southern portion of Indiana. So two areas where we have quite a few tornado warnings tonight and ongoing right now. And these are the areas of greatest interest at this point. I expect that we will continue to see storms try to, if not successfully, produce tornadoes in these clusters. And this will eventually move through the rest of western Kentucky, reaching places like Elizabethtown. Owensboro might just be far enough north, but definitely Elizabethtown, Louisville, Lexington may be impacted here too. And then as far as Indiana goes, we're looking at southern Indiana into the Cincinnati area where these tornado warnings may have impacts. Sandusky, Ohio, you should be okay out there. Could be some damaging wind, but I believe you're going to end up being okay. Columbus, Ohio, I'm expecting that severe weather risk is going to be mainly for damaging wind, and we're seeing storms just enter Ohio right now, warned for just damaging wind at this moment. But certainly something that we will be watching is that potential for tornadoes in the Columbus area, though I do feel that damaging wind is much higher risk. Tornado sirens going off in Indianapolis. I see your report right there. Appreciate the report. What I'll say about that is that that is for that warning that was issued on the south side of Indianapolis. It looks like there may have been a brief and weak tornado in Greenwood, Indiana. But I don't expect that storm is producing a tornado anymore. If it was, it would be moving into the Sugar Creek area now on the southeastern side of the city. So just something to watch there. Let's see. Muncie, Indiana is in the, well, let's double check. Muncie, Indiana, not quite in the clear yet in Muncie. You're almost in the clear, but you got to give it another 30 to 60 minutes and you'll be in the clear out there. Let's see here. Seeing some more questions about Paducah. If you're in Paducah, you are in the clear now. These storms have passed through. You're okay in Paducah. So good news for you Paducah folks. You are in the clear out there now. All right, let's see. Bryan, Ohio, in the Defiance area. So if you are, I'll open up our Ohio radar here too. Basically what I'm seeing here in Ohio, if you are in the southwestern third of Ohio, so like Columbus down through Cincinnati, that area, you do need to be on watch for tornado potential. If you're outside of that, outside of this area in Ohio, you should be prepared in case a warning is issued. But I feel that tornado threat is greatest right now in the southwestern third of Ohio. That does include Columbus, but it is certainly not as high a risk as many of the areas that we're seeing to the west right now. But we do have some strong storms still passing through much of central and southern Indiana, and that will end up reaching southern Ohio as well. Was it Greenwood that had the EF2 last year too, or hit some of the apartment complexes? I believe it was the same area out there. Let me see where else people are at. I'll look that up later. But Shelbyville, Indiana, good question. Shelbyville, at this point, you are not in the clear yet. You're about to be hit by some pretty strong wind out in Shelbyville, Indiana. Those storms still have to pass through, and the wind gusts as high as 70 miles per hour may do some damage, is comparable to what a weak tornado would do. So you gotta be ready out there for that. Shelbyville, you're not in the clear just yet. Let's see, Salem, Indiana, not quite out of this yet, but you're getting very close. So we're gonna watch for about the next hour or so, maybe even a little less. Salem, though, the concern with Salem is that the tornado threat is on the higher side where you are right now. There is no tornado warning at this moment, but Salem's right here, and you do have the potential for some of the storms in this line that are moving in the direction of Salem to produce tornadoes. So you got to be on watch out there. That is something that we'll be keeping a very close eye on, especially as we move through the next couple of hours. Next hour here, we'll say. Let's see what else we got out here. Trying my best to get to your questions. East side of Indianapolis, still got that strong storm passing through. If you're in Lawrence, you're all right. If you're south of Lawrence, closer to like Beech Grove, you got to be careful because that is where we still have the threat for a tornado or at least damaging wind. Salina, Ohio, you're looking at a damaging wind threat right now. We do have that 70 mile per hour wind potential indicated by our severe storm warning out there. And this is going to likely, it's probably going to be worse just south of Salina, Ohio. I'm pronouncing that right, by the way. But that is going to be something to watch over the next 30 minutes. Once that's through, though, you should be pretty much in the clear. Let's see here. Well, I'm seeing some more Kentucky questions. If you're in eastern Kentucky, the threat is going to be much, much lower. These storms are going to lose some steam as they reach eastern Kentucky. So I would be prepared for some strong storms, but the severe weather threat will decrease a lot once you get farther east of, say, Lexington, for example. Let's see what else we got going on here. Ohio State, same thing as Columbus, obviously. The greatest risk in Ohio State is the potential for damaging wind gusts. A tornado is possible, though, so don't let your guard completely down there. And let's see. So I want to point out right now, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 individual storms warned for tornadoes. You can see most of this ongoing right now in the western portion of Kentucky. But this does extend down to the western end of Tennessee as well. We didn't talk much about these storms in the southern end of this, and I do want to mention that if you're near Trenton or Sharon or Dresden, Tennessee, out here, these areas, there is a tornado warning in effect, and if there is a tornado, it would be very close to Trenton right now. A couple different areas to watch, actually. I'm kind of curious what's going on there near Rutherford. This is where we're looking at, probably not much, but this is where we're looking at a tornado threat. And McKenzie, Tennessee, Paris, Tennessee, you guys are not in tornado warnings right now. But if you're near or in McKenzie or Paris, Tennessee, I would be prepared to head to your safe place, because I do expect we're going to see another tornado warning, and it's likely to be drawn something like that, which would include Paris and McKenzie. Let's see. Sirens just stopped in Bargersville. That's good news. I'm not surprised. That tornado threat has really decreased out there. Decreased a little while ago too, but we certainly don't have the same level threat that we did just a few minutes ago. So good news on that front for sure. Let's see. If you guys are just tuning in, by the way, you know it if you've been here for a while. Many of you have, but I am a meteorologist, so you can get good information here, information you can trust. So consider following, hopping aboard. Be sure to drop your questions in the comments. I'm not going to get to all of them, so if I don't get to them all, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. You can DM me there, ask me your questions. And also, if you guys are watching on TikTok, there are less people watching on YouTube right now. So, of course, you can head over there and ask your questions, because I will see your questions on YouTube much, much quicker than I will see them on TikTok. I want to get back to our storm, though, that I was talking about in Indiana near Mitchell. And this storm is looking pretty menacing. It's still not a confirmed tornado or anything like that, but it has that look. And honestly, I would definitely be in my safe place if I was in the Mitchell area. Mitchell, Indiana. That's a spot that we may see a tornado on, impact. We could have a tornado ongoing right now in Mitchell, Indiana. So if you were in that area, you got to be in your safe place. Chloe, are you in Mitchell? Like, are you just like near it? Because Mitchell right now, there is a decent chance there's a tornado on the ground right in that area. So just make sure you're hunkered down. It makes me uncomfortable looking at this one. I don't see any debris, though. We cannot confirm there's a tornado, but Mitchell, Indiana, if there is a tornado, it would be moving right through that area right now, likely just barely on the north side of the town. I know Mitchell's not very big, but this is Mitchell, Indiana, not in a great spot here. So we are keeping very close tabs on that. Let's see what else we got here. Columbia, Tennessee. I will also take a look at that. I'm going to wait for a new scan on that Mitchell storm. Columbia, Tennessee. Let me see what I got for you. You guys are not in the clear in Columbia by any means yet, but the greatest tornado threat seems to be staying a little bit north of Columbia, at least right now. You still have a few hours before those storms reach you in Columbia. But once they do, so if you're in Columbia, for example, yeah, Chloe, are you in Mitchell, Indiana? I was just saying I'm waiting for a new radar scan, but Mitchell looks like it may be being hit by a tornado right now. Let's see. So anyway, I was saying the tornado threat right now, it's going to be greatest basically between Owensboro, Kentucky. That's where we're seeing the north side of this activity, down to Jackson, Tennessee. And what we're seeing right now is basically a line of storms, and similar to what we saw earlier, any storm in this line has the potential to produce a tornado. So as I look at potential, I'm looking at, Nashville as far north as, really Cincinnati, Ohio. If you live in, Cincinnati, if you live in Louisville, Frankfort, Lexington, Elizabethtown, Bowling Green, Nashville, Clarksville, these are areas that may be impacted by tornadoes tonight. And that's where our tornado risk is greatest right now. It looks like we may have got an update on our Mitchell storm. Let me get back to this because this does look like a pretty menacing storm. Still not confirmed by the National Weather Service, but I do believe that we do have a tornado, or at least something very close to becoming a tornado, on the ground near Mitchell, Indiana, and continuing to move to the northeast, which would take this eventually pretty close to Freetown, Indiana, a little bit down the line here. So continuing to move northeast, and something that we will need to be keeping a close eye on right here. Good. Stay in the bathroom, Chloe, there. Just as long as you're on the lowest floor of your house and all that stuff. I don't know if there's a tornado for sure, but maybe you'll be able to tell me pretty soon. If there is a tornado in Mitchell, it'd be there right now, basically. So stay safe. Stay safe there, okay? Stay safe. Columbus, Ohio is not in the greatest tornado threat, but what we are looking at for Columbus, Ohio is a certain damaging wind risk and a potential. The Mitchell storm, that if there is a tornado, it would be on the very edge on the north and west side of town. Lima, Ohio, we're looking at a damaging wind threat right now. In Lima, the threat for damaging wind is going to be more contained. It looks like storms are weakening as they move into Lima, and that includes Salina, Ohio as well, Bellefontaine, Findlay, Ohio. A lot of these areas that storm threat is just it's decreasing. Northern Ohio not really seeing the severe weather potential live up to it, but it is something that is still going to be impacted by storms. Lawrence, Indiana, you're just about in the clear out there in Lawrence. Actually, you know what, Lawrence, you are in the clear. There's going to be some rain for a little while, but Lawrence, you are in the clear out there, luckily. Fort Wayne, Indiana, you are also in the clear, so no issues there. Shania, you're all good out there. Let's see. I've been seeing a lot of questions about, that's another question about Richmond. Richmond, right now, you're going to get some decent wind out there in Richmond. You get some storms passing just to the north of you right now, but what we're watching for are these storms that are in Shelbyville and Greenfield. So in about the next 20 to 30 minutes in Richmond, you're going to get some strong wind. There is still a low tornado chance in Richmond, but I would be mainly concerned about the damaging wind potential. You'll be okay. You'll be okay there, but it is going to get windy. Yeah, Greenwood, that's good. The sirens should be off in Greenwood. The tornado threat out there in Greenwood has passed, at least for now. Ohio is going to be, if you're south or western Ohio, that's where storms can be kind of rough. Otherwise, eastern and northern Ohio are going to be okay. All right, back to our Mitchell storm. We just got an update on this one. Continuing to believe that there is a tornado on the ground here. The National Weather Service does not necessarily agree, but everything I'm seeing suggests if we don't have a tornado, we are very close to having a tornado on the ground in the Mitchell area. Still not seeing any debris, luckily, but it's a very strong, it's a strong storm out there. Let's see. Yeah, if you're in Columbia, you can go to sleep. Just make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone, just to be safe. Detroit's all good tonight. We just got a new tornado warning in the Newcastle area, though, in Indiana. So actually, Knightstown moving into Newcastle. We have this new warning. If there's a tornado, it'd be just north of Knightstown, moving into Newcastle. So Indiana, once again, another tornado warning. You can see out here, we do have some rotation, those pink and green colors side by side. Newcastle, if this tornado is in fact on the ground, it will be making a shot straight through Newcastle. So if you're in Newcastle, make sure to head down to the basement right now. Head down to the lowest floor of your house at least. Get into an interior room. Newcastle is in a spot that may be impacted by a tornado in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. So this one's popping up pretty quick. I'm not seeing anything particularly strong, but that does not mean it cannot do significant damage. There is a possible tornado, a likely tornado developing near Newcastle, Indiana. So we're going to keep a close eye on that too. Yeah, Chloe, give us an update if you can. And for those of you guys who are not in YouTube chat, Chloe is in Mitchell, which looks like it may be being impacted by a tornado right now. So hopefully she's getting through this one all right. We're thinking about you, Chloe. All right, let's see what else we got. Seeing some more questions about Tennessee and Kentucky. Let's talk about Kentucky here. And we have a lot of activity in Kentucky. Basically, anything you're seeing in this line of storms has the potential to produce a tornado. You're seeing this line of storms all the way from Owensboro, basically down through Murray, Kentucky. You can see there's our line. And so if you're anywhere from Louisville through Radcliffe, Elizabethtown, Leachfield, Bowling Green, Russellville, Hopkinsville, these are all places in Kentucky you need to be on alert because I do believe the tornado threat is moderate to high out there, and this is one to take very seriously if you are in those spots. Good news for those of you guys who are asking questions about places like Michigan. You're not facing anything too bad out there in Michigan. The threat in Michigan is pretty low. It's basically over at this point. Taking a closer look at some of our storms out here in Kentucky, though, I mean, there's a big cluster of stuff. It's going to be hard to make out on radar what is legit and what is not. But basically, the National Weather Service, they've had reports of tornadoes all night long. there are clearly areas of rotation we're seeing, and these areas of rotation, they could spin up a tornado at any point here. So you really should be, like I said, this is why you need to be on alert. I mean, I'm just looking at this line of storms, and you can see just how many spots. You get those bright blue and bright red colors side by side. I mean, we can just sort of count them off, Every portion of this line of storms does have some level of rotation. And so that's part of the reason this is so dangerous. I mean, every storm cell in this line is spinning. And so that's why Western Kentucky tonight, especially right now, you have to be prepared for tornadoes. Same thing with Western Tennessee right now. We're looking at tornado warnings, near Trenton, McKenzie. These are not confirmed tornadoes or anything like that, but Paris. It's a very powerful line of storms, and the tornado threat is still very high. Memphis area, so good news for Memphis, not seeing any tornadoes, but we do have a strong, again, Boeing segment of storms, and you can see that line going straight through downtown Memphis. Let's see. Good. We just got an update from Chloe. Good that you still got power. Stay in your bathroom for a little longer. Stay there for like 5 minutes. But honestly, Chloe, if there was a tornado, it would have likely already hit. So stay there. Stay there just for 5 more minutes to be safe, Chloe. But the good news is that if there was a tornado, it probably would have already hit, and you would have known. So that's glad you're doing good. Or at least all right. Memphis, though. Do we have anyone in Memphis in chat? I'm really curious if anyone is seeing the wind right now. And I'll get to Arlington, Kentucky for you, too. Memphis is getting blasted by some very strong wind right now. No tornadoes, but you can see that Boeing segment right there going straight through Memphis, Tennessee. And this is going to be primarily a damaging wind threat. Eventually, these storms should reach Jackson, Tennessee as well. So they'll continue to move to the east, and Jackson, Tennessee would be next in line for some potential impacts as a result of the wind here. So that's going to be a threat. That long-lived tornado warning, by the way, in southern Arkansas, it was near Fordyce and Pine Bluff. That is no longer tornado warned, by the way. So you are all good out there, at least for now, in Arkansas. In fact, Arkansas, for the first time in the wild, does not have any tornado warnings. So good news for Arkansas. All right. Western Kentucky. I saw we had someone ask about Arlington. I don't know exactly where Arlington is here, but what I can say is that anything in Western Kentucky, most of Western Kentucky is under tornado warnings right now. It's a bit of a mess here on radar. And what we're really looking at is we're looking at a line of storms, and the National Weather Service is saying, any area, any storm in this line could produce a tornado. So they've gone ahead and they've basically put out a pretty broad brush for warnings across the area. Not a bad idea, because honestly, there is the potential for a warning at any point. And this does extend into southern Indiana, like we just saw with the storm that passed through the Mitchell area. And by the way, for Chloe, who's in Mitchell, I would stay where you are, because you actually have some strong storms coming in a second round here. But the tornado threat, at least in Mitchell for now, the tornado threat in Mitchell is over, luckily. All right, let me see what else we got here. I see Van Wert, Ohio, Columbia, Tennessee. So Columbia, Tennessee, I want you to be prepared for a potential warning at some point in the next. Actually, let me get an update on Columbia. Let me see what we got here for Columbia. Also, I see. Give me one sec. So Columbia, that threat's going to increase in about the next 2.5 hours. So if you're in Columbia, and this goes for anybody who's in a spot where these warnings are going to increase after dark, make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone. You can find that in settings. And then once you turn emergency alerts on, make sure your ringer is on too, so that you can hear the warning if one is issued, if you're asleep. Let's see. I do see Oxford, Mississippi. You should be all right out there in Oxford. Should be all right tonight. I'll keep an eye on that, but you should be okay in Oxford tonight. Van Wert, Ohio. Anyone in Ohio should be on watch tonight. It's really just like I was saying before. If you're near Cincinnati or Columbus or Springfield or Chillicothe, I know I'm saying that wrong, Chillicothe. That's where you have the greatest tornado risk out there. Let's see. Lebanon, Middletown, Ohio. I don't know. Oh, I see. So Middletown is in a spot where the threat for severe weather, damaging wind, and a tornado, if you're in Middletown, Ohio, in the next hour, that threat's going to increase. So we're going to be watching that here on the live for you, of course. Northeast Ohio, Cleveland area, you can go to sleep tonight. You'll be okay. Again, I'd have emergency alerts turned on your phone just in case. But the good news with Cleveland is that threat seems pretty low in northern Ohio, luckily. Let's see what else we got. People watching on YouTube asking questions about Lima, Salina. Just some strong wind out there. I do not expect tornadoes are going to be a problem out there, at least not in Lima. Salina, I believe that threat for a tornado is pretty low at this point. I'm just watching that one storm cell near Newcastle, Indiana. That is the only thing we need to watch. It does not look like it's holding together very well. So Salina, actually, it's still got some rotation in it. So Salina, you should stay on watch. Lima, I don't expect you're going to see tornadoes. But if there is a tornado, like we said before, Newcastle, Indiana, you got to be in your safe place right now because this will be passing right through Newcastle, Indiana. And I also want to mention places like Moreland, Bluntsville, Modoc, Dalton, Indiana. These are all places that would be impacted next if this tornado warning is extended. Our storm that passed through Mitchell, again, still not a confirmed tornado, but some strong rotation here. You can see the green and pink colors side by side. That's the radar telling us there's a storm and it's spinning a lot. And that is also telling us that if you're out towards Freetown, you should be in your safe place now too. You're in that tornado warning and our storm is not showing much signs of slowing down. Also just looking out for any other areas of rotation here. We definitely have an area of rotation in Kentucky moving towards Cloverport. That's not too far from Owensboro. And these storms will be getting into Louisville here in about the next 30 minutes. So if you're in Louisville, time to be on watch. If you're where I just said, we just got that updated tornado warning. I was just saying that. Cloverport, you got to be in your safe place right now. Addison, Rome, Union, Star, New Amsterdam, Bradenburg. These are all places I'd be prepared to head down to the basement or at least the lowest floor of your house. That's where we're seeing tornado warnings get issued right now. Still a lot of activity and potentially a strong tornado here could be near Cadiz, Kentucky. That's where our tornado would be right there if there is one. And this, I believe on radar, might have an interesting look. Right by Lake Barkley. It's not the first one we've covered out this way. Actually, it looks like just south of Lake Barkley, in my opinion. If we had a tornado, it would be just south of Lake Barkley out here, actually, moving in the direction of Cadiz. And Cadiz, Kentucky, you got to be in your safe place. But in addition to that, I'm also looking at Gracie and Hopkinsville as potential areas that could be facing tornadoes within the next 30 minutes. So some extra places ahead of the line. No warnings out there yet, but places to watch closely, as we are certainly not done with the potential for tornadoes in those areas either. But most of the activity right now in southern Indiana and especially in western Kentucky. So like I said before, Louisville, I know Louisville, you had a tornado warning in that area just a couple days ago. Louisville's in a spot where I totally see the potential for a tornado in about the next 30 minutes. So those of you guys in Louisville, start thinking about, all right, where's that safe place you're going to go? You want to go to the lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one, an interior room at least. But that is a spot where you really need to be thinking about going to that safe place. Those of you guys just jumping on, by the way, I'm streaming right now on TikTok and on YouTube. But for anyone who's watching, just want to introduce myself again. I'm Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston. I have a degree in meteorology from Penn State. So bottom line, you're going to get great weather information from me, information you can trust. And there's a lot of fakers out there on the internet these days, but you can trust that I am not one of them. So consider following here on TikTok. Consider subscribing here on YouTube, again, because there's a lot of places to get information. There's not a lot of places I've found to get good information, but this is one of them. So consider following along here. I also want to mention, too, if you have any questions I don't get to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you follow me there, send me a DM. I'll do my best to respond to each and every one of you after this live ends. And for those of you guys on TikTok, by the way, if you just are looking for regular weather content, maybe you don't watch TV, so you don't really have a good way to get your weather information, because let me tell you, if you're using an app, it's just not going to cut it. If you're looking for something a little better than an app, check out my YouTube channel, @TuckerWeather. Consider subscribing. And if you guys just love weather, because honestly, I just love weather, and you just want to talk weather, I'm always happy to talk weather with you guys anywhere on social media, and especially on YouTube these days. I'm trying to do more with making more educational videos just because people seem to like them. So all that stuff. But anyway, back to the coverage here. If you guys have been live on YouTube, again, I really appreciate you guys being here because my YouTube channel is kind of small right now. We're working on building it up, and you guys are like founding members. So I will remember you guys as I continue to put a lot of energy and grow this thing. All right, let's see. Tips on keeping an infant safe on a second story. So question for you. If you're on the second story of an apartment, are you at the top floor or what floor are you on? That's my real question there. Chloe, the good news for you, by the way, is that the worst of that is over. You still have a severe storm coming into Mitchell, Indiana. But Chloe, the worst of it is certainly over now. Just stay where you are for like another 10 minutes, but after that, you can get out. You'll be okay. I do want to mention, though, our tornado warning still continues to go into effect. Freetown, Indiana, next in line. Although the storm that passed through Mitchell, it has weakened quite a bit. And you can kind of see if you watch it, that hook that we had, it's kind of dissipated. It used to be right here. It used to be a little more curved, kind of hanging out from its storm like that. Now it's just sort of gone. So that storm weakening as it moves into Freetown. Still got that tornado warning near Newcastle, Indiana right now. That storm does not look too healthy, though, so that's good news. That's falling apart. Those of you guys in northwestern Ohio, still a threat for some damaging wind gusts, but that's about it. So damaging wind, like I was saying before, a possible, something we're watching in northwestern Ohio, but it is not looking like so much of a tornado threat. Damaging wind, though, definitely possible in the northwestern portion of Ohio, though these storms are weakening out there right now. Still a lot of tornado warnings in western Kentucky. Do we have anyone in western Kentucky? Yeah, I'll check Frankfort for you, too, in Kentucky as well, by the way. Frankfort's in a spot where I do believe that tornado threat is going to be moderate, at least. So you got to be aware in Frankfort, and I do believe these storms are going to get to Frankfort in about an hour. So that's your time to be thinking about how are you going to prepare yourself best for severe weather. Where's that place you're going to go that's going to keep you safe? Think about that stuff. Ellettsville picking back up, you say. Let me take a look, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is. We got a couple of waves passing through here. Ellettsville, yeah, a little burst here, but once this burst is over, you're good. Nothing severe, just some heavier rain, some stronger gusts. Ellettsville, you're basically done with it. Same with you guys out in Bloomington. That threat in Bloomington beginning to die down. I got you, Kristen. Let's see. Yeah, Madison, Indiana, and Southern Indiana. Let me take a look for you, Madison. I roughly know where Madison is, but let me see if I can find it. Going on a little hunt here for Madison. What I'll say is for Southern Indiana, mainly if you're... Oh, I see Madison. So Madison's like right out there. Okay. Madison, that tornado threat's going to be moderate and increasing in about the next 30 minutes. So again, you get about 30 minutes if you're out in Madison to think about, all right, where am I going to go? It's going to keep me safe. So that's what I want you to start doing in Madison. Start thinking about some of that stuff. Seymour, Indiana, great question. I was looking at Seymour just a moment ago. The tornado threat out there, certainly non-zero, but right now your biggest concern in Seymour is going to be some damaging wind. Wind gusts that may be as high as 70 miles per hour in Seymour, Indiana. And so what that means is that you could be looking at some minor damage to something like your house. Some shingles could blow off or something like that. But I don't see anything that's going to be catastrophic out there. We will watch, though, because, again, the tornado threat is not zero. So we're going to watch in case anything starts to spin up. I do want to mention that Paoli, Salem, New Perkin, Georgetown, Marengo, Corydon, these are areas in Indiana that will likely be under a tornado warning very soon. So that's your early advanced warning because you're not in it yet, but I would be prepared to be in one. Brandenburg, Kentucky may be included in a warning here soon, too. I'm looking at Beaver Dam, Kentucky as well. Greenville and Central City, Kentucky may also end up finding themselves in tornado warnings, just the way that this line is continuing to rotate. Storms, at least in the line, are rotating. And we do have a storm, like I said, that storm near Cadiz. That is still looking like our strongest storm right now. And you can see why very clearly here. If we take a look at radar, you can see those red and blue colors side by side. That's what we call a couplet. And that is a sign that we are looking at a storm that is producing a lot of rotation in one spot. And that is basically what the radar's measuring. It's saying, okay, we just got an updated warning on this right as I said that. It's saying, all right, we got wind moving really fast in one direction, and right next to it, wind moving really fast in another direction. And that tells us that there is spinning motion in the storm. So this is a very powerful storm. It is certainly rotating. Cadiz, Kentucky, you got to be in your safe place. This is headed right for you. This is going to move into Montgomery and Buffalo, Kentucky as well. Cerulean, if I pronounced that correctly. That is also a spot that will at least get into some heavy rain, wind, and even hail. But Cadiz, that is not a good place to be right now in terms of severe weather and tornado potential. So stay safe and go to that safe place now. Do not push it and wait. No standing out on the porch and seeing if you can see it. Not worth it. Not worth it. And you're not going to see it anyways. It's dark now. I mean, what time is it? Yeah, it's like 11 or 10 out there, depending on what time zone you're in. Memphis, Tennessee, great question. We haven't talked about Memphis in a second, and we still have that severe storm moving through Memphis. Damaging wind likely just impacted the city. What are you seeing out there in Memphis? We got reports from Memphis out there. I'd imagine you just got some pretty strong wind out there in Memphis a little earlier, and you can see why right here. There's our line that passed through the city. Good news with Memphis, though. Looks like Memphis should be in the clear. I'd give it another hour, but you're getting closer. I see. West Virginia, I got your question there. You see the line hitting West Virginia around 3 or 4 a.m. Good news, by 3 or 4 a.m., while there is still the potential for some strong wind, and there is a very low chance for a tornado, by 3 or 4 a.m., these storms are going to be a lot weaker. So West Virginia, I'm less concerned about severe weather out there. There is still a chance, so I want you to stay prepared. Again, a great example why you should keep emergency alerts turned on your phone. Make sure that ringer's on so it'll make noise and wake you up if there's a tornado warning or some sort. Now, I believe in your phone you can trigger it to even go if there's a severe storm warning too. But that's a spot I wouldn't be overly concerned. Just be aware. Let's see here. We got Oxford, Ohio, and Delaware, Ohio. Because we got a lot of Ohio questions, why don't I pull our map back up while we wait for another radar update. We're going to take a look at where that severe weather threat is and where it is not. And, well, I guess, long story short, the severe weather threat is present through all of Ohio here. We have a level 2 risk out here in the eastern portion of Ohio. We have a level 3 risk out here in the western portion of Ohio. We still have the level 4 risk that is in effect where the storms are moving through in western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and southern Indiana. So you can kind of see them separated. You can see the lines separating these risk levels. Level 3, level 2, level 4. More or less what I'm getting at here, though, is if you're in central Indiana, that severe weather threat is largely decreasing now. So southern Indiana, you still have that level 4 severe weather risk. We still have the level 4 severe weather risk in western Kentucky as well. That's where we're seeing the most activity. So southern Indiana, western Kentucky, those are the two greatest areas of concern right now. Western and middle Tennessee, the central portions of Kentucky, western Ohio, you're in that area where we kind of have a medium threat for tornadoes and stuff like that. So for that reason, if you can, I'd stay up and wait for storms to pass. If you have to go to sleep, that's when you got to make sure emergency alerts are on. Maybe consider sleeping on the lowest floor of your house, sleeping in a room that's a little bit safer. A lot of people, especially if you got a multi-story house, bedrooms on the top floor. Hey, you know what? Tonight might be the night to sleep on the couch downstairs instead. You know what I mean? Just an extra level of safety. These are the things that, a little inconvenient, but you never know. Because if there is a tornado, and God forbid you don't wake up, you don't want to be in a place where there's going to be something bad that happens to you. Because it's the top floor in a tornado that goes first. So, that's why we tell people to go downstairs. So for you guys in Ohio, if you're in Columbus or farther west, you're in that medium chance for tornado and damaging wind. If you're in the eastern side of Ohio, it's mostly just a damaging wind threat for you, a low chance for a tornado. Owensboro just put under a warning? Let me take a look for you here. Because I've been watching Owensboro, and Owensboro's been really close recently. Let's get a look at what we got going on out here. Owensboro is in that tornado warning right now, been in that tornado warning, in fact. Radar indicated, so we'd have no confirmation that a tornado is actually ongoing. Owensboro, though, if there is a tornado, it would be right around Owensboro. I'm going to go back here. Oh, good news for Owensboro. I don't see anything that suggests a tornado is ongoing, but there is certainly some rotation very close to the city, right out to the western side of the city. So if you're in Owensboro, you got to be in your safe place. We do have a confirmed tornado just to the south of Owensboro, though. Just moved through Calhoun, moving towards Utica, Habit, Whitesville as well. So this is a spot right here is where we may have a tornado ongoing as it moves into the Utica area. So that's something I want to keep an eye on, especially is that portion of Ohio too. Kentucky as well. And I do expect that this is going to continue to be a threat as it moves farther east, because this entire line, like I said before, the whole line is rotating. So this area right here, especially as we get towards Utica, I want to watch closely. And the National Weather Service did confirm that. And we also got this guy here too. That may be a little higher up in the cloud, but this is a very strong area of rotation right now as well. But right by Cloverport, Kentucky. Actually, this is right in the border of Kentucky and Indiana. So right in the border of Kentucky and Indiana, Cloverport. Not a confirmed tornado, but that is strong rotation. It's moving towards the northeast, so past Rome, Union Star, New Amsterdam, Indiana in line for this. We'll have to watch that as it gets closer to Corydon as well, Indiana. So that storm cell we're going to keep a close eye on. No confirmed tornado right now, but that storm is rotating and pretty vigorously too. So we will be watching this one. We will be watching this one with a keen eye, to say the least. Very interesting too. I mean, it's like you have you almost have like a missing hook. This is where the tornado would be. There's your storm, but there's almost nothing here. So that's interesting. I wonder if anyone's chasing that one. You'd probably be able to see a bit of stuff on that. Yeah, well, Louisville, I wouldn't say Louisville's looking any worse than it was before. What I would say about Louisville is that Louisville's always been in sort of a not. Oh, there we go. Louisville's always been in not a great spot, but the thing with Louisville is that the storms they're just getting closer now. So you gotta be watching Louisville, especially closely here. Let me see what else we got going on. So for those of you guys who are just tuning in, by the way, and the reason I'm repeating myself, you guys on YouTube have been watching a little longer. I know each of you guys have been on for a bit, but mostly for TikTok, people are in and out a little bit more, just the way it works. But for those of you guys who are just tuning in, I'm a meteorologist. I got a degree in meteorology. I work as a meteorologist professionally, so consider following if you're watching on TikTok. Consider subscribing here if you're watching on YouTube. A lot of places on the internet to get information. This is one of the good places to get information, because I feel like you can get information in a lot of spots, but it's not always going to be good. We're going to keep you up to date with weather updates here that you're going to get before you see them on TV in a lot of cases. I'm going to give you information in weekly weather updates that you're going to get here before anywhere else as well. And if you guys have any questions, I'm doing my best to answer you guys in the comments. And it looks like we just got a new tornado warning, which I'm going to get into in a second here. But I'll add to that if you guys are watching on TikTok, consider checking out my YouTube channel at Tucker Weather as well. And if you guys have any questions I don't get to, I'm doing my best to get to you guys, but if I don't get to them, you can find me, of course, on Instagram as well. On Instagram at Tucker Weather. If you follow me there, send me a DM. I'll get back to you with all your weather questions as soon as I can. We did just get a new tornado warning. It is in effect now for the Bedford area. I see that sirens in Ellettsville. I do not know why they'd be issuing the sirens in Ellettsville. There's a flash flood warning now in Ellettsville, but you're okay. That severe weather threat has now passed in Ellettsville, Indiana. Let's see, Huntertown, Indiana. I'm not familiar with where Huntertown is, so tell me where Huntertown is in Indiana, and I'll be able to give you a better update there. This new tornado warning, by the way, near Bedford, Indiana, and it is not, Mitchell is not included in this. But if you're in Seymour, Indiana, you do need to be on watch, as I wouldn't be shocked if Seymour ends up in a tornado warning here at some point as this line continues to move into that area. Columbus, Indiana, sirens are going off. Columbus is not in a tornado warning, but you know what? That's actually kind of smart, because I do believe Columbus will be added to this tornado warning. So if you're in Columbus, I'd be heading down to your safe place now, especially if you hear the sirens going off. There is not a confirmed tornado in Columbus, Indiana right now. I'm hearing we got some sirens in Bloomington as well. It's very interesting. Bloomington. Oh, Andrew Markowitz told you to come on the live. Andrew's the best. Hope you followed him. Bloomington, you're good. So I guess Bloomington and Ellettsville sounds like they sounded the sirens because of a flash flood warning, which is kind of puzzling. I don't see any imminent danger with the flash flood warning. So you guys in Bloomington and Ellettsville, you're okay, even though they sounded the sirens. Everyone joining the live on TikTok from Markowitz, by the way. First of all, he is one of the best meteorologists I've ever gotten the pleasure to know. He's one of my best friends as well. And make sure to follow that guy. Everyone on YouTube here. Andrew Markowitz doesn't have YouTube, but if he ever makes one, it's a good name to know in weather as well. All right, we're keeping an eye on these tornado warnings. And like I said, if you guys are in Bloomington or Ellettsville, you're okay. I do not completely know why they sounded the sirens. Sometimes I've heard sirens go off by accident. I don't see a tornado warning or anything like that. Time frame for Columbus, Ohio. Who else we got in Columbus, Ohio? Let me know in chat if you're in Columbus. Columbus, this threat is going to begin to really increase in the next, let's get a look at this. I believe the next hour and a half in Columbus, Ohio. It's still some time before those storms get to Columbus, Ohio. They're weakening slowly but surely as they get into Ohio. That's good news. In fact, you can kind of see if we zoom out, most of our activity now is centered right here in western Kentucky. We still have some activity here in southern Indiana. But the good news that these storms they're not holding together as well as I thought they may as they head into Columbus, or Ohio as a whole. So good news for you guys in Columbus. Good news for you guys in Cincinnati. I still want you to be very aware and on watch, but I'm just saying that the threat for some of this higher end severe stuff may be a little bit, moderated based on what I'm seeing. I see you there, Salina, Ohio. Sherry Spear. That's really funny. I have a coworker named Sherry Spear. Great name. Salina, Ohio, though, what we're looking at is that damaging wind threat is largely decreasing. I'm sure you're still here in the rain. You're hearing some thunder, I'm sure, in Salina, too, but you can see that line has since moved to the east of Salina, and it's going to continue to move to the east. At this point in Salina, I'm pronouncing that correctly, right? Salina, Ohio. You still could get a damaging wind gust here or there. So you got about 45 minutes in Salina before the threat is over. You still have a second round that's going to pass through here in about the next 30 minutes or so, but you are out of the worst of it. Greenwood, Indiana, we had what looked like it may have been a tornado passing through earlier tonight. Yes, nailed the pronunciation. Greenwood, Indiana, though, you are in the clear now, but just keep in mind there is a flash flood warning in effect where you are too. Still 2 tornado warnings. If you're in Columbus or Seymour, Indiana, out of an abundance of caution, I would be heading down to your safe place whenever you can at this point. You're not in a tornado warning, so you don't need to rush, but I'd say in the next 5 minutes, if you could get down to the lowest floor of your house, Columbus and Seymour, Ohio seem like safer places to be. Greenfield, Indiana. At this point, Greenfield is in a much, much better place. You're in the clear in Greenfield. Same with Indianapolis. Who's still in Indianapolis in chat? Let me know. If you're in Indianapolis right now, I'm looking at your area. It's still raining there. You may be hearing some thunder in Indianapolis, but guess what? The city of Indianapolis, really anything within 465, you're all good out there now. You're all good out there. So we're seeing a much welcomed improvement, we'll call it, in Indianapolis at this point. Still some tornado warnings, though, in western Kentucky. This is where we're looking at the worst part of our line of storms right now is out in western Kentucky, and we continue to watch this threat increase as we see storms approach places like Louisville, Radcliffe, Elizabethtown, Litchfield, Bowling Green, Russellville, Hopkinsville. These are places to watch closely. North of Fort Wayne, you're all good out there now too. Fort Wayne, you're okay out there as well. So if you guys are watching right now, by the way, on YouTube, I do want to mention we've had a lot of comments I've noticed, and same with TikTok. We're streaming in both places right now. A lot of comments about Ohio and Indiana. I'll tell you this, I'm going to call out some places that are in the clear so you can rest easy. And I'm going to put our radar on our broad radar so we can get a good idea of everything that's going on. And you can see this system extends all the way into Canada, in fact. But you'll notice that out here in southern Michigan, you guys are in the clear at this point. Severe weather is not impossible, but it is quite unlikely as these storms continue to weaken. You guys are in the clear now. If you're in Fort Wayne, Logansport, Indianapolis, if you're out towards Terre Haute, most of Indiana is in the clear except for southern and eastern areas. That's where severe weather is still ongoing. Anybody who may be out in Missouri or Illinois or even Wisconsin, you guys are in the clear. Arkansas, we're looking at still the potential, especially for flooding. That is going to be a threat for the next few days. But Little Rock is in the clear. We're looking at Batesville, Hot Springs also in the clear as well. I do need to make one big point, though, guys, and this cannot be slept on. Though we're talking a lot about severe weather, there is a very, very significant flash flooding risk over the next 2 days or so in Arkansas, in western Tennessee, in western Kentucky, along the Boot Hill, Missouri, even into southern Indiana and southern Illinois. If you guys are in these areas, here's what's about to happen. The front that's producing the severe weather, it's slowing down, it's stalling. We call it a stationary front because it becomes stationary. But we still have a lot of wind that's going to be forcing moisture up into the United States. So as that moisture hits this stationary front, and it's going to be stationary for a few days, and the moisture feed's going to be strong for a few days, you have to watch out because we may see as much as 6 to 8, even 10 plus inches of rain in about 2 days, and that will cause flooding. And especially if you guys live in areas that are prone to flooding, that is going to be a very big concern over the next couple of days. So I want to make that clear. You guys might not be hearing much about that because severe weather is taking center stage, but if you're hearing it here first, you got to be thinking about it. Hopefully it's not the first place you're hearing it, but that is going to be a big threat. I just want to make that clear because that is something that has been, I believe, overlooked in the midst of the severe weather. We did just get a tornado warning in northwestern Ohio. Surprises me a little bit, but I mentioned it's a low tornado threat, but it's not zero. So northwestern Ohio, we did just get a tornado warning. Let's zero in on this one, give you an update on what we're seeing. This is kind of out there. It's not near much. It's near continental Ohio. I remember doing some severe weather coverage for this area last year. So continental Ohio, what you're looking at is a storm cell here, and this is moving northeast into the continental Ohio area. You can see if we take a look at our wind velocities here, our wind speeds, you got those green and pink colors side by side. That's our area of rotation. If there is a tornado that gets produced, it would be right in the continental area. Personally, I'm not seeing anything that suggests a tornado is being produced, but there is the possibility. So Oakwood, Continental, DuPont, Rice, Pleasant Bend, New Bavaria, and Miller City, you are all in this tornado warning in northwestern Ohio. It's not a big warning. It's a small one, but make sure you're heading down to your safe place now. That's what you want to do. Let's see. Do I think the tornado outlook could drop as these storms head into Columbus? Yes, I do believe the tornado threat is dropping already as these storms move into Ohio. Even the severe weather threat, these storms simply do not look as put together as they were before. So we're actually seeing a pretty sharp decrease in the severe weather threat in general as these storms move into Ohio. Still a damaging wind threat, though. You can see these bowing segments. See how the storms sort of bow out there? We're seeing that move into the north and western portion of Ohio. So it could be some damaging wind gusts. Bellefontaine, Marion, Findlay, Bowling Green, Toledo just got into a severe storm warning. Not a tornado warning, but a severe storm warning for those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And damaging wind will be a threat that we track for a good portion of tonight still. Did just get a new tornado warning, by the way. This is in effect for Salem, Indiana. And it extends all the way out to Scottsburg and Austin as well. Again, we're not seeing anything as menacing, we'll put it, as we did earlier tonight. You can see we're looking at a line of storms here. And I don't see anything, again, that suggests that a tornado is ongoing right now. But Salem, New Perkin, Vienna, Scottsburg, Austin, Indiana, you are all in a tornado warning. So I want you to head down to the lowest floor of your house into an interior room. The tornado warning we were previously tracking, that was moving into Columbus. I will say it does not look to me like they are going to extend this. So if you're in Columbus, if you're already in your safe place in Columbus, I would stay there. If you're not in your safe place, well, you should be okay, but it's going to be very windy. I might not want to be on the top floor of my house with wind gusts that may be 70 miles per hour in case it takes a tree down, but that tornado threat, luckily not very big out there right now. Did just get a new tornado warning. It would be this tornado, we were talking about this before, Paris, Tennessee. I was mentioning you really want to be on watch out there. If there is a tornado ongoing right now, it would likely be right in the Paris area, likely just north of Paris, Tennessee. You can see where we have that red and blue color side by side. That's our radar couplet, as we call it, moving in the direction of Buchanan, Tennessee. So I want you guys to be in your safe place out there too. Paris, you should be down in that basement as well. but it does not appear that a tornado would actually hit Paris, likely to stay to the north. Still looking at severe wind gusts in the Memphis area. We're seeing a flash flood warning in effect now for the Memphis area too. And it looks like we have a, let's see. Well, yeah, Memphis area is certainly in there for a flash flood warning and damaging wind gust threat. My biggest concern right now with Memphis is that we're seeing these storms really train, so there could be some quick flooding in downtown Memphis, so be careful out there. Sirens, New Albany, Indiana. Let me see what we got here. Trying to get an update on some of the reports you guys are sending me, some of the questions you guys are asking. I do not see, let's see, for New Albany. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see New Albany included in the 2 tornado warnings that are out there in Indiana. But I'm going to keep a close eye on anything that pops up for you. Let me see what else people are saying. Yeah, if you're in Columbus, Ohio, you can go to bed. Again, though, guys, I've been talking about this all night, though. Just make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone, because then your phone will make noise if you go to sleep. Keep your phone on your bedside. If alarms wake you up, your phone should wake you up if there's a tornado warning. So that'll be a really useful tool. Let me see here. Let's see, Kenton, Ohio. I don't know exactly where Kenton is, but if you're in Ohio, again, just do the emergency alerts thing I was talking about, and you should be all right. I'm not seeing most of Ohio right now. I'm not particularly concerned about the threat we're seeing for tornadoes. It looks like it's being left a bit farther south. But definitely a damaging wind threat in Ohio. Owensboro, Kentucky. Good news for Owensboro is that the worst of the weather is now out. So Owensboro, you are in the clear from severe weather. Still a lot of thunder and lightning, but that tornado threat that is now gone. So you're okay at this point. Middle Tennessee, you do have that threat for severe weather. That threat for severe weather out there. I got you, Abby. That threat for severe weather in Middle Tennessee is going to continue for a little longer here. These storms are still working their way through western Tennessee, in fact. So what you have is a line out here that's going to weaken but make its way into places like Nashville, Clarksville, Murfreesboro. That's going to be an overnight threat. And my concern with overnight threats is that, you could be asleep. You might not be aware. And again, that's where it becomes important to have that emergency alert. Or at least a weather radio, too. I know it sounds old-fashioned, guys. I actually have my own weather radio. They're not bad to have. They serve one purpose. They serve it well. When you have events like this, it's good to have something that you know is going to make some noise and hopefully wake you up if there's a warning. So just something to think about there, too. Yeah, let me see what we got here. Madison, Indiana, there are sirens. Let me see what we got. So here's our storm. I'll show you our 2 tornado warnings in Indiana right now. We got one. We're looking at this near Salem, New Perkin, Vienna, Scottsburg, New Frankfort. I'm not seeing much here that supports the tornado threat. There could be something brief and weak that spins up along the line here. And then we also have this, which is really fading out as this approaches Columbus. Columbus is going to face some damaging wind gusts, but that threat's fading out. Otherwise, no other tornado warnings in Indiana right now. Still some strong storms, though, producing damaging wind gusts. Otherwise, the greatest risk still remains here along the border of Kentucky and Indiana. Owensboro's out of it, but if you're in Louisville, that's one of the places we've been talking about this evening. That threat is still increasing out there in Louisville. Columbus, too. That threat's going to be a bit bigger later on tonight. I see that question in our YouTube chat about Dayton. Dayton, Ohio. I'm not seeing, again, any imminent threat for anything beyond damaging winds. Dayton, you still got about 30 minutes before that damaging wind potential reaches you, too. So you still got some time out there. Out there in, I saw, what was that question about Cadiz, right? It looked like a tornado may have gone through Cadiz, or at least a strong storm went through Cadiz, Kentucky, but Cadiz luckily is in the clear now. You can see these storms they hit hard in Cadiz and they have since moved past. So Cadiz, let's just make sure none of those storms on the south side are going to sneak up on you. But Cadiz, if you're in Cadiz, you know what? Oh, let's see. I'm just trying to decide if that southern end could graze you. I'm inclined to say that if you're in Cadiz, you should wait 30 more minutes. And if you don't get anything in the next 30 minutes, Cadiz, you should be in the clear at that point. Still got a tornado warning, though, just north of Hopkinsville, Crofton, Kentucky, in one of the places in this warning. Kelly, Kentucky as well, Fearsville. These are areas that we'll need to watch for potential severe weather, and these storms will eventually reach places like Greenville and Central City. So other places in Kentucky still not out of the woods yet. Much of western Kentucky, that's where we're seeing the majority of this activity. And western Tennessee as well, still seeing at least some very heavy rain and some strong wind. But as a whole, we are beginning to see this trend in the right direction. I've noticed in the last 30 minutes especially, we've seen quite a bit of weakening. And so good news for us, of course, to see things slowing down here. Let's see. Let me see Hicksville, Ohio. It doesn't look like, I don't see a Hicksville, Ohio tornado warning. No, Hicksville, Ohio, no tornado warning right now. Only one tornado warning, and it's in far north and western Ohio. Dayton, we talked about Dayton. Eastern Indiana, Richmond area. If you're in Richmond, you're about to get hit by some of those damaging wind gusts. But in Richmond, I'm not concerned about a tornado right now from what I see. But get ready for one more wave of likely strong wind. It won't last long. It might last 5 minutes, that strong wind at least. But I don't see anything that says to me that there's going to be a tornado or anything like that. But get ready for some wind out there in Richmond right now. Happy to help you, Cassandra. I think I said that correctly the second time. Hazard, Kentucky, your severe weather threat will increase later tonight. It's not going to be as big as the storm threats that we're seeing right now. There could be some damaging wind, though. Could also be a tornado out there, too. Same with Lexington, Kentucky. Let's see, though. With Muncie, the good news is that we are looking at, in Muncie, that potential for severe weather has pretty much gone to zero. So if you're in Muncie, just going to be some rain at this point going forwards. Let's see. Where are the sirens going off? Rockport, Kentucky. Let me see if I can find Rockport on my map. Because I don't know exactly where Rockport is, but if I can find it, I'll let you know why. If you hear sirens going off, you should head to the basement, by the way, regardless of what I see here. I'm trying to find Rockport, though, because I don't know exactly, to be honest, where Rockport is in Kentucky. Try not to sneeze here. Oh, sorry about that. Getting to allergy season. Gosh. Let's see. I don't see anything in Rockport, but if you hear sirens, you should be heading down to your safe place regardless. I'm looking at, so places like Lexington, Kentucky, Frankfort, Georgetown. Seeing a lot of questions about those areas in the central part of the state. Your severe weather threat is still got about 2 hours before that severe weather gets there. And storms are weakening, but there will be a tornado threat in that area tonight. So again, emergency alerts, keep those on and keep your phone nearby, or a weather radio, something that can wake you up. Let's see. Good news for you in Owensboro. That severe weather threat is over in Owensboro now. There will still be some thunder and lightning and rain, but that severe weather threat is largely over out there at this point. Let's see what we got here. Bowling Green, I assume we're talking Kentucky. Severe weather threat is really beginning to increase in about the next 30 minutes. It will be a tornado threat. It will be a damaging wind threat. There could even be some large hail. So stay alert if you're in Bowling Green. Let's see. Cincinnati, we've been talking a lot about. Cincinnati's storm threat is going to continue to increase over the next 30 minutes. Best chance for any severe weather in Cincinnati is going to be about 12:15 a.m. So somewhere, give or take 15 minutes, that's when that's going to reach you. And you should be prepared for at least damaging wind. There is going to be a low to medium tornado threat too. Let's see. Rockport is kind of close to Evansville. Oh, thank you for that, Amanda. That is super helpful. So Rockport in Kentucky. If you're within 30 minutes of Evansville, that severe weather threat is over where you are now. It's just some rain and just some breeziness, luckily. The worst of the storm should hit Columbus, Ohio in about the next hour or so. Rockport near Owensboro. Thanks for the assist. Oh, I see Rockport. Yeah, Rockport, you're all good. There it is. Just north of Owensboro. Rockport, Kentucky. All good now. Thanks for the help, guys. Thanks for the assist. For those of you guys who are watching on TikTok right now, I want to let you know I'm doing my best to field all your questions, but there are a lot of you on the TikTok live, so consider moving over to my YouTube portion of the live. It's literally the exact same thing here, but it's at Tucker Weather as my YouTube. I'll see your questions on YouTube a lot faster than I'll see them on TikTok. Just might be helpful for you guys. And for anyone who's just tuned in on TikTok, by the way, I'm a meteorologist. I work professionally as a meteorologist. I got a degree in this, so consider following. You know, you're going to get good weather information in a day and age where there's a lot of information and a lot of it is not good. But you found the right place to get that good information, so consider following. And if you have any questions now or in the future, of course, I'm going to do my best to answer all of you guys. But if I don't see your questions, you can always find me at Tucker Weather elsewhere, like on Instagram. You can follow me there, send me a DM, and I'll answer your weather question on there. And you can also find me on YouTube. Like I said, I do a lot of weather updates. I do a lot of weather forecasting, more in-depth stuff on YouTube. It'd be a really good tool for you guys as we get into the middle of severe weather season. I'm seeing a bunch of you guys showing up on YouTube now, just coming from TikTok. So hello, everyone. But I really also, honestly, guys, like I'll just take a second here and say this. I love weather. It's probably pretty obvious. My YouTube is still new. I'm still trying to grow it. And I really would love to cultivate, I guess would be the word, a good community of people who just want to talk weather or learn more about weather. I love to teach. I love to make forecast updates. So if you guys have any interest in that, it's at Tucker Weather. You should check it out. We'll be doing a lot of severe weather coverage. I'll always do it on TikTok too, but I'm doing a lot more on YouTube as well. And these forecasts, by the way, this severe weather event, I got forecast videos from like 8 days ago before this threat even really came into existence. So you get a really big head start on severe weather updates and everything. So welcome in. A bunch of you guys jumping onto YouTube. Actually, that's probably the most people have come over at once. So thanks, guys. Welcome in here. And I'd keep on talking about that, but we do severe weather still to cover. So I want to get back to this now. And like I said, for those of you guys who are just joining the TikTok, I am a meteorologist, so consider following there. And if you've just moved over to YouTube, consider subscribing. Happy to have you. All right, now I want to get to this new tornado warning. It was just issued. We've been talking about Louisville being one of the hot spots for potential severe weather. I'm circling Louisville for you right here. We did just get a tornado warning, which just grazes the north side of the Louisville metro area. Corydon, Kentucky is in this warning, and this storm is moving northeast, so it's really impacting the Indiana side of that area. Georgetown, Indiana, New Albany, Indiana, that's basically Louisville, Sellersburg. This is where our newest tornado warning has been issued, and what I would expect is, oh gosh, you can actually see that is we could have a tornado on the ground just south of Corydon, Indiana. So if you're in Lanesville, Georgetown, if you're on the north side of Louisville, you really better be getting down to your safe place right now, because that is a sign that could even, I can't say for sure, but that could be some debris beginning to show up. So they may actually end up confirming this tornado quickly. We'll need to watch this one. If you're in Corydon especially, head down to your safe place right now. This is coming up on you pretty quick. All right, I'm getting to some of your questions in the YouTube chat now. Since a bunch of you guys just came in there. Detroit, you're all good. Texas, you're all good. If you're Sydney, Ohio, damaging wind is your concern right now. Right after you asked about Hicksville, Ohio, the siren went off. Interestingly, for Hicksville, Ohio, it does not seem like, it looks like a damaging wind threat. They must have sounded it for the damaging wind threat out there. Still make sure you're in a safe place in your house, though. Let's see. Lawrenceburg, Indiana. In that area, we've been looking at, the threat is not completely over yet, if I got the right spot, that is. So be on alert, but it's going to end soon. If you're in Indiana, that severe weather threats, it's slowing down pretty quickly at this point. It's really just the southern and eastern portions of Indiana. Let me see what else we got. What other questions we got here? Clarksville, Tennessee. That threat is continuing to grow. In Clarksville, we actually have some tornado-warned storms not far to the west, so we're going to be watching these storms near McKenzie and Paris right now as they approach Clarksville. That may occur in about the next 30 minutes. Northern Kentucky, our threat in Northern Kentucky continues to increase. It does look like that is where our greatest tornado threat is going to be over the next hour, is really the northern portion of Kentucky here. So we do need to watch this area very closely. Again, Northern Kentucky, a spot we'll need to keep an eye on. Sandusky, Ohio, mainly a damaging wind threat, but the severe weather risk as a whole in Sandusky appears on the medium to low end, in fact. And yes, Texas is okay. I'm seeing a lot of people ask questions about Texas. I'll show you radar down there right now. Texas is okay, at least today. There could be some more severe weather out there tomorrow, but you are not seeing any sort of bad weather in Texas right now. So you guys are okay out there now. Dayton, Ohio, we've been looking at the threat for damaging wind. That will come into play pretty soon here. I expect in Dayton, you got about 30 to 35 minutes before that damaging wind threat really arrives. Tornado threat is not zero either, but it does appear to be on the medium to low end out there. Toledo, Ohio, severe weather risk out there is going to be, actually should be decreasing at this point. I know Toledo's been in a severe thunderstorm warning for a bit, but Toledo, you got a little bit more activity, some wind gusts out there, but I'm not looking at anything particularly dangerous in Toledo right now. Columbus, Indiana. If you're in Columbus, Indiana, the worst of this rain and storm activity is now moving to your east. So Columbus, you're out of it. You're all good now. You just made it through the worst of it. As far as Columbus, Ohio goes, you still got about an hour before that strong wind gets there. And it is appearing to be more of a wind than tornado threat in Columbus, which is good news. But of course, wind can still be damaging. I do want to give us an update here on the storm near Corydon. It does look like it's becoming stronger, and it is not confirmed by the National Weather Service yet. Let's see if we have any update on that potential for debris. There could be a little bit of debris or something in here, but we do have the potential for a tornado just south of Corydon, Indiana, moving into Lanesville, and it'll eventually come awfully close to New Albany, right on the border of basically the city of Louisville, and Sellersburg too, Indiana, in an area that we need to watch as well. So you guys got to be on watch. Be careful out there, as that is where our most recent tornado warning is. Just trying to get an idea of what else we have on our wind velocity. I don't see anything else that really stands out, although we did just get a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This is south of DeWitt, Arkansas, near Gillett, Arkansas. So if anyone's out in Arkansas, I know we don't have a lot of Arkansas people on here at this point, but if you're near DeWitt or Gillett, Arkansas, we do have a new tornado warning out there, and it is moving in the direction of some other places like Ethel, St. Charles, Indian Bay, Crossroads. Looks like a pretty rural area. Better than a highly populated area, but you know, everyone's life is valuable, so we're watching everything. But it's especially the northern portion of Kentucky now, near Louisville. We have that threat increasing. Let's see. Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Let's give it a little bit longer in Lawrenceburg, and you'll be all right. But I don't see anything. I don't see any particularly high threat in Lawrenceburg right now, luckily. Unless I'm looking at the wrong spot, but should be all right. Just to double check, let me know what Lawrenceburg is near. Fort Knox, which state? Which state, Fort Knox? No, you don't need to worry about tornadoes overnight in Toledo. You'll be okay. Akron, Ohio, you can go to sleep out there. You can go to sleep in Akron. Just make sure you get those emergency alerts turned on. Storms are going to be weakening out there. Tornado threat is not zero, but it's not super high. Claremont County, Ohio. Which side of the state is that in, Eric? Give me a direction. Northwest, east, or south? Fort Knox, Kentucky. I'll take a look at for you too here. Actually, I should have known that was Kentucky, but some of these places, by the way, guys, if you tell me what side of the state it's in, it'd be super helpful. Because Fort Knox, for example, I'm not super familiar with exactly where that is. All right, so thanks, Eric. Near Cincinnati. If you give me a city too, that helps. The threat near Cincinnati, I see what you're looking at now. Basically, the greater Cincinnati area, we'll call it. Wait another hour if you can before going to sleep, because that's when storms will go through and then they'll be out. Oh, I gotcha. Thanks. All right, so I got Fort Knox. Fort Knox, that threat is increasing right now. It's going to peak in about 45 minutes. Obetz, Ohio, also, you got about an hour and a half before that severe weather threat really picks up. Tell me which part of the state Lawrenceburg is in, and give me a northwest, east, or south out there, so I can take a look for you guys. And then let's see, southeast Indiana. I see your question out there. In southeast Indiana, your threat is going to persist for a little bit longer. So southeast Indiana, just give it another hour and a half out there too. If you're, I'll call you out though. If you're near Columbus, if you're in Seymour, you're in the clear. Bloomington's in the clear, but if you're closer to like Salem or Madison or Lancaster or Versailles, you do need to be on alert still out there in southeastern Mass. So that threat is not over yet. That is very helpful. Thanks, guys, for the directions. They help. With Murray, Kentucky, Murray, you're still hearing some thunder and you're still hearing some lightning, but the severe weather threat in Murray, Kentucky, at this point is over. So you're all right out there. Thanks, Beamers. I'm doing my best. Happy to help. Let's see what else we got here. Lexington, Kentucky. That severe weather threat is still increasing out in Lexington. So you still got about an hour and a half to 2 hours for the storms to reach Lexington. And, there is going to be a tornado threat in Lexington, so just make sure you're staying alert tonight. That's a spot, too, where, again, the threat is going to be decreasing, but you need to make sure you have something like weather radio or emergency alerts on your phone that can wake you up in case there is a tornado warning issue where you are. How many tornado warnings have there been today? It's a good question. So far, we don't know how many, to be honest. Right off the bat, we don't know how many have been today. But I can tell you, it looks like there have been at least a dozen, more likely around 24 or more. It's been a very busy day. This has been one of the busiest tornado days I've seen. And yes, Toledo is all good. Toledo's all good. I'm seeing you ask questions in the comments. You're all good out there in Toledo. Michigan's all good too. You're all good in Michigan. Southeast of Louisville, Bardstown, make sure you're staying on alert right now because you do have strong and potentially tornado-producing storms moving in at this moment. You're not in a warning right now for a tornado, but you do need to be prepared because that threat is really going to maximize in about the next 30 minutes or less here. Let's see. Driving from Iowa to Ohio tomorrow. Yeah, you'll be safe. You're okay doing that drive. A little south of Findlay, Ohio. Let me see what we got out there near Findlay. There is still some strong wind out there closer to Findlay, Ohio, but the threat for Findlay, that severe weather threat's really decreased a lot. It looks more like gusty wind than damaging wind to me at this point. I do want to check back in on our storm that was near Corydon because this thing continues to look like a powerful storm. I'm going to circle where there would be a tornado. You see that hook right there, guys? That's where our tornado would be right there. And that is my main concern right now, is that potential for a tornado as it moves into some more populated areas. I mean, this could hit New Albany. Wait, give me a sec. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. It's allergy season. It's killing me. And we certainly have some rotation here. There is our couplet. So that's where we have rotation. Honestly, this storm looks not great right here. So Lanesville, Indiana, this is right on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. If you're in New Albany, Floyd's, Knobs, Louisville, you're okay. You're just south of this, but New Albany, I mean, you're in a spot where you may be impacted by a tornado. Watson, Prather, Sellersburg, I mean, these are pretty populated areas. You need to be heading down to your safe place now. This is still a strong storm, and the potential for a tornado is still very real. So please, take that. Listen to that warning. Take it seriously. I appreciate that. All right. Near, let's see. I'm getting an update for you. I see it. All right. Lawrenceburg, Indiana, southeastern near Batesville. Okay. So I got Lawrence. Yeah. I got Lawrenceburg now. So if you're in Lawrenceburg, if you can stay up another hour or so, wait for these storms to pass, do that because your severe weather threat is not quite over in Lawrenceburg yet. You might not even need to wait an hour. I'm just thinking if you're able to wait out, basically we got one more line of storms to come through. Give it about an hour. You're going to get a burst of rain, and after that big burst of rain and wind, you'll be all right. So give it an hour if you're in Lawrenceburg, and then you can go to sleep and you won't have to worry. Happy to help you guys. Really, I love talking about severe weather because it's something I can make a difference doing, and I'm happy to hear it's making a difference. Thanks for that, Sienna. That's helpful to the location searching. Danville, Kentucky. I'll talk about Kentucky in general here. This does include Danville, which is on the map right now. Danville, Frankfort, Lexington, Georgetown, Nicholasville. You can see all these areas. Actually, I'll kind of circle all these areas in here in the central part of the state. That severe weather threat's really going to start to increase in about the next, I think I said it before, about 90 minutes or so. In these areas, you should have something like a weather radio or perhaps something to wake you up in case there is a warning where you are, because these are going to come, of course, later at night. You probably want to go to sleep. If you can stay up, go ahead and stay up. But there is going to be a tornado threat, and for that reason, again, just make sure, or even if you're in some of those spots in central Kentucky, perhaps sleep on the lowest floor of your house or whatever building you're in. You're probably going to be safest doing that just in case. If there's a warning that comes out and you don't wake up, you can at least put yourself in a safe place to begin with. Just got a new radar update on our storm near Lanesville and New Albany. Again, not confirmed or anything yet by the National Weather Service, but it's concerning to me. I mean, you can see just that bright green, that bright red side by side. You see that? That was an ugly circle right there. I'm using my trackpad now. That is what we call a couplet, though. Those red and green colors side by side. And when you have those close together, that means you have a lot of wind moving in different directions, and that is basically the signature on radar of rotation. It tells you, you have the potential to produce a tornado. You can see we also have some rotation out here, that darker green and blue color. Whenever you have different colors, really bright and dark side by side, that's basically rotation. Green colors indicate wind going to the radar. Red colors indicate wind moving away from the radar. I really think, again, we may have a tornado ongoing, or at least we have a very strong downdraft as this storm continues to move between Lanesville and New Albany and continues to move just north of Louisville, Kentucky. So really something that just doesn't make me feel good is looking at that one. And you can see the hook pretty clearly here. That hook, of course, indicating rotation as it drops down from the storm. So again, New Albany, you got to be in your safe place, and we're certainly going to be watching this as it moves closer to places like Sellersburg and Charlestown in Indiana, but just north of Louisville out there. I'll do Nashville. Yeah, we'll take a look at Nashville. That's great to know. Encantado. Red Cross emergency app is great. Just set your zip code, and it pushes official NWS tornado warnings. That's good to know. Yeah, you guys, one of the most important things to do before we get into days like this is make sure you have a way to get those warnings. That's what's going to keep you safest. Have a way to get warnings and know where you're going to go if there is a warning. Central Tennessee, still a tornado threat out there through tonight. It slowly decreases, maybe more of a damaging wind threat ultimately, but if you're in the Nashville area, what Nashville people we got here? Where are my Nashville people at? I'm thinking about taking a trip to Nashville soon. What do we think? Just for fun. Nashville is in a spot where we're looking at a severe weather threat largely increasing closer to about 12:30 to 1 a.m. So that threat is going to be greatest likely after a lot of you go to sleep. If you can stay up that late, stay up. If not, just make sure you got a way to get the warnings and wake you up. All right, yeah, Team Nashville. I love it. Let's see. Yeah, I know Ohio's getting hit right now. I've been watching that one. Let's see. Mount Washington, Kentucky, just south of Louisville. Again, thank you for the giving me an idea where your towns are near the cities. If you're anywhere near Louisville, especially if you're just south of Louisville, you're okay right now. But this tornado warned storm on the south side, to the southwest of Louisville, is likely to move into the area. So there's a very good chance that Louisville, if you're out there, you end up in a tornado warning in about the next 30 minutes. So you want to be really watching out if you're out there. I do expect a tornado warning will be issued at some point, and so for that reason, you should be just grabbing some stuff you might need in case you need to hang out in the basement or in a safer place for a little while. All right, southwest corner of Ohio. Looking for Lebanon, Ohio. If you're in the southwest corner, if you're anywhere near Cincinnati at least, what we're looking at out here is that threat increasing right now. It's still about 45 minutes away. Actually, we just got a new tornado warning, in fact. Still about 45 minutes away from Cincinnati and everyone in the southwestern corner of Ohio. But we did just get a new warning, tornado warning. This includes Liberty, Indiana, and Eaton, Ohio. So this tornado warning right in the border of Indiana and Ohio. I see New Lebanon out there too. Outside the warning, but a little too close for comfort. That storm, again, over Liberty, and boy, that is an area of rotation. You see the red and blue colors side by side, and we just got a new radar update, but still some rotation in here. It's very possible there's a tornado near Brownsville and Liberty, Indiana, moving in the direction of Eaton, Ohio. West Alexandria, Lewisburg, also some spots to watch out for, so you got to head to your safe place if you're out there too. That is where we have the risk increasing pretty rapidly, and the warning is in effect for those areas as well. So you need to be thinking about, Where you're going to go if you're not in that warning, but you're nearby, like Brookville or Trotwood. But if you're in Eaton or Liberty or anywhere in that warning I just called out, again, that'd be Liberty, Sugar Valley, Witts Station, Eaton, New Hope, Lewisburg, West Alexandria. That's where you do need to be in your safe place right now. Let's see. Mitchie, Tennessee. If you're southwest of Nashville, really anywhere in middle Tennessee, what we're looking at is a severe weather threat that increases after midnight. So while you're okay right now, we still have the potential for these storms out to the west to move in and produce severe weather, including the potential for tornadoes. So I want you to be ready to head to your safe place. And I really what I want is for you to have a way to get warnings even if you go to sleep, because that's what's going to keep you safest. And maybe sleep on the lowest floor of your house. Sleep in a safer place instead of the top floor. Indianapolis, you're in the clear. We're covering Indianapolis. Thanks, DC. I love the lightning bolts. Those are like my favorite, actually. One of the things that we're looking at is some of those areas that have seen the severe weather move through. We just got another tornado warning in Ohio, by the way, we're going to cover now. But some of those areas that have seen the bad weather already move through, like Indianapolis, like Bloomington, into places like central Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Memphis, Tennessee. We are seeing a flooding threat increase right now, too. And we have flash flood warnings, but these are some really big warnings as we have the potential for some really big-time flooding rain in these areas. New tornado warning, by the way, just issued near El Dorado and West Manchester in Ohio, moving in the direction of places like Pittsburgh, Potsdam, Laura, Ludlow Falls, and West Milton. You are all in this warning, and you should all be heading down to your safe place now. I'm going to get an idea of where the rotation is, and you can kind of see we have this little notch right here. You see how the kind of green colors go like that? What this is basically you have wind going this way, and you have wind going this way, and right in the middle, right here, is where you'd have a tornado. So if there is a tornado, it would be south of El Dorado, moving in the direction of West Manchester right now. That's what we're looking at in Ohio. So 2 tornado warnings just popped up. Neither of them look particularly impressive, as in I don't see anything that says, oh no, there's a tornado happening right now. But there is a signal that a tornado could be produced. So that's what we are warning for. In Kentucky, we still have a tornado warning in effect. It's near Greenville and Central City. Morgantown has the potential to end up in this warning at some point too. Although at the moment, Morgantown is okay. We'll just have to watch and see what happens with this line of storms right here. And what you guys may be noticing is that we're seeing our storms become a bit more segmented here. So like we got a line right here that stretches from Greenville, Ohio, down into portions of Indiana. See that line right there? We got another line that's really showing up here in southeastern Indiana. We have another sort of line or cluster of storms out here. These are more of a cluster out near Louisville. We got another cluster of storms showing up out here as we look towards the western portion of Tennessee and western portion of Kentucky. And these line segments are going to be more or less damaging wind producers with the potential to spin a tornado up in the middle. So the tornado threat is decreasing, and it is becoming more of a damaging wind threat from here on out. So, you don't have to worry about as massive tornadoes as what we were concerned about earlier tonight. But there is going to be the potential for both, more or less, at the same time. Hazard, Kentucky, no severe weather out there just yet. Sydney, Ohio, you are still okay. Let me just double check that, though. Depends how close you are to Dayton. I'll just say for Dayton right now, no tornado warning in Dayton right now. But continuing to watch as there are tornado warnings to the west of Dayton at this moment. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, of course. Let's see. It's been a minute, so I'm going to say this again, by the way, mainly for you guys here on TikTok or you guys on YouTube who are just tuning in. Wanted to say hello again. I'm Tucker. I'm a meteorologist. I got my degree in meteorology from Penn State, which, by the way, is a lot of math and science. It's not all about pointing at a screen and stuff like that. But I'm a meteorologist for real. I work as a meteorologist on TV in Boston, on Boston 25 News. There's a lot of information you can get with severe weather out there. I'm sure you guys have come across it before. Not a lot of information is good, but I can promise you I am an expert in this, and the information you get from me will be good information. So If you're looking for a good source to trust for weather information, consider following here on TikTok. Consider following or subscribing here on YouTube. I'm always going to give it to you how it is, how I see it. I'm not going to give you fluff or any kind of hype. That's just not what I do. So if you're looking for a good source of information, and let me tell you, these days with the severe weather that we've been getting, your weather app just simply is not going to cut it. So if you're looking for, like I said, a good reliable source of information, I'd love to be that for you. So consider following on TikTok. Consider subscribing on YouTube. If you have weather questions I'm not getting to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather as well. I'll do my best to respond to each and every one of you, but if you follow me there, DM me your questions. I'll do my best to respond to each and every one of you. And those of you guys on TikTok, by the way, if I'm not seeing your questions, I'll probably see them a lot quicker on YouTube. So you can check that out at Tucker Weather. I'm just saying there's less people in the YouTube stream than TikTok, so just a numbers game there. But yeah, check that out at Tucker Weather on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, consider subscribing there as well. Let me get to your questions, but I do want to make mention of one thing. Again, this storm, it's been making me uneasy. You guys have heard me talk about it like 50 times now, but this one storm near New Albany, again, I'm kind of surprised we don't have any confirmation. This looks like a tornado on the ground. It may have just gone through New Albany. That is not a good look. So hopefully you guys listened. If you guys were in that area when I said please take cover, because this does look like right now a tornado that could have just gone through New Albany. As I open up our velocity, you're going to see again. I can see why it's not confirmed. The rotation is not super well defined, but it is certainly rotating. Let's see if we have any debris showing up. Gosh, it doesn't look like it, but this storm moving through New Albany is now approaching Prather, Charlestown, Indiana. It'll be reaching Owen, Indiana soon too, right on the river there. I expect that warning is going to be extended. All right, seeing your questions here on YouTube. A lot of people moving over to YouTube from TikTok, so welcome back in, guys. Columbus, Ohio. What I expect for Ohio, and we have 2 tornado warnings in western Ohio right now. Northwestern Ohio, that threat is basically over. Columbus, Ohio, that threat is increasing. It'll be maxed out around in about 50 minutes. Those storms should get to Columbus. Mainly a damaging wind threat out there. Yep, you're in the clear in Michigan. Northwest Pennsylvania, you're going to be okay out there too. Louisville, Kentucky, we just got a new tornado warning. This does include downtown Louisville. So if you guys have been on the TikTok Live or the YouTube Live for a little while, you heard me say, what was it, like 15 minutes ago, Louisville, you're probably going to get included in this. Hillview is included in this new warning as well. We do have this strong line of storms moving through. If there is a tornado, the most likely location it would be right now, it looks like there's 2 spots, being near Brandenburg or Akron. And again, this does include some cities and towns, including, and let me make basically give you a tracker on this one so I can give you a more clear update. This is moving 70 miles per hour, this storm, so you don't have a lot of lead time here. So you gotta really get to your safe place like now if you're in the Louisville area. But we're looking at places like Laconia, Davidson, Howard, West Point, Buena Vista, Macedonia, Catherine, Rosewood, Happy Hollow, Fishtown, Sugar Grove, Shively, Fox Chase, Louisville, of course. All these places will be impacted in the next 30 minutes or less. And the way this storm is bowing out, we may also be looking at a damaging wind threat with gusts as high as 70, possibly even 80 miles per hour. So this is a very powerful storm that is now getting close to Louisville. Looks like the worst of it will impact the south side of Louisville, by the way. All right, I'm still trying to get to your questions here. Marion and Oxford, Ohio, both places that we need to be on watch. Basically, Marion, you're in that severe storm warning right now. Could be some strong wind out there. Once that's through, you're going to be okay. Oxford, Ohio, what I would be watching for in Oxford, Ohio is a threat for, again, damaging wind primarily, and there is a low tornado risk out there too. A lot of Ohio questions. Gosh, drop me an OH in chat if you're in Ohio, because once again, it seems like Ohio people are running the board here. So again, drop me an OH in chat if you're in Ohio, because I'm just really curious now. Ohio people, like I said, they always show up in numbers out here. I respect it. Let me give you, so everyone's asking about individual towns. Let me just give you a broad update. This will allow us to basically cover all our bases at once here. Yep, that is a lot of Ohio. Michigan, you're okay. Michigan, you're okay. But let's talk about Ohio, because you guys clearly got a lot of Ohio people out here. So let me take a zoom out here, break it down for you. So here's our threat map, okay? And you can see the warnings on here as well. We have a level 2 risk in the eastern portion of Ohio. We have a level 3 risk in the western portion of Ohio. We have a level 4 risk in along the border of Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. So if you live in Columbus or farther west, you're in that level 3 risk. You should be prepared for damaging wind and potentially a tornado as we go through the next few hours tonight. We'll call about the next 2 hours. Columbus and the rest of western Ohio. Mainly damaging wind threat, but also a low to moderate tornado threat. If you live east of Columbus, that severe weather threat's mainly going to be damaging wind. There could be a weak tornado. I don't expect anything strong out there. If you live in the north and western portion of Ohio, I'm looking at Toledo, I'm looking at Lima. Even if you're as far west as Fort Wayne, the severe weather threat is largely over where you are out there now. So I hope that helps to answer some of the questions that you guys have, because the severe weather threat, it is still present, but it is not equal everywhere. So again, if you are in eastern Ohio, we're talking about a level 2 risk, western Ohio, a level 3 risk, and we only have that level 4 risk, which is down here where we have all those tornadoes ongoing closer to the Indiana and Kentucky border. So that basically sums up our risk levels there. Like I said, north and eastern Ohio, north and western Ohio, that severe weather threat is largely over now. You do not have much to worry about in Lima and Toledo. It's really coming to an end pretty quickly out there too. So more or less, that's our severe weather threat at this moment across Ohio. Xenia, we do have the possibility for a tornado out there. I'm not expecting anything like 1974, but there could be a tornado. Damaging wind more likely though. I was looking at Tell City, Indiana before. Tell City, I believe you're in the clear. Let me just double check what we got going on out here. Gosh, let's see. Hey, I got a question too, by the way, while I go through some of the radar stuff. Is anybody in chat, either chat, YouTube or TikTok chat, is anyone in chat? Does anyone want to be a meteorologist? Cause every now, I feel like I sometimes I get students or people who want to be meteorologists. I just think that's so cool. Anybody? If so, one of the things too, some people saying no. Got a lot of no's, got a lot of yeses. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so that's awesome. All right, seeing some yeses, seeing some no's. I'm curious if any of you guys really like meteorology, and you're doing Skywarn training. We got someone doing Skywarn training. Sydney is. That's awesome. If any of you guys are interested in meteorology or becoming meteorologists, meteorologists always get a bad rap. It comes with the territory. I'd love to help you if you're just curious or you want to learn more. Here's what I'll do. I'll make a post on. I'll make a little TikTok video explaining how maybe I'll do a little explainer on how I got to where I am here. I'll put something on TikTok. I'll put something on YouTube also. And if you guys are curious or have any questions, just drop them. I haven't made these videos yet, but I'll make 2 videos on how I got to where I am. And if you guys have questions, you can ask them on those videos. And I'd love to just talk about what it's like to be a meteorologist, how to become a meteorologist. And if you guys really do want to be a meteorologist or no one does, I would love to help you out. I'd love to teach you more. It really is cool. I keep trying to think of more ways to share. The atmosphere is so cool. Let's nerd out a little bit here for a second. And there's so much that you just wouldn't know until you learn about it. And then once you do, it's when I look up in the sky every day on a sunny day, on a cloudy day, I'm thinking about 50 different things that are happening at once that you just would never ever think of unless you've learned about it, And so just a thought. Anyway, I'll get back to severe weather coverage here, but I'll post a video on TikTok. I'll post a video on YouTube just kind of explaining how I got to where I am. And Yeah, if you guys have interest in that stuff, I'd love to see you interact with that. So anyway, let's see. I did want to talk about Tell City, by the way. I saw that question. I didn't want to leave you hanging there. I don't know exactly where Tell City is, but what I can say is that if you're in Indiana, the only real severe weather threat is right along the Ohio River right now. And we do have some severe storms that are making their way out of the far south and eastern portion of the state. So Versailles, Manchester, Osgood, Milan, Sparta, Batesville, those areas still under severe storm warnings, but that threat's decreasing pretty quick here. We do have this tornado warning now. Actually, these are not new. We do have 2 tornado warnings still in Ohio that are going to expire very soon. I don't see much to keep them going. All right, Purple Polish. I see Greensburg, Kentucky. I got you. Here's the thing. I don't know exactly where Greensburg is. So Polish, let me know where Greensburg is. Please don't spam the chat. Just tell me which part of the state it's in, and I'll look it up for you. All right, let's see. Nashville, Tennessee. Love Nashville. Great city. Nashville, you got that threat increasing after midnight tonight. About an hour from Louisville. Thank you for that, so that I can answer that question. Let's see. So more or less, how's this? If you live, okay. If you live in Greensburg, you still got to give it some time before the threat ends where you are. Mainly a damaging wind threat, like I said before, tornado threat included as well. One of the things I'm looking at right now, though, is what look to be some very strong winds approaching places in northern Kentucky, like West Point, Elizabeth, Hillview, Audubon Park, even Linview, Minor Lane Heights. So areas just south of Louisville. And you can see this bowing segment here again. That is your strong wind being driven straight down through the middle layers of the atmosphere and reaching the ground and really becoming strong. And there's our radar update, actually. You know what we can do here is we can switch to our velocity. This is telling us how fast the wind is going. And we're measuring wind speed right by the radar site at around 75 miles per hour. So what this is saying is Evans Landing right now, we likely have wind gusts at around 65 to 75 miles per hour in this line of storms. So, you know, looking at places like Barrelton, Pioneer Village, Hillview, Abron Estates, that is where we'll have some very strong wind gusts. Even if there's not a tornado, this can do just as much damage as a weak tornado, which is pretty wild. Let's see. South Bend, Indiana. You're all clear in South Bend, Indiana. Been looking at Lexington, Kentucky through a lot of today, and we're still waiting for that threat to increase out there in Lexington. So for Lexington, here's what I'll say. You got about an hour and a half before storms reach you. It's late. You know, if you could stay up and wait for them to get to you, you know, that'd keep you probably safest in this case. If you want to go to sleep, just make sure you have something that can wake you up, like your phone. Make sure emergency alerts are turned on, you know. And if there's a warning, a tornado warning, it'll wake you up, hopefully. At least your phone will ring. And, you know, if you can, maybe just sleep on the lowest floor of your house if you got a 2-story building. If not, just find a safe place in the house. Maybe stay there instead of something like a bedroom, because a lot of bedrooms have outside walls and stuff like that. So just find a safe place to crash for the night, and keep that emergency alerts, that ringer on. That's what I'd be doing at least. Let's see. Cincinnati, and then I'll get to Clarksville too. Love my Tennessee folks. Last year I had a big live going in Tennessee, and I was pronouncing everything wrong, and the Tennessee people were the best. They were not mean to me at all. And I butchered so many names. A lot of Tennessee folks had the right to be mean to me, and they were very nice. That's very nice of you. I like Tennessee people. I'll just put it that way. Cincinnati right now, we have this strong line of storms moving in. There is still a low tornado threat in the southern end of this. I do believe it's more likely to be damaging wind than anything, but we will keep an eye on this storm near Bedford, Kentucky right now, Carrollton, Kentucky. We'll know if they extend that tornado warning very soon out here. All right, now let's get an idea at what we're seeing in Tennessee. Clarksville right now. So important update for Clarksville. We do have 2 tornado warned storms not far from Clarksville. They are approaching from the west right now. Clarksville not in a tornado warning, but you can see this segment right here. That may just graze Clarksville. Let me put this in motion. We'll get an idea of the direction it's headed. We know it's going northeast, but if I was in Clarksville, it looks like these storms are just going to miss Clarksville, those two that are just to the west. So we'll be looking at these storms, which are near Huntington and Brewston, McKenzie, Camden, Tennessee. These storms are more likely to go through Clarksville. May take an hour for those storms to get in, but there is going to be a tornado risk associated with them at least here. So we do need to keep an eye out for that in Clarksville. So if you're in Clarksville, if you can stay awake for another hour and a half, do so, because this does look like a tornado threat. Also looking at the potential for damaging wind, as we are with basically anything. Southern Arkansas, the severe weather threat is over in southern Arkansas. But before you go, let me tell you this. And I said this before, especially if you guys are in Arkansas, in western Tennessee, if you're in western Kentucky, the Boot Hill of Missouri, southern Indiana, and southern Illinois, these are areas that are going to be impacted by some very significant flooding over the next 2 days or so. So the concern here is that even though these storms are going to slow down tonight, there is still the potential for some strong storms tomorrow and the potential for strong storms the day after. There may be up to 10 inches of rain in 3 days. That will be a very big problem and potentially disaster in and of itself. So if you live in those areas I'm talking about, do not underplay the risk that flooding will have on your week and start to the weekend. These next 72 hours in those places I mentioned, again, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, the Boot Hill of Missouri, and most of Arkansas. These are places where flooding is going to be a very big risk. So if you live in a place that floods easily, once these severe storms are out, I really want you to be thinking about, am I safe here if we begin to flood? Because that is going to be a big, something that I don't think has been talked about enough with the severe weather ongoing right now. So I really want everyone to be thinking about that, okay? And you would know better than me, like if you live in a place that floods, just because you live there, it's your home. So really be thinking about that. That is something I cannot stress enough, is that this flooding threat is really big. The flooding threat honestly seems almost as big as the tornado threat was today. So that's saying something out here, because this was a big tornado threat. So the flooding threat is something to really take seriously, and I don't want that to go understated here. By the way, good news, guys. We only have 4 tornado warnings in effect right now. That's that's about as little as we've seen all night. It's been a crazy night, very active weather. There have not been many breaks for us, but we continue to see the severe weather threat decrease. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for much of western Ohio. Cincinnati in a severe storm warning. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. We got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in northern Kentucky. Dayton, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is the warning. Like I said, this is becoming more of a damaging wind threat here. Let's see what else. Good work, Bree. That's very smart. Yeah. Clean out the basements. That is very smart, Bree. If you're in one of those spots I called out and you got stuff sitting on the basement floor, I didn't even think of that. That is so smart. Definitely clean out the basement. Yeah. What's up, Maddie? I'm so glad. Yeah. So it's really cool. So Maddie just said that she was watching last year. I'm sure who else in TikTok chat or YouTube chat was watching our lives last year? Because last year, that's when I first started to do live stuff. And it's really cool to see a lot of you guys return. It's really cool to see a lot of you guys asking me those questions on Instagram. Hey, we got Andrew Markowitz in TikTok chat too. I'm just gonna pin his comment, guys, because this is another great meteorologist. If you're watching in TikTok, make sure to follow that guy. It's really cool to see some of you guys return back again this year, a year later. I really loved being able to do this last spring, and here we are for round 2. A little more advanced. Now we got TikTok and YouTube going. Let's see. Will the flooding be bad in Ohio? It looks like there could be some flooding closer to Cincinnati. I don't believe it will be as bad once you get closer to Columbus. But the southwestern portion of Ohio, that's where there could be some decent flooding. That's awesome, Maddie. Thanks, Maddie. Let's see. It's so cool to see you guys popping on and coming back. Yeah, happy to do this. Stephanie said she was here last year too. That's great. That's great. Alexis, let's go, guys. Yeah, it's so cool. Anyone else in TikTok chat? Anyone else in TikTok chat? Were you here last year? A lot of people are on YouTube now watching. That's so cool. I really appreciate that. Mackenzie was. That's so cool. Kebab. Taylor. Yeah, that's awesome, guys. It's really good to see you all again. It's really good to see you all again. Yeah, well, I mean, I'd like better circumstances. Savannah, good to see you too. Amy. Yeah. We got Alyssa on there. Good to see you back again this year. Yeah, it's really cool to see all you guys pop back on, you know. That's the goal. I'm glad you guys thought I was useful enough to come back and get information from. That's the goal, you know. So that's really cool. I wasn't sure how many people, but I know we had a big Ohio crowd, so I thought maybe this time around too. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I do want to get to, I'm loving talking about this. I do want to get to, though, there is a new tornado warning that just came into effect. It's out here in western Tennessee. We have this warning, which just came into effect south of Jackson, Tennessee. It's right by Toon. Seems like a smaller place, so Whiteville it's near as well. We also do have a very strong severe storm here. So basically, Bolivar, I think I pronounced that right, Whiteville, Bethel Springs. We have a severe storm that is producing wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. We also have a tornado warning. It's moving into the Henderson area of Tennessee. I know that's a bigger place. And so not only does this have the potential to produce a tornado, and the tornado threat, to be honest, it doesn't seem particularly impressive. It could definitely spin up a tornado. I mean, you can see the mesocyclone. That's the storm cloud right there, that red and green color. That's the inside the storm. We have rotation. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado, but it means it has the chance to produce one. But on top of that, we do have the potential for this to produce 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So it's one of those storms that even if it does not produce a tornado, again, we're looking at Whiteville, Bolivar, Toon, Henderson, Jacks Creek, Beach Bluff, Jackson, Mississippi is in this as well. Jackson, Tennessee, Lexington, Tennessee. Basically, this entire line of storms has the potential to produce wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour. And even if we do not get a tornado, that 80 mile per hour wind gust is going to be just as damaging as EF0, even possibly EF1 tornado. So that's a very strong gust of wind. Fort Knox in Crestwood, Kentucky. Again, please don't spam the chat. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do that. Fort Knox and Crestwood, both you guys got a little bit longer to watch these storms. The threat is not completely over where you are yet. So give it another at least half hour and things will get better. Give me 1 second. I need to blow my nose, by the way, because these allergies are killing me. I'm trying to talk through them, but it's tough. And I will be, now that we're seeing a downtick in activity, I will be wrapping up the live soon. Not quite yet, but probably in the next 10 or so minutes. So I'm doing my best to answer every question you have here before we do that. I'd stay on later, but I do have a day job. I did not sleep well last night. I was perhaps too excited for the severe weather to cover it, we'll say. I still got like 10 minutes, though. So, like I said, if you guys have questions I haven't got to, you can always find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. You can send me your questions there. I'll go through those before I wrap up or after I wrap up the live. I'll go to Instagram and answer your questions there. Just follow me there. Throw your questions to me in a DM, and I'll respond. But otherwise, again, I'm not going to leave you hanging if things start to pick up again. I'm just saying the activity is slowly decreasing, so we're gonna slow it down. But we're not done yet. Let's see. Yeah, Louisville right now. Let's see what we got. We do have that tornado warning in the Louisville area at the moment. What I'm looking at in Louisville is the tornado warning is on the southern side of the city. To me, I'm not seeing so much a tornado threat, but that is a very powerful line of wind. Hillview right now in a spot that is going to be, Hillview looked like there was a tornado that went through, I believe, or might have gone through that area pretty recently. Hillview is in a spot that's about to be hit pretty hard by this powerful wind. Louisville itself looks okay. But Hillview, that's some strong wind. Minor Lane Heights out there, Pioneer Village, Hebron Estates, however you pronounce it down there. That's what I'm looking at for potential impacts from very strong wind. We do have a tornado warning near Bedford, Kentucky as well. That's been there for a little while. I'm not seeing so much in the way of rotation anymore, but still a pretty strong storm. Cincinnati, we have that 70 mile per hour wind gust threat. That is as that line of storms, you can see it pretty clearly here, begins to approach the city. Columbus, also seeing that line on the higher part of your screen here. That's what's going to move into Columbus. That does not look as bad as this line down by Cincinnati. But both have the potential to produce some damaging wind gusts. Low tornado potential, not particularly high there either. Northeast Ohio, you should be all right. Even if you live on a hill, you should be all right in Northeast Ohio. Yeah, happy to help, Brianna. Let's see. You okay to sleep if you're in Cincinnati? Honestly, Brooke, here's what I'd say. For anyone in the Cincinnati area asking if you can go to sleep, you can go to sleep now. But what I would say is if you can make it another 45 minutes in Cincinnati, that's when this line of storms will go out. It'll be gone, and your severe weather threat will really start to decrease. So if you can make it 45 more minutes, if you're in the Cincinnati area, after you get that burst of wind and rain, just to make sure there isn't a tornado warning that gets issued, I would hang tight and just wait for that to pass through and out, and then you should be good if you can make it. If you have to go to sleep, if you're really tired, you can probably do that. I would just sleep maybe on the lowest floor of your house. I totally understand a lot of you guys. Definitely, I mean, storms like this. They're tough. They're worrisome. Makes a lot of sense, you know. I'm using Radar Omega today. Usually you'd see me using Radar Scope or Radar Omega. No recommendation or endorsement of either. Those are just the two that I use. We do have, let's see, like I said, some severe storms moving through into the Dayton area, Springfield, Bellefontaine, Ohio. No tornado warnings on these, but you can see that semi-line of storms here. That's producing some damaging wind gusts as well. So let's see. Dallas, Texas, you are okay out there. You're okay out there. Happy to help, Emily. Let's see. We'll take a look at Kentucky. The only tornado warning in Kentucky now is that one near Louisville. I will say we are seeing a little bit of something there, but I don't think that's going to end up producing a tornado, luckily. Yeah, I'm not seeing a huge tornado threat here. It's really just damaging wind near Minor Lane Heights, really basically south of Louisville, the south side of Louisville. Sort of those suburbs there. That's where we have the potential for some damaging wind gusts, but I don't believe that tornado threat is particularly high right there. So the only areas I'm really concerned about a tornado right now, let's see, this area that is west of Clarksville. Looks like a pretty rural area, or at least mountainous or hilly area near Bear Spring. I'm not seeing a huge tornado threat there right now either. The other warning is down here south of Jackson, Tennessee. And what we have here is, again, nothing that looks super Oh, actually, we do have this. So this storm south of Jackson, Tennessee is the only one that really looks like it may be producing a tornado. That it would be moving towards Henderson, Tennessee. So if anyone's near Henderson, Tennessee, you got to be in that safe place, a basement if you have one right now, because that is a legitimate storm threat moving in. Could be a tornado on this storm too. So near Toone, Tennessee, we were talking about this before. Henderson, Jacks Creek, Pinson as well. If you're in any of those places, you should be down in the basement or the lowest floor of your house right now. Other tornado warnings are in effect, only 2 others, but it looks like more so wind than tornadoes, as those risks have decreased since the warnings were first issued, from what I'm seeing. Madison, Indiana, at this point, unless you're right on the border of Indiana and Ohio, you should be okay. Most of Indiana now in the clear out here, almost the entire state, luckily. I'll say this one more time, by the way, for anyone just jumping on. For those of you guys who are showing up on TikTok, and those of you guys who are showing up from search on YouTube, although a lot of you YouTube people have been watching here for a while, which I appreciate. If you guys are just tuning in, though, you can get a lot of weather information out there. There's a lot of bad information out there, but you're in luck because you're in a spot where you're getting some good weather information. At least I'd like to think so. I'm a meteorologist. I have a degree in meteorology. I work on air as a meteorologist in Boston. So because you're in a good spot to get weather information, consider following on TikTok. Consider subscribing on YouTube. If you have any questions, I like to make myself really accessible, and I do my best to respond to each and every one of you. Consider me like a personal weatherman. I'll do my best at least. If you have any questions I don't get to in the TikTok live or the YouTube live, I'm doing my best to get to each and every one of you. But there's a lot of you on, which is great. If there's any questions I don't get to, I will do my best to respond to you guys on Instagram at Tucker Weather. I may be a little late to respond depending on how many people send stuff, but I will do my best to get to you guys there. And if you have any storm reports or pictures, you can send those on Instagram too. You can also send them to me on Twitter and Facebook at Tucker Weather. It's a good place to check out. And for all of you guys on TikTok, by the way, if you're looking for regular weather updates, I do every other day. I do a weather video, just talking a quick little thing, 8-minute video on YouTube. And it's a lot better than looking at your weather app. You get an in-depth forecast. I talked about the severe weather potential, about today's severe weather potential. I talked about that like 6 to 8 days ago. Like you would have known way last week that this event was going to happen. Maybe not to this degree, but at Tucker Weather on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, great place to get some weather information and keep you guys updated and in advance of the storms. Make sure you have an early warning. And those of you guys who are watching on YouTube right now, if you haven't watched my YouTube videos regularly yet, maybe you should go out and just check them out. They're on my page here. So while you're here, might as well take a peek at some of the YouTube forecast videos. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm always open to feedback too. If you're like, dude, these are boring, just tell me. But I don't think they are. It's a quick 8 to 10 minute forecast every other day. Gives you an overview of the weather in the United States. I give you a heads up on weather events that are a week away, and you'll be the first to know. I'm telling you that. You'll be the first to know when something's about to happen. So those of you guys watching on YouTube as well, again, take a look at some of those forecast videos. Comment. If you got any questions about weather, drop them down there. And I do my best to just provide more weather information, especially given that, I'm a TV meteorologist by trade. But, I believe there's a really good way to reach people on social media, too. And I'm trying to do it that way as well. So, out here on my grind and all that stuff. The tornado risk in Hamilton, Ohio. No, I don't believe that's a high risk. You are looking at what is going to be some strong wind moving into Hamilton. But the tornado risk does not appear high. I do not see anything out there that suggests, you should be okay with tornadoes in Hamilton here. Let's see what else we got here. Seeing some of those questions. Kentucky, if you're in the central part of Kentucky, and we'll get to Nashville as well, and we'll get to this new tornado warning that just came in. If you're in the central part of Kentucky here, that's where our severe weather threat right now is not as high as we were fearing. So I'm looking at Lexington, Richmond, Berea, if I pronounced that correctly, Danville, Irvine, Winchester, Science Hill, Somerset. Science Hill, I like that name. Damaging winds are primary concern. There is a low chance for tornadoes, so make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone or you got a weather radio. Basically, if there's a warning, something that'll make noise and hopefully wake you up. Let's see. Circleville, Ohio. Tell me where Circleville is. Oh, I see Circleville. Conveniently, I was looking right at it. Circleville, that looks like more of a damaging wind threat to me. So you can go to sleep, but again, make sure you have something that can wake you up, like a weather radio, if a warning is issued. And if not, make sure emergency alerts are turned on your phone, or even if it makes you feel better, perhaps sleep on the lowest floor of your house or wherever you are. Just an extra level of protection, We did just get a new tornado warning, not quite new, but an extension of that tornado warning that was moving through the south side of Louisville. Personally, I didn't really see it, but the National Weather Service has extended this thing. So Jeffersontown, listen here, Jeffersontown, Middletown, Simpsonville, Eminence, these are areas, Newcastle, that are included in this new warning. And so you need to head to your safe place now. Lowest floor of your house, get in the basement if you have one, as this storm continues to move to the east. Looks like there may be something right here near Jeffersontown. That is the biggest threat, is that we could have something in that area. And along with that, there is still the potential for some strong wind in there as well. Let's see. We do have a tornado warning just came into effect in far northern Mississippi. Oh, that's a nasty looking storm, actually, right by Holly Springs. Do we have anyone in Mississippi here? Xenia, Ohio. Good news. It looks like more of a damaging wind threat than anything. But look at this guy right here, Holly Springs. My goodness, that is a menacing looking storm moving into Holly Springs, Mississippi. Definitely rotating. Definitely rotation in that storm. We got a very well defined hook. Our tornado warning again for Holly Springs. That really is a menacing looking storm right there. Just getting an update. Yeah, so they're basically, this is what we're looking at for potential tornado near Holly Springs, Mississippi. This is bigger, news because this storm, along with some of these others beginning to develop in northern Mississippi, will be storms that eventually move into Middle Tennessee. So if you're in Middle Tennessee, again, your tornado threat's more or less originating to the south and west of you right now, and we're going to be watching those storms as they cut through the middle of the state tonight. So make sure, again, you have that way to get warnings tonight, even if you go to sleep, and make sure whatever that way is, it'll wake you up because you don't want to be asleep with the tornado warning that comes through. All right, guys. Let's see. Yeah, I'll tell you, finding the hook, it's a trained eye thing, I guess. Yeah. Nashville's in that spot. You need to watch for the potential for tornadoes. Looks like more of a damaging wind threat, but definitely a chance for tornadoes too. You know what, guys? I told you like 10, 15 minutes ago I was going to wrap it up pretty soon, and I hate to say it, but I think that time has come. I'm getting a little tired, to be honest. Let's see. No, luckily I don't. Well, I do work in the morning. I don't work the morning show. My shift tomorrow starts at 9 a.m. If any of you guys were interested, you could stream Boston 25 News and see my day job. I'll do the weather tomorrow. I'll be on from 10 to noon. So if anyone was curious, you could do that. But anyway, hey guys, we will be doing a lot more severe weather coverage through the rest of the spring here. We'll be doing more live weather. I'm thinking about doing kind of like regular live weather stuff, just like kind of not every day, but maybe pick a day every week to just chat with people who want to chat weather. I'll be doing that on TikTok, on YouTube, stuff like that. But yeah, if you guys are interested in more coverage, again, you know where to find me and all that stuff. I'm leaving you here because it looks like these storms are slowly weakening. But again, be safe, be aware the rest of tonight. We still have a severe weather threat tomorrow. Maybe going live tomorrow once again, actually. So stay tuned for that. We still have a severe weather threat, like I said, so I may be going live tomorrow. Actually, I can show you where it is because that might be helpful here. Let me pull that up. Our risk for tomorrow. So here's our severe weather risk for tomorrow. You can see that really shows up a lot of the same areas. Now, you guys in Tennessee and Arkansas, you got another risk for severe weather out here. It's a level 3 risk. You got a level 2 risk that's out towards really basically from Pennsylvania all the way out into central Texas. So you have a really broad area tomorrow with severe weather potential. So tomorrow we may be doing a live in the evening. You'll want to check back here, and I'll make sure you guys are kept up to date. For all you guys who have been here for a while, appreciate you sticking around here, by the way. Keep me some company while we track severe weather. I hope I was able to help. And yeah, everyone who's new, everyone I interacted with tonight, everyone who interacted with me for the first time, is great to meet you, so to speak. And again, we'll be doing more of this tomorrow. And like I said, if you guys have questions I haven't got to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Send me a message. I'll do my best to respond to all of you guys there. Keep you updated on any kind of bad weather coming our way. But as a whole, yeah, we're gonna leave it at that. I need to get some sleep. I need to eat a little bit of food, and I'll be continuing to post those regular weather updates regardless here on YouTube. So all of you guys who need a news source for weather information, again, you know where to find it. But more or less, I will see a bunch of you guys tomorrow, I'm sure. And I'll see a lot more of you guys for the rest of spring. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Hope you stay safe tonight. I will be keeping a close eye on all the storms as things pop up again tomorrow. So anyway, have a good night, guys. And get some rest if you haven't already. I'm getting mine. We are wrapping it up on YouTube as well. So thanks for being here, and I'll see you later. I'll see you next time.